Hello, hello. Oh, this is wrong. Hold on. There. Here we go. Yep. Hello, Shade. Yeah, Sunday stream. I was already working on my, not the last keyboard that I showed you guys on Friday. That's when I got all my stuff, yeah. Not that one, but, like, I had, like, an idea for another keyboard design, so I just started doing that while I was waiting for, some materials that I ordered for the other one. And so, yeah, we're just chilling. It's a chill work stream today. And then maybe later I will play Tokyo Mirage. Some more Tokyo Mirage, yeah. How are you though? Did you have work today? I made like a little stand for my keyboards for when I put them under the UV light. So it's just easier. I am working on the blank white keycaps again. But now this isn't for experimentation. This is actually for like a set that I was thinking about. I was thinking about doing like so you know how I showed you guys last time with like the gel, it kind of, since the keycap like concaves like this a little bit, it leaves like the edges exposed, and so I was thinking of doing that. I did some experimentation yesterday with it because I wanted it to do the same thing except instead of like leaving white streaks, leaving gold streaks, but my experimentations came out inconclusive. Like they were just the gel on top of the gold gilding is like too patchy. Even if I put on too many coats, it just covers up it covers up all the edges. So that's not what I wanted. And so I was just gonna do the regular gel and then do the gold gilding on the edges like afterwards. Obviously I was like really heavy-handed with this one. This was like uneven because I didn't really care. But this is basically the look that I'm going for, and so I'm gonna make a green set. With that, I'm gonna get some tape, some painter's tape so that I can mask it off. And then I'm going to get some keyboard symbol stickers. I'll like stick them on, just like the numbers and the symbols, and then like coat it with what's it called? Clear coat, so that it's sealed up. Oh, hello, Eins. Yesterday was too much. What did you do yesterday, Shade? Oh my god, Eins, what the fuck? I'm only gonna finish the water bottle that I have right now. How many is that? Okay, I lied. I'm not gonna finish my water bottle. Oh, but yeah, so I found out that Mountain Dew made a watermelon flavor. I got it yesterday, and it's pretty tasty. Unfortunately, they didn't sell like just like the one can. I only wanted to try the one can. I had to buy like the 24 pack, but the 24 pack at Target was like $4.99. So I mean, I wasn't like that upset about it, but like I know I'm not gonna finish it. But it's pretty tasty. It's a lot more tangier than I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was just gonna be like straight up like watermelon like flavoring, but it's kind of, yeah, there's like a little sour hint to it, which is interesting because watermelon's like not like that. Anyway, so yeah, for this green set that I plan to do, where'd it go? Oh, I put it in. That there, so I'm centered. So what I plan to do, I'm also planning on making resin keycaps. So what I plan to do is just make like basically all the alpha characters, like QWERT, and like some of the symbols that are over here. They're gonna be like this pale green with the gold edging. And then I'm going to make clear resin keycaps for the numbers and like mix some like large flaky holographic glitter into it so that I'm trying to go for like a luxurious feel. Not 21 sips, no. That's not the same keyboard boot. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. But I needed to order some more supplies for the other one before I started. So what I know what I plan to do. I have a plan. Okay. let me show you the design that I have for the case. So I don't want to work on the keyboards per se until I do the case, but I cannot do the case because I don't have a printer and I have to like borrow one of my friend's printers, but she's apparently in New York for the weekend. I was just like, did I clean my room yet? Of course not. Of course not. You thought I was gonna clean my room, haha. Right on. Hold on. Let me upload the picture. And let me just get rid of all my notifications because I hate having them up. This is a quick pop-in. I gotta go to work. Alright, bye, Eins. Thanks for dropping by. Streamlabs, where you go? Where you go? So I plan to do like a water slide decal for the case. Oh, I didn't even, hold on. Well, it's okay. You're just gonna see it like separately. So it's basically gonna have this image on the back of it, on the back of the case. You can't see anything. So this is the design that's gonna be on the back of the case. And then in this square in the middle, there's going to be this image. This is gonna be very generic. And I apologize, but like it doesn't fucking matter. It's just gonna have like this C'est la vie graphic in the middle, and this I'm going to cut out using a Cricut machine. It's gonna be out of gold vinyl, and then this is just gonna slap that on in the middle of the what's it called, the square. E-girl design. I know exactly, e-girl design. I know what my audience is. So I'm gonna slap that in the middle, and then, oh, wait, hold on. Undo, whatever, it doesn't matter. And then I'm going to do like a very thin gold line, just not like touching like the edges of the bottom of the case, but like just like kind of like slight perimeter or whatever, and then highlighting that, and it's gonna be like pretty simple, and it's gonna, you know, I think complement the keys. That's what I'm gonna do. And so I need to visit two friends. One friend that has a printer, and then the other friend that has a Cricut machine. I've already made like the Cricut cutting designs on the Cricut design space already, and like, yeah, I've already done this whole graphic design process with the back design. And then once I do that, I think I'm gonna start working on the keycaps. Actually, I think I probably could just like work on the keycaps today. Maybe. Probably. Yeah, you know, after I finish this, I'll probably like work on those. Why am I waiting again? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I'm waiting on on the keycaps. I could probably like do some stuff. Yeah. And don't come at me for my process. Bruh. Don't bruh me. Okay, anyway, back to work. I have been like shoving a whole bunch of toothpicks into the, you know, the butts of these keycaps so that they just stand up. Haha. Ditzy e-girl. You're not wrong there. But anyway, yeah, I just like had like an epiphany like last night. I like started like thinking about like custom cases, because like a lot of the cases are all like solid, just solid one color. I was thinking about maybe doing a multicolor like resin casted case, but then that would require me to make a silicone mold of that, of a already existing case. I mean, it's definitely something that I want to do, but like maybe like later later down the road. I would get like a whole Cricut machine for myself, because like my one friend that has a Cricut machine lives particularly far away, and so I'd only be able to visit them on like the weekends to do it, and that would mean I have to wait like a whole ass week before I finish like the keyboard, or at least this keycap set. But I have no room in my room to store a Cricut machine. Oh, the pain of having no space. And like, what's so funny about this whole thing is my parents have like an extra room. It's not even a guest room, it's kind of like a storage room at this point, but like, even before like my dad got sick and everything, like it was just like a bedroom, right? I guess a guest bedroom, but we never have guests, and I've like begged them multiple times to get rid of the bed so that I can have like a whole ass like an office for myself or a workspace, and they're just like, but we can like prop it up. Like, what if we need the bed? We don't fucking need a bed. We literally have a pull-out couch in the basement. Like, come on, dude. And like they're just like so unwilling. I'm just like, well, I guess you can complain to me my room is dirty and I have no space. Well, you're the reason why. My phone is ringing. Why is it ringing? Hold on. Yeah, anyway, I don't know what it is with parents with like furniture, old furniture that nobody even uses. I don't get it. I don't understand the logic. I guess it's just like a matter of like them like not wanting to waste money, like as if that's like a investment that they made, but it's really not. Hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta go help feed my dad real quick. Let me put you on the PRB screen. Alright, bye-bye. Okay, I am back. Huh. Okay, anyway, where were we doing? Oh, yes. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Or is this, like, better? Because, like, I guess you could see it, like, more close up. What I'm doing. Eh. It's okay, I never use the screen. I never use my just chatting layout. I might as well use it for once. Okay, back to work. Oh no. The hardest part about this is like making sure no dust gets on the keycap or in the paint, because otherwise it takes so long to try to get it out. Ah. I kind of want to watch some more either like kill count or endings explained while I'm working, because that's usually what I do. But then I would have to delete the VOD. I don't care about VODs. I could just turn one on. And we could like watch TLDR horror movies together. Nah. Hi Nate Hunter, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. Roar? Are you saying that in reference to my cat who's meowing at the door? Yes. No, she's not allowed in. Unfortunately. Moosh is a very, very clingy cat. Because if she comes in, I know she's gonna try to walk all over my desk and then get into these toxic chemicals that I'm using. Honestly, Mushu is like half the reason why I want like a separate like work area for myself. Oh, it's not good, yeah. Because like I'm always just like worried about her like finding some leftover material that I was like using for my crafting or whatever and like eating it or ingesting it and like getting sick, and it makes me very worried. But if it was all contained to one room, I could just like close the door and and not have to think about it. You have a dog? Oh, yeah. Oh, what kind of dog do you have? What's its name? You kissed your brother's doggo. You missed your brother's doggo. I think both apply, Shade. True. You just miss him. Aw. Why don't you get a dog for yourself, Shade, again? Remind me. A mix of Jack Russell and Shih Tzu. Aww. Dang, a lot of people have like small dogs. Interestingly enough. Well, I guess like if they're smaller, they're easier to manage. And her name is Lily. Aww. Aww. Oh yeah, Nate. I have a joint Discord with my friend Pandy. In the Discord, there's a channel for pet pics. So if you want to join and show off pictures of Lily, we would all love to see. We would love to see the community pets. You can do !Discord or scroll down to my links, and the link will be there. And I would love to see your dog. You'll do it later. No problem. Are there like two keycaps that have like this ridge? I think this is for like the G. No, F and J. Okay. These are for F and J. I got it. Oh, you said the H word, Nate. You've triggered my trap card, which is my bot. Yeah, at this point it's just a meme. I'm not gonna fix it. I'm not gonna fix the bot. Oh shit. Your little brother is woke up? Wow. Gotta go make him some breakfast then. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, fellas. That reminds me of the time, so when I was in college, I was a theater major, right? And so part of like the theater program, I know, part of the theater program was that you'd have to work in the shows that the school would produce, either in performance or design. Obviously, I'm not an actor, so I did not audition for any roles. Fuck that. But I remember this one time I was stuck with being the not sound designer, but like the soundboard operator, yep. And I remember, like at the beginning of each day, I would come in and I'd have to test the sound system. And like the song that the sound designer put in for the sound test was the Peanut Butter Jelly Time song, and it would play like a dancing banana animation on like the projector that it was also connected to, because I had to test the video as well, and I was just like, bruh. I was so embarrassed every time I had to test the sound because it would just like be really loud and it's just like so random and like people would just like turn and look and be like, what the hell? I was just like, don't look at me, don't look for me, please. Oh no, Dust, my one F true enemy. Hmm? Oh, hold on. Give me 1 second. Oh, how did the keyboard go? I'm still working on it. I had to order some more supplies, so like I haven't finished it. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, what did you unplug? Oh god. Hello? Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so scary. Let me just unplug that right now. I almost just like took out my whole computer. But yeah, I think I'm gonna work on some of the keycaps later today after I like finish painting all of these. But give me 1 second, I need to go help my dad. Heyo. Oh yeah, but as I was saying, yeah, I haven't finished the keyboard yet, but I did figure out what kind of design I wanted on the case, so I'm going to do like a water slide decal, and then do some like gold edging. Make me say something. What do you want me to say, Nate? But yeah, I think I have, for the most part, I know what I want to do with the keycaps. Except for just one. Like the fun keycap? I don't know. Fuck your chicken strips? Okay. Fuck your chicken strips. I don't really know how that meme is supposed to be, how that's supposed to be said. I'm trying to set a timer for myself for 15 minutes, and I cannot, for the love of God, remember. Sit up straight. Aw, thank you for the posture check. Okay. Yeah, I'm not being called, right? I'm just gonna put this right here so that I can see. I cannot remember which key I was on. Did I finish painting? Okay, I think I did the first coat for all of those, and I need to put one more over here before I can run the lamp for optimal optimization. She make beans? What does that mean? Beans? Just beans. I actually don't eat beans, like, at all. Or, for the most part, I, like, avoid them. I can be, like, a really bad, like, picky eater sometimes, but at the same time, I can also be, like, a very adventurous eater. Like, I'll try things, because, like I said, I love novelty. But then, like, very certain things that I know I don't like, I just avoid them like the plague. Give me fucking money. That's what I should be saying. What's with Asians and not eating beans? I didn't know that it was like an Asian thing, but the reason why I don't like to eat beans is because when I was in elementary school, you know how there was like that rhyme that was just like, how did that rhyme go? Beans, a musical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot, right? Okay, so yeah, they were, that rhyme, I remember first hearing that when I was in elementary school. I was just like, oh my god, beans make you fart? I don't want to eat beans then. And thus, I've just avoided eating beans for like the longest time. The only sorts of beans that I will eat are like red beans and rice. That's like the only bean dish that I like. I have very like dumb reasons as to why I don't eat certain foods. What do you call a disability kid with a gun? I don't know, but if it's gonna be distasteful, please don't say it. Did I tell you about how I came about like not eating? I keep when I paint this, I like paint it like right up in my face, but you can't see it. Special forces? Aw, okay, that's cute. But anyway. So when I was younger, I used to hate eating vegetables. So the reason why I don't eat any burgers, like, at all, is because when I was younger, I hated eating vegetables, right? And so that's little, that one slice of lettuce, tomato, and onion, like in a like Big Mac or whatever, it was just so offensive to me that I avoided what's it called, burgers like the plague. That's not cute. Wait, poor Kay. I'm sorry, I'm ignorant. Well, I guess you're right. Yeah. Yeah. Like, in a way, I thought, like, it was like, oh, yeah, because they're special. Because they're unique or something. I don't know what I was thinking. Obviously, I have no brain. But it's kind of funny, though. I'll, like, let you off this time, Nate, but, like, as rule of thumb, let's just not make any jokes about disabilities or mental health or anything like that. It may be funny to you, but you never know. May not be funny to somebody else. Okay, let's cure those. This AC cord. You found it on TikTok? Yes, TikTok. Ah. My little makeshift thingy. Eh. I think 30 seconds is fine. I need one of those things that you put on your desk that keeps like cables up. Oh, I already like stained my new desk. Wow. Oh, well, it's fine. You can't really tell. Ah, dang it, I wasn't careful. I had dust on my fingers and then I touched the keycaps and now there's dust on the keycaps. Ugh. Dust, my #1 enemy. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. No need to panic. No need to panic. Let me just see. Fuck, I did it again. Like, I'm trying to check if, like, these things have cured, because I feel like this lamp is, like, it doesn't go for the full 30 seconds I want it to, and, like, it doesn't cure, like, the first coat. Like, I don't want it to cure it, like, all the way, but at least, like, halfway. But I feel like the lamp just keeps turning off, like, in the middle, and because I'm not paying attention. It's okay, I'm just gonna move on to the next coat. It's okay. What you doing now? I'm putting the second coat of paint. Actually, let me just put this here. Yeah, so basically what I'm doing for at least this set of keycaps, I'm only like painting on like the green coat for now. I think I might do 3 layers because like I've been like very thin with these coats of paint, so like they're not as green as that first test one I did yesterday. And then once I get my tape, I'll tape off the edges and then use the gold gilding on it. Just lots of painting, lots of painting. If there's anything that's consistent with keyboard making, keyboard customizations, that everything is tedious. Everything is tiny and tedious. It's like, I'd say it's like akin to making like miniature food, you know? In a way. Oh yeah, the sequel to Escape Room came out the other day. I think it's the sequel's called Challenge of the Tournament of the Champions. Yeah, that's what it is. Maybe I'll go see it, or maybe I'll wait for for the pirated version to show up somewhere online, like I did for The Quiet Place 2. Oh yeah, I finally got around to watching A Quiet Place 2. I don't know if I'd said that already on a previous stream, but it was pretty good. I liked it. When my friends told me that YouTube put it up for it to like an HD version, for, you know, obviously you could pay for it and watch it, and I was just like, ah, yes, that means somebody has uploaded the HD version on Movies 2K by now. And sure enough, somebody did. And I watched it, it was great. I really liked seeing like the kids grow. Like, especially like the son, he was like very like a passive character, like very scared all throughout like the first movie, and even like during the whole like beginning part of like the second movie. But he really grew and like, you know, stood up for his family. It was nice to watch. I got like a little bit emotional at the end. I was just like, oh, they grew up. They're not my babies, but it felt like, you know, my babies grew up, you know? And of course the daughter is like, oh, has always been a badass, so there's that. Oh. Let me just do this real quick, and then I gotta do something for my dad. Okay. Yeah. Okay. 5 minutes. 5 seconds. Ha! Okay, back to work. My brother owns a bird. It's a cockatiel, right? And before my dad came home, like if we ever like opened like my brother's door, it would like always come out and like fly or all around like the living room and like perch itself on top of the rails where we like hang our curtains from. And ever since like he came home, I guess maybe the bird's like a scaredy cat or something, but the bird does not come out of his room anymore. Even when the door's like wide open. And his name is John Cena. I actually don't know what the bird's name is. Oh yeah, but some other movies that I'm looking forward to that are coming out soon. There's the Candyman remake that's going to come out in August, and I think it's co-directed by Jordan Peele, which is going to be very, very interesting. I really enjoyed Get Out from him, and then Us was also pretty spooky, pretty eerie. I thought maybe it was like a little bit weaker, like story-wise, in comparison to Get Out, but like after watching like an analysis of like Us, right? That's what it was. I was like, I started liking like the movie like a little bit more and appreciating it a little bit more. So like I'm very interested to see what he's going to do with Candyman. I mean, like obviously, like Get Out had like a lot of like big like racial connotations, and like Candyman was like the first like racial horror movie discourse thing, and so it's gonna be interesting to see what he does with that. Oh, but other than Candyman in August, then there's going to be the next Halloween after the remake, or continuation of the Halloween remake. I don't know when that is. Is that in October or September? But yes, I'm excited to watch this. I don't know if I will go to theaters. I never liked going to the movie theaters to begin with, honestly. Movies just were never my thing. They were always like too cold in the theaters, and then like the food was always expensive, and like the other moviegoers were always annoying. At least sometimes the seats were comfy, but like and his name is John Fishy. So, I like lied yesterday. I kept saying I was gonna stream, but then I ended up just not streaming, right? Yesterday I went out to go get like groceries, not groceries, just like run errands for my mom, and like at the same time I need to go fill my car up with gas. I was like, God, like this yesterday's like whole experience is like another reason why I want to get a Tesla, just for the sole purpose of me not needing to go to gas stations because I hate them. I abhor gas stations to the core of my bones. But anyway, the first gas station I went to, it was like, I literally just stopped at like the first gas station that I found, right? It was cash only. I was like, God damn it. I don't carry any cash. And then it started raining, like almost downpouring, and thankfully I got back to my car. By the time it started like really, really torrentially raining, I was just like, okay, fine, whatever. I'll go to the next gas station that's the closest to the next place I need to go to. That one I went to, I could have sworn, like, I've been to this one gas station before. I could have sworn it takes credit because I do not carry cash on me at all. Also another cash only place. I'm just like, fuck this. And then finally, like the last gas station I went to accepted credit, and I was just like, God damn, why was that so hard? I hate gas stations. I had to go three whole trips. Had to spend $30 to fill up my tank. Oh, I hate gas stations. So standard keycaps are like matte. I think I kind of like the glossy look, honestly, though. It's kind of nice. Excuse me. Nice. Okay, that's all 7 double coats. Okay, this time I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch for 60 seconds. I'm gonna pay attention. I'm going to pay attention this time. I wasn't paying attention. How far did that get up to? I'm just put it on for another 30 seconds. Okay. Move on to the next ones. Painting do be like tedious though. I love art, but I absolutely hate how long it takes to do art. Okay, I'm just going to assume that actually was 30 seconds. Let me drink some water. Hi, Unicornia. Well, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. What am I making? I'm making a custom keycap set right now. Oh, shit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's like kind of hard to see, obviously, because my webcam is really crappy, but these used to be white keycaps, and now they're just like, they're like a pale green. I plan to do some more to them later. Obviously after I've gone through. Oh no, this one hasn't cured all the way. Stupid lamp. Hold on, dust. What was I saying? Yeah, I'm gonna add some other decorations on after I finish painting them. Like, yeah, are they still not curing properly? They're curing for the most part. I think I'm just like not doing it long enough. I made like my own like little curing platform. Okay. I think they just need to be in there longer. It's fine. Hi, Mercy. Thanks for dropping by the stream. Hello, hello. But yeah, so the current set I'm working on, it's not the set that I was working on Friday. So what I plan to do, all of the alpha keys, the Q, W, E, R, T, Y, blah, 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 and then the additional symbols over here that would go on, you know, obviously on a keyboard. They're going to be this pale green, and then I'm going to edge them with gold gilding so that basically the edges of the keycaps would be gold. And then I've already ordered some more materials. The numerical keys up at the top row are going to be resin casted, and then they're going to be filled with like crystal clear resin, and then large glitter flakes, so that's going to be some kind of like fractured light kind of experience. I'm going for like a luxurious vibe for this green set that I'm doing. This is different than the red set that I was doing. But yeah, I just have like so many ideas. Like last night I just like laid there in bed and I was like just thinking about keyboards. I was just like, but I could do this, and then I could do that, and then it could look like this, and I was like, the possibilities. Can't wait to see the final result. I know, me too. Me too. Okay, cool. Now they're cured. And so I went to the store yesterday. I finally bought some acetone because gel is going to stay sticky until you just like wipe it with like a little bit of acetone real quick. This is very interesting to me. You don't know why. Hey, it's alright. Maybe this will be your gateway into a very expensive hobby, because keyboard making is pretty expensive. But that's okay. Meow, 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 meow. Mushu meow. Mushu big whiny big meow. You can't come in here or else you're gonna keep coughing and choking like me. I can like visualize what the thing, my final product is gonna look like in my head. I'm sorry I can't like show it to you. If only I keep. Did I miss a spot? I feel like this side is like paler than the rest. Let me do another layer for that one. I keep telling myself I need to learn how to use Illustrator, but then I never get around to doing it. Wow, thank you for the follow, Unicornia. Welcome to the Zoom call. But yeah, if you had any questions about like keyboard making or any of like the materials I'm using, go ahead and shoot me a question. I'd be happy to answer. Though granted, I'm also still like a newbie at keyboard making myself. So if you ask any like kind of in-depth questions, I probably won't be able to answer those, but I can briefly like explain anything else though. Or I'll look it up for you. How about that? Oh, let me not dry out the acetone. That would be bad. Oh, they are the same size. I can't fucking tell. How many did you put? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's one row. One row done. That's better. I feel like I need to like move my camera back a little bit because like instinctually I'll work like right here, like close to my face. But then you guys can't see. I almost took out my whole computer earlier because I accidentally tugged on the AC cord here too tight, or too strongly, and like it almost took out, pulled out my what's it called? My power strip. I was just like, oh my god, no, don't do that. Are there going to be different colors? Yeah, so for this green keyboard that I'm making, the color scheme is going to be like a light green, white, like this mint, actually. This mint color, white, gold, and then a darker like forest green. And then, yeah, so that's the color palette I'm going for this one. The other one that I'm working on is like a more pink keyboard. It's gonna be like a little bit more just girly things aesthetic is gonna go on there. It's like pink, red, white, and then yeah, whatever stuff I find. Yeah, you'll probably get to see it after I finish painting all these keycaps. I'm gonna go back to working on the other one. I typically like watch listen to podcasts, or like I've been telling, like talking on my past streams, watching like TLDR horror movies on YouTube. I think I might, there's like a streaming service like Netflix, Hulu, but specifically only like for horror, like movies and shows. I think I might subscribe, honestly. I'm pretty sure it's called Shudder, if anybody's interested. I've been thinking about it for a while because I'm just like, I want to watch them, but I don't know where. And I definitely don't want to go to the movies, the movie theater. Is my mother calling me? I cannot tell. The color scheme you said gives off a fantasy forest kind of vibe. Ah, yeah. I'm going for kind of like a luxury kind of feel, like, in a way. You know how they're like, there's like that very rich like color, like emerald green that, like, you see some celebrities wear. I'm kind of like going for that like feel, like especially with like the accents of gold that I'm going to do. I'm going to do like a gloss finish on these keycaps just so it can like add to that feel. But yeah, I want to get a better camera for like my top-down view, because like this one like is like not that great, honestly. So you can see what I'm doing, but you can't really see what I'm doing. You feel like you can't really see, because a lot of these colors, at least right now that I'm using, are very subtle. I'm gonna put this here actually. But of course I will be taking like higher quality pictures once I'm done. I just need to get there first. I need to get to the finish line first. I have like a bad habit of when I like start like a project, or even this happens a lot of times when I'm playing games too. When I know that I'm close to the end, I'll just stop playing and I'll never finish. I'll never finish the game. It took me like over like 4 years to finish like Final Fantasy 13, right? That's the one with lightning, right? The first game, because like I literally got to the final boss and was just like, nope, I'm not playing this game anymore. And then I like left it there for like 4 years or something. I was just like, okay, I think now it's time for me to finish that game. And then I finally finished it. And then interestingly enough, I like finished 13 too in like a span of 2 weeks because I loved that game. And that happens like a lot of the time with my cosplay projects too. Like Zyra is still like sitting there in the back. Right behind me. She's glaring at me, I can feel it. She's like, finish me, bitch. I'm just like, no. Nah, I don't wanna. You know, for this green keycap set, I think what the design that I'm going to do on the case, I'll do like a palm tree water decal. Just to give it a little bit like, you know, luxurious, like tropical vibes. I think that would be nice, especially for summer. How's everybody's summer going so far? Sometimes I forget it's like July. Working. Ah, yes, the standard. More work. Working and more work. Fun. Oh, to have bills to pay. Better than it started. Oh, that's good. We love improvement. Does anybody have any plans to go out with like friends and whatnot? Any parties or barbecues? Because like, you know, obviously all like the restrictions are lifting and maybe being put back into place soon. Who knows? You went to a steakhouse though? It was good. Ooh, steak. Tasty. I hope like this new COVID variation doesn't like put us into another complete lockdown. That would suck. Just when we were finally able to take off our masks. I'm like kinda I'm like I wouldn't say confused, but it almost feels like that whenever I go out in public now, and like I still like wear my mask, right? Just because like, you never know. But then they're just like other people, like, or like a lot of people are just without their masks, and I'm just like, do I take it off? Do I keep it on? But it's funny because when I'm at work, I don't wear it because they don't require us to wear it anymore. I feel like pretty safe at work because we're behind the glass, so don't need to share air with customers. I hate these variants. It never stops. Yeah. Started your summer by getting your second vaccine, if that counts for anything. Yeah, congrats on being fully vaccinated. Woohoo! Vaccination! I do remember seeing like on the news that they were contemplating making like a booster shot of the vaccine just to combat like the new variants or something. Or at least the major one that seems to be doing some shit. Well, if they do, I just hope they do it quickly. Get that shit done quickly. You wearing a mask all the time keeps people you've talked to who don't wear masks have admitted to me that they're not vaccinated. Ah, of course. Classic, a classic. Oops. Oh yeah, today is my brother's birthday. I almost forgot about it again. He came home last night bringing home a cake. He like gets off of work at like 12, sometimes 1, 2, 3 or something, and I just happened to be up and I was going downstairs to happy birthday Chen's brother. Thank you. Or I'll tell him. I happened to be up and I think I was oh yeah, I was getting like food. I was getting a snack, my midnight snack or something. And he came home and he brought cake and I was just like, what's the cake for? He was like, for me? And I was like, why? For my birthday? And I was like, oh yeah, it is July 17th, huh? Terrible, sister. Midnight snacks are amazing. Exactly. Let me just see if that hits the edges at all. No, it doesn't. Nice. Do that too. Cool. What kind of cake is it? His coworkers made it because, like I said, he's training to be a cook. So I think like the Guinness interns. He told me the Guinness interns made it for him. It's like a white cake, and then there's like some caramel filling on the inside with the chocolate chips on top, and then what else did he say was in there? Toffee was in there. Toffee chunks, I think. Did I get him anything? No. No. It's okay. He never gets me anything for my birthday either, so it's fine. That sounds really good. Yeah. I haven't tried it yet, mostly because I don't like caramel, but I would probably try it later, just to try it. Like I said before, we don't really celebrate birthdays at my house other than like eat dinner, like a fancier than usual dinner together. That's just how we be. Such is the life of being a summer baby. I think the worst time to have a birthday is like one, either anytime during the summer, or two, like right before or after Christmas. Because then like one, summer birthday, like i.e. me, no one's ever around for them to come to your birthday party, and so you just end up not having birthday parties. And then like one of my cousins, her birthday is December 26th, and so they always lump her birthday present with her Christmas present, so she never got extra presents. You have you have a Thanksgiving birthday and you always have to share your birthday with Thanksgiving parties. Aw, yeah. That sucks. You can confirm winter birthday sucks. You're in the middle of January, aka storming season. Yeah. So yeah, either like in the middle of summer or in the middle of like winter, like whenever like there's like a extended school break, always sucks because no one's ever around to celebrate with you. I used to be like real depressed about when I was a kid, but now I don't care. I think I hate I hate Thanksgiving as a holiday like the most. Like there's like good food and everything and I'm happy about that, but like I hate all the awkward conversations I have to have with my extended family about they always ask about what are you doing in the future? Where are you right now? Blah 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 blah. Are you successful yet? Did you move out of your parents' house yet? Shut the fuck up. It's not your business. Leave me alone. So I can only imagine it's worse for you, Mercy, having your birthday and Thanksgiving parties at the same time, because one, you'll be growing a year older, and then you'll have your fucking extended family there being like, so now that you're so and so age, what are your plans for the future? Always. What terrible way to spend your Thanksgiving. I mean, unless you have like cool extended family that don't care. You're not cool uncles and aunts, but that's never the case. Thanksgiving is prime time for family comparison. Exactly. You always get asked if I have a boyfriend. Oh my god, that's the worst. Is that your birthday sometime lands on Martin Luther King Day? Then you don't have to go to school. Yeah, nice. Birthday vacation. Yeah, oh man. They ask you if you have a boyfriend yet, and then just like, you're another year older, you're not getting any younger. Blah, 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 blah. You say something stupid like, you're gonna run out of time. That you dilly dally. Thankfully, not whenever I go to Thanksgiving, none of my extended family asks about my love life because it's non-existent. But they always ask me about my career goals, and it makes me mad because I'm just like, well, if I could be there, I would. I don't see you helping me. You're the youngest brother. All the good boys are gonna be taken. This didn't happen to me. This is what happened to one of my cousins, my female cousins. She didn't have a boyfriend at the time. I remember it was like Thanksgiving. I was like eating like right next to her, and one of our aunts like came up to her and started talking to her, and she was like asking about her boyfriend, of course, non-existent boyfriend, and like my aunt, my cousin was just like, yeah, no, I don't have a boyfriend. I'm still like, looking. I'm trying to focus on, school and work and whatnot, of course, typical answers. And then my aunt literally goes, she was like, you're gonna run out of eggs one day. You gotta go grab a man now. I'm just like, auntie, gross. I get that shit a lot from everyone asking if you have a girlfriend. Man, like, why do you gotta have a partner? Like, and then like, yeah, like I'm glad they don't ask me, because like I don't know how to. It would be really awkward for me to break it to them that like, I don't think I want to have a partner for the rest of my life, other than maybe a pet. I'm the youngest sibling, mainly because my oldest is almost 10 years older than me. Wow, big age gap. Me and my brother have a pretty big age gap too, I'd say, but not as big as 10 years. We're only 6 years apart. There's never a satisfactory answer for career. You keep making 6-digit salary, and someone else is gonna be the CEO of this company. I know, right? Because you're the only single brother. Not allowed, Shade. Not allowed. What are you gonna do? You need to carry on the family genes. Bruh. I dropped my brush. Just let me live my life in whiskey and games. I know, right? Another thing that sucks about family gatherings is that, like, I'm kind of like in a weird, like, age group. All of my cousins are either, like, much older than me or much younger than me. I don't have any cousins that are, like, about the same age as me. So I either have, like, cousins that are getting married or already are married and have kids, and, like, ones that are just, like, just getting into college. I'm just like, oh, this sucks. Come on, mother, you couldn't get pregnant at a more convenient, you know, what's it called? In time with, you know, your brothers and sisters or something. I don't know. Yeah, shove that in there. Ow. You're the youngest of your 4 brothers and 1 sister? Wow. I only have 1 brother. 1 older brother. I kind of wish, like, I would, like, I could have, like, a younger sibling. But of course, like, you know, wishes stay wishes. I don't know how I would feel if, you know, it actually came true. You were the youngest in your family member, in your close family for 12 years? Wow. You baby. The family's baby. Hey, hopefully you get spoiled by everybody. That's like the one perk of being like the youngest. You get away with more things. Like another row? Maybe. I'll put like 2 more right here. You are a high school student after all. Oh, wow. Actual baby. A con Wait. That's where. Oh. It kind of is that even if you are a minute late, all hell breaks loose. Yeah. Your parents start bringing in the neighborhood watch? Yeah. I mean, there's like still like tons of stuff. Like even though now me and my brother are like older, there's just like stuff he gets away with that like I can't get away with. And I guess it's like partly because he's a him and I'm a she. But like he'll go out, no questions. From my parents, crickets, no questions asked. I go out, where are you going? Who are you going with? How long are you gonna be out? What time will you be back? Blah 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 blah. Are you gonna eat dinner? Are you not gonna eat dinner? Like, I don't know, Jesus. Nothing for my brother. Oh, the double standard. I remember this one time. So I live on I walk to my elementary school, right? Because it's like, I live in a valley, and so it's just up the hill. And like at the end of our street, there's like a forest. And I remember one time in elementary school, there were like some neighborhood kids in my neighborhood that I would play with. And like after school, we like went straight to the creek as opposed to me going home, dropping off my stuff, and letting my mom know I was okay. I was like out for like hours, like just playing with the other kids, and like my mom didn't fucking know where I was, and like called the police. I was like, she's missing, I don't know where she is. And I was just like, yeah, I'm just over here. And, like eventually I came home and she was like, I called the cops to look for you. And I was just like, sorry. Can confirm, being the youngest comes with pros and cons. When I came into the world, I ended up fighting between my brother and sister. Though, you know, even though, yeah, I have like my gripes about like, you know, the double standard between my brother and me, I'm like fucking glad, like out of my mind, that I am not an only child. I swear. I think like of the people, at least of the people like I've met in high school, like that were only children, they are like some of the most like selfish and like self-centered people. I was just like, yes, I'm so glad my brother was born. Live with two brothers, had to fight for everything. Go. I kind of get why parents do that for daughters, because there are crazy people out there who kidnap women of color, particularly those who look Asian. Ugh. My brother punched me in the face and 2 of your front baby teeth got knocked out. Oh my god, how old were you when that happened, Shade? But then again, if there's nothing to worry about in your area, you're probably fine. Yeah, I live in like, I wouldn't say, I'd say it's pretty safe. There's like, yeah, it's pretty safe. We've like never had any problems with like, you know, break-in or burglary in my neighborhood, as you know, my whole entire life. So, but then again, you never know. 9 or 10, your brother was 16. Oh my god, a 16-year-old punching at a 10-year-old, for real? Oh my god. Okay, when you're 16, you should know better. I was like thinking like, damn, he must have been like 12 or 13 or something, right? Not 16? I can't believe. One of my coworkers, she has like a daughter, right? And then she's like a part of like her community like newsletter or whatever. Like they're in tight knit community, and she was telling me about how someone's child was kidnapped off of like their front lawn. Like the mother was like or no, the daughter, the girl was like just playing in her front yard, and I guess like her mother stepped away for like a minute to do something in the house, but like obviously like the door was open and like everything, and then when she came back out, the girl was gone. And then like I think a couple of weeks later they found her body in the creek nearby or something. Very sad, very sad. But yeah, you can never be too careful. That is true. Call the cops on your missing child. That's frightening. Yeah, it is very frightening. If you've ever seen the docu-series, Missing in Plain Sight, alright? Or Taken in Plain Sight or something? Like, my coworker, she's so funny. She like watched it even though she has a daughter that was like the same age as the girl that got kidnapped, right? And she was like, you know, telling me about how paranoid she became after that. But then she tells me that she went on and watched this docu-series, which is also like a series basically about like kids just getting kidnapped in plain view, like at parks and whatnot, or wherever. And she was just like, at this rate, I'm never letting my daughter out of the house. I'm just like, okay, maybe you shouldn't watch those if you're gonna get paranoid. It's the first coat. It's the first coat. Toothpicks. They got footage of her stepping into this. Oh, wait, huh? There was this super upsetting case. The exchange student who went missing at University of Illinois a while back. They got footage of her stepping into this weird van. Uh-huh. They tracked the dude down and it took the longest time to get him to confess. Was the girl dead? She was probably dead, wasn't she? He posed as a police officer trying to get another girl. Oh, wow. Changed targets when he saw her miss the bus. Oh, man, very convoluted. What was his motive? Just no reason? No reason at all other than that he wanted to? He was introduced to a BDSM site by his girlfriend? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And was super into kidnapping? What are you talking about? Apparently this, University of Illinois kidnapping case. The parents' girls can't even get her by because he dumped it at the landfill? Oh my god. Wait, so she did end up, he did kill her? How did he kill her? If he was just into kidnapping BDSM play. Yeah, it's so sad. Dang. Bro, that's fucked up. I guess like did he like rape her? He claimed to have strangled her. JCS did cover. Oh. I've noticed like a bunch of other streamers have been like streaming that recently, just like watching it. Poor Quay. That shit was brutal. I remember one murder case. This wasn't it from like through like JSC. Wait, hold on. You never trust anyone. He was a PhD. Then the girlfriend dumped the body. No, the girlfriend helped to stop him. She was expecting to clear him. But he was dumb enough to tell her. Ah, man. PhD? Bruh. I haven't actually watched any of the cases, though. You know, it would be something that I'm interested in looking at. It definitely sounds like totally up my alley. Okay, well, you know, you're just gonna. That's what you're gonna be. Gonna live there. There's something strangely addicting about murder cases. It's like, you know, there's like an aspect of mystery. I get it. We should do a watch party. She had a wire or like a voice recorder. Oh, wow. Eh. I could like, honestly, I could like stream one right now as I'm like working though. Let me do that. Let me pull one up. Let's see. What does Mr. YouTube have to offer? Where's my mouse? Put it like right here. That's where I will put it. Okay, let's see. It tells how they react, how their past is connected to what they did and what they know. Oh, that reminds me. I was gonna say, there was like a murder case I was watching. It wasn't through JCS, but it was like a TED Talk, and it was like there was this method actress who she went to several institutions and talked to people and listened to like their stories. And so what she would do, she would scribe like what they said to her, and then she would, you know, get into character and like, what's it called? What is this? Oh. That's my butt towel. But anyway, she would then like go into character and become them, and then tell like whoever was watching, her audience, like their story as if she was them. And then I just remember she did a reenactment of this one lady who she had a very abusive husband, and the husband ended up killing their daughter. They got into an argument, and like he like smashed her head against like the edge of like the bathroom sink, and like she just like, you know, bled out in the bathroom. And the this is like from the mother's point of view. She was doing the acting from, because like the mother ended up being like an accomplice, even though, you know, she is like partly a victim at the same time. But she was really like recounting how it felt to watch her baby die, and like she and the father ended up dumping the body on the side of like the highway, and she was like talking about how she was just like, and she said something like, you know, I watched her grow up until this point, and I watched her die right there at the floor of my bathroom, and then I dumped her body off the side of the road. I left like my baby girl in a ditch. And she was saying something like that, and she was like, the actress herself was getting really emotional. She like she did like a fantastic job like reenacting it, but she had like such a really hard time with that role. But yeah, in your health class, your teacher made us watch a TED Talk about a guy that almost became a school shooter. I then had to fill out a paper on it. Oh. I really do think like they should include some kind of basic psychology in like public curriculum, like even just like watching the psychology or a TED Talk about like you said, unicornia of a guy that almost became a school shooter, just so you can, you know, kind of understand how people get to that point, and like what the tells are, and like what you can do to either prevent yourself from becoming that or preventing other people from becoming that. But anyway, let's see, Jay. Criminal psychology. Oh, yeah, you know what? I kept seeing this video pop up on my dash. What pretending to be crazy looks like. Huh. Let's watch this one. You like the case of Jennifer Liu? Your company occasionally does shooter drills? Oh, wow, really? I didn't even know that. I didn't do the last one because of COVID. Aw. Okay, hold on. Browser source? Yes, browser source. No, not browser source. Fuck. You work at the lobby? Window capture, yes. That's nice. Hold on! My mom is calling me. Let me do this. I'll put on like the little post-it note. If someone comes in with a gun, you're fucked. Oh no. Some of the stuff that guy experiences a lot, he stopped because of his friend. That's a good friend, yeah. For sure. You can't really see the thing, but that's fine. You don't need to see it. Okay, hold on. We will watch this together when, oops, no, not that. After I see what my mom wants me to do. Okay, good enough. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry that took so long. I ended up having to do some stuff for my dad real quick. Okay. Anyway, let's watch this crazy guy. Is Jennifer's solution the Jennifer Lewd one? The dude stole from a friend. Oh, is it the other the guy who almost shot up a school that you were talking about? The friend stayed by his dude stole from the friend of his friend, stayed by his side, talked about to get help. Everyone says he was such a good friend. I just want to be. Aw, yeah, that'd be nice, Shade. That's a nice outlook on life. It's a big goal. Okay, let's listen. Wait, let me turn off Spotify. Spotify, be quiet.
This is 26-year-old Dawson McGee, sitting in a police interrogation room in the early hours of a Tuesday morning. The Monday night before, he stabbed his own mother to death for asking him to move out of the house and get a job. Dawson is unaware that he is being recorded on a hidden camera. In 3 seconds from now, he will hear the sound of the door being opened by a detective. And at that exact moment, you will see a remarkably noticeable switch in his demeanor.
Oh.
There's definitely something I want to talk to you about. I want to talk to you about what happened to your mom.
What happened to my mom?
Well, you tell me.
People called me and said something happened at home to Mom. They were very sad. What happened to my mom?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
I was waiting for my brother and sister to tell me.
Okay. Well, so, was your sister home this weekend?
Wait, I'm supposed to have an attorney?
If you want one.
Am I supposed to have I should request an attorney.
Well, that's up to you if you like one. But I mean, we'd like to talk to you. You want to ask for an attorney?
Yeah.
Okay.
It would come as no surprise that a judge deemed him fit to stand trial. A jury then found him legally sane, and he was sentenced to life in prison for the murder of his mother. All of which was in spite of a continuous charade of mental illness similar to the one you see here. Dawson clearly believed that his passage through the legal system would somehow be easier if he were presumed insane, which is a naive, yet somewhat common misconception that many suspects make when facing serious charges. They have this notion that a plea of insanity would either lower the severity of their punishment or liberate them from it altogether. That instead of being sent to prison, they would simply be released back into society, perhaps with a free psychotherapeutic program to attend on the weekends. This is, of course, a far cry from reality. In the United States, if you're found responsible for a serious offense, but also found not guilty of the crime by reason of insanity, you will be institutionalized at a high-security psychiatric facility. These institutions are without question some of the darkest and most disturbing places in the system. And if you're not actually suffering from the crippling effects of mental illness, living in this type of environment will be a mentally agonizing experience. The foresight of what occurs inside these units would make the majority wish to avoid them. But once you are in, it is very hard to get out, and you will have to serve the same, if not a greater amount of time than you would have had to serve at a regular prison. So to put it briefly, if you commit a serious offense and then pretend to be crazy in order to get away with it, your life from that point forward will be an extremely dark and uncomfortable existence whether you manage to fool the system or not. But there is one benefit, which is the elimination of capital punishment. The United States cannot execute someone deemed insane during the time of their offense, which is the only conceivable reason a defendant would cling to this narrative.
Wait, but
even after knowing what lies ahead
there
should it
is
succeed.
no capital
And this
offense.
happens to be a notion that ties in closely to the
some
primary
states still
subject of
do
this
the
video.
death penalty?
It will focus on one particular individual whose interrogation footage is so fraught with blatant trickery that most of the segments presented to you won't even need suggestive commentary.
Oh, I didn't
You
know
can
that.
simply observe and judge for yourself whether you see authentic behavior or not. But before showing you what pretending to be crazy looks like, we'll briefly show you a genuine case of the criminally insane, or at least a far more convincing one. This is 18-year-old Jared Murray, a freshman at East Central University in Oklahoma. On a Wednesday evening in December, he asked fellow student Gennaro Sanchez for a ride to Walmart. Once they got there, Murray pulled out a handgun and made Gennaro drive to an isolated country road where he shot him twice in the head. He then attempted to hitchhike to Canada, but was soon apprehended by police on the side of the road. He immediately confessed to the crime once apprehended, and was then interrogated by the arresting officer.
I went down to his dorm room and asked if I could be given a ride to Walmart in exchange for $20 gas money.
So he took you to Walmart?
Yes, sir.
And did you both go in?
No, we did not go in, sir.
And why not?
We pulled into the parking lot, then I pulled the weapon on him and demanded that he take me to Asher, Oklahoma, sir.
And why did all of a sudden did you decide that you needed to go to Asher?
Because I was planning to take him out into the country and kill him.
Okay.
Okay.
Did he say anything?
He panicked, went to pull out his phone. I yanked the phone out of his hand, and then he panicked some more.
Oh, he's so matter of fact.
To make him feel more comfortable, I unloaded the clip, unloaded the bullet from the chamber, handed them over to him, and that eased his nerves a little. Then I pulled a second clip out of my pocket and set it on my lap.
And so you're driving east, and so I guess at some point, did you decide now was the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what happened?
I loaded the gun quickly, chambered the round quickly, shot once, missed, shot a second time, hit, jumped out of the car, went around. He was driving 10, 15 miles an hour, so it was rather slow. Ran around the hood of the car, and of course it was slow when he wasn't purposefully driving. Tried to pull him out, couldn't get him out until he already had hit the tree. Pulled him out there, dumped him into the, before I dumped him into the ditch, I heard him gurgling. I'm not sure if that was a physiological or physical process after death, but I thought that he might have still lived through that somehow, because he was gurgling, so I shot him again and then shoved him down in the ditch.
He makes a half-hearted attempt to conceal the body with a handful of leaves and a stick. He then walks in the direction of the highway.
Did you get back on the highway?
Yes, sir.
And which way did you go?
North, sir.
And what were your intentions? You were walking north.
Canada, sir.
You was going to Canada?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He states that his plan was to escape into Canada, but he had nothing to escape with, not even a passport.
I had tried hitchhiking most of the way because the only way this was going to work, factoring in my belief that y'all found the crime scene, is if someone were to give me a ride there and then. And then whenever your patrol car was pulling up behind me, I didn't know it was a patrol car. I stuck my thumb out and you was there for the rest.
Jared, I want to ask you just point blank, because, I mean, you sat here and confessed to,
Pretty much everything.
in my mind, and I think you might agree with me, just cold.
Okay, well, I'll pause.
Yes, sir.
He's like so matter of fact, and like the fact that I knew kids that talked exactly like this in high school is so chilling. Like, oh my god. It makes sense that genuinely crazy people would consider these situations like nothing was wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Now I'm like thinking about those kids from high school that talk exactly like him, and like think like what their mental state is like. I guess like now that like they're older, it makes you think a lot. Yeah. Oof.
Have you ever killed anybody else?
No, sir.
You will now see the detective attempt to establish a motive for the crime.
I guess I'm having a hard time understanding what you got out of it. Can you help me?
I don't really get anything out of it.
Do you feel any remorse?
I'm sad that I got caught so quickly.
Oh my
Tell me
god.
why should believe you
Oh my
that
God.
this was gonna be one person that was gonna suffer from your consequences of killing.
You have no reason to believe me, sir.
I guess I'm just still having a real hard time understanding why.
The
Why?
detective fails to
Why?
establish a solid motive for a
Why?
further 2 minutes.
Why?
The discussion eventually lands on the victim's long-term girlfriend.
You don't think she's gonna be upset, heartbroken?
I think she will be, sir.
How does that make you feel?
No different, sir.
I think you've been honest with me. I think you've told me just straight up, right out of the book, what happened.
Yes, sir.
But,
I'm so
you've done
engrossed.
a terrible thing tonight.
Complete apathy.
Yes,
Yeah, it's
You
crazy,
killed
no
him
pun intended.
Just for the simple fact.
I know.
I guess pretty much this is safe for you.
Yes, sir.
And what do you think should happen to you?
Death sentence, sir.
And why do you think you deserve the death sentence?
An eye for an eye, sir.
An eye for an eye.
Yes, sir.
Jared Murray was found not guilty by reason of insanity. He was committed to a high-security mental facility where he is to remain indefinitely.
Anything to say for yourself today?
No, ma'am.
Any reason why you might have done this to this young man?
No, ma'am.
No reason.
No, ma'am.
You have nothing to say for yourself.
No, ma'am.
You want to tell the community anything?
No, ma'am.
Did you confess to police?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you proud of what you've done?
No, ma'am.
Do you have remorse for what you've done?
No, ma'am.
He appears completely void of human emotion. No regret, remorse, shame, nor
Wait,
fear.
didn't he say
he had
he
both taken
did
a life
re-
and destroyed his
regret?
own, yet seems indifferent to the circumstances.
I guess he
With
only
respect
regrets
to
he
his
got caught.
interrogation footage, the most conspicuous element was the complete lack of self-preservation. He didn't once attempt to deflect blame, nor afford himself any type of justification for his actions. He simply spoke in a factual, non-biased manner, impartial to how his words may have been taken or even twisted to be used against him. There was no calculated structure to his behavior whatsoever.
So calm.
So with this notion in mind, let's move on to the primary subject of this video.
They've been dealing with murders like these for years. Yeah, they're probably desensitized, right?
All right. Put your hands up a little bit. Have a seat. Spread your feet up. Don't do not think about getting up, right, buddy?
This is 19-year-old Nicholas Cruz, who 3 hours and 55 minutes prior to this moment murdered 17 people at his former high school in Parkland, Florida. Among the dead were 3
Parkland,
teachers
Florida?
and 14
This is the Parkland shooter? Oh, wait, hold on. I really want to... This is hard. I want to focus on the video, but I gotta paint these fucking keycaps. Oh my god. With slight bit of concern or worry, the suspect has the upper hand. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so he's the Parkland shooter, but he's pretending to be insane. Okay. Okay.
students, the majority of whom were 14 years old. A further 17 students were seriously wounded during the massacre. The gunman dropped his rifle 7 minutes into the rampage and then blended in with the crowd as he ran out of the building. He was at large for 1 hour and 20 minutes, during which time he stopped off at a Subway and then a McDonald's, where he sat down and casually spoke to one of the victim's brothers. The student was unaware that his older sister had just been shot through the chest by the man sitting across the table. The description of the shooter was transmitted by police over the radio, which led to an officer identifying and arresting him on a street just 2 miles away from the school. He was taken to the nearest hospital and examined by a doctor for roughly 1 hour and 45 minutes. He was medically cleared and then transferred to the local sheriff's office where he was subjected to interrogation.
Okay, so you can already see he has some self-preservation because he was trying to blend in with the crowd, right?
From the moment the subject entered the room, his eyes have been fixed upon nothing but the floor. He's held on to this downward-facing gaze as if he's either in a state of shock or disconnected from the moment.
sitting next
At
to
the
the person that
exact
killed your older
moment the
sister,
door
you don't even
shuts,
know.
he
I
lifts
know.
up his head to observe his surroundings. His behavior completely shifts once
I
he
know. I
believes
bet
no one is
when
watching.
that guy found
If
out,
we
he
look
was
at his
so fucking
demeanor a moment
mad.
earlier, we can see the contrast. He went from being detached to alert. His behavior changed as the environment changed, which is a recurring theme throughout this interrogation. It shows us that his mind isn't wandering off during these moments of apparent disconnection. He is in fact fully present and very aware of what's going on around him. As he looks up, his eyes immediately lock onto the camera. He now knows he is still being...
Wait, I don't remember what was his motive for the shooting. I vaguely remember there was like some bits about like mental illness that he was experiencing, or depression, or like something like that. But like I guess they didn't find him insane. But mental illness is also a factor. Okay, let's just keep watching.
being watched, and his following gestures will resemble that of someone with suicidal tendencies.
Okay. Maybe my questions will just be answered later. Maybe he wanted.
At face value, these externalized suicidal thoughts may seem genuine to some, but when framed with the rest of his behavior throughout this interrogation, they are exposed for what they
It'll tell
really
you
are.
everything? Okay.
An act.
I'll just-
a calculated
I
attempt
will
to
just
garner
shut
sympathy
up
and
and
paint his
watch.
character in what he believes to be a more positive light.
Oh, okay. And so this is what the media said, but they didn't get the whole story.
All
'Cause
right.
The media's
How you doing, Nick?
stupid.
You alright? Gotta be able to speak so I can hear you. Alright, I just need to ask you really your name and date of birth just to confirm I got it right, and then I'm gonna see you want a glass of water or something. What's your first name?
This is a situation where the proof against the suspect is already conclusive. He is without question responsible for the crimes under investigation, making the pursuit of a confession non-essential. The police know he did it, but they need to know why he did it, which would already require a complex strategy in order to obtain the correct information. But the suspect's first recorded statements upon his arrest have now made the procedure considerably more difficult.
What's going on today, bro?
The demons, man.
Demons?
Voices.
Yeah, no problem.
Voices.
Voices and demons?
Where's the voices? What happened?
Shut up. Just be quiet, man. Shut up.
Demons, man. Voices.
These two words have now forged the primary stratagem of his own interrogation, which is to cut through deception under the guise of supportive examination. The questions will be designed to lock him into a specific narrative about his alleged psychosis, while simultaneously giving him the impression that his responses are for his own benefit. Anything he says now can be used to refute any amendments he might come up with at a later stage. We all know that after this interrogation, he will have significantly more time to think, study, and even seek guidance from professionals about how the legal system interconnects with mental illness. Yet the majority of this forthcoming knowledge could be useless to him depending on what he says during these moments. The more details he gives away, the less options he will have for his defense later on. But pursuing this objective is complicated, as there are two very common scenarios for when this type of suspect gets interrogated. And just to be entirely clear, by this type of suspect, we mean someone who is 1. Pretending to be insane, and 2. Not fooling anyone. Their most common response is to simply shut down. They regress into total silence or some type of catatonic state, and the interrogation never gets off.
So I don't understand how. Well, okay. I'm just going to assume that like the state gave him an attorney because he has a right to an attorney. Because unless like his parents actually did like get an attorney for this guy, but like I just can't imagine like being the parent of this guy, finding out your kid murdered like 17 people at his school and willingly be like, yeah, we gotta go protect him, we gotta make sure he doesn't go to jail for that. Like, anyway, that was my one thought.
The ground. The other common response is the exact opposite. They erupt into hysteria or
There are
supposed
people
delirium,
who
and
actually do
everything
this.
from that point forward becomes incoherent. The lead detective, John Curcio, must not allow either of these scenarios to transpire, and this makes the first 2 minutes absolutely crucial. He needs to create a positive first impression and resemble the furthest thing from a threat, while at the same time maintain a presence of authority. His temperament will be easygoing and non-confrontational,
Crazy.
but
Even
also
the parents are
encouraging
crazy.
when extracting a response. His role at this moment is the ally. He needs to be liked, respected, but must not be feared. Not yet anyway. Going off the suspect's initial demeanor, the detective will know that he is far more likely to regress into a state of silence at this opening stage. And if he can
I
prevent
was
that
gonna
from
go into
happening
criminology
within the first 2
actually.
minutes,
Well, actually,
he
it
is
was more
over
like
the first
cybersecurity,
obstacle.
but
All right. How you doing, Nick?
criminal
I
psychology.
just need
would
to ask
be-
you
I feel most
really
parents
your
are
name
in
and
denial.
date of birth, just to confirm I got it right, and then I'm gonna see you want a glass of water or something. What's your first name? Come on, Nick. Huh?
There are
Spell it for me.
people need to get themselves
I'm
alert to
old.
protect
You gotta
themselves.
talk
Yeah.
so I can hear you. N-I-K. O. Okay. A-S. And what's your middle name? Come on, man. Speak so I can hear you.
Jacob.
Jacob. J-A-C. What's your date of birth? Okay, you need to relax, because I'm the last detective or policeman you're going to have to talk to. So right off the bat, that should be somewhat comforting to you to know that I'm the last guy you got to talk to. But the thing about it is, look at me. I got to be able to hear you. Okay? So all I want to do is get basic information from you, and then we'll get into the, whether you want a glass of water, all that stuff. What's your date of birth?
09.
January?
09.
09 September.
The investigation team already know the answers to these basic questions. Their only purpose are to initiate a response, and their non-threatening nature make it more likely for the suspect to engage. They are essentially the opening wedge to get the two-way dialogue flowing. And although the suspect is still partially committed to his catatonic state, as we can clearly see, he is still responsive, making it unlikely for him to regress into complete silence from this point forward. Everything up to this moment has gone to plan. The detective has one foot in the door, and he can now develop the relationship from a more secure position. He goes about this with a standard method of rapport development, the offer of food and water.
All right.
I
Let me
want
do
food
this. You
and
want
water.
a cold water? If you want cold water? Thank you. Well, I'm going to bring in 2, because I want one. It was
If
hot.
their son gets
and
financial
you decide
penalty,
you
the
wanna
payment
have
falls
it,
to the
that's
parent.
Fine. You sure you don't want something to eat? Okay.
The refusal to accept food and water is a familiar response which you may have already seen on this channel. It's a glaring manifestation of shame. This is not to be confused with guilt nor remorse, both of which require the acceptance of responsibility, which in turn directs our focus outwards on the feelings of others. Shame, on the other hand, shifts our focus on the perceptions of others towards ourselves. The subject is afraid of how it will look if he accepts the offer considering the circumstances. He instead wants to appear as if he's so negatively affected by the events that he's unconcerned with meeting his basic needs.
Of course, I have so many different keys. All right, I'll be right back.
Once again, his demeanor abruptly switches when the detective leaves the room.
Okay,
With his
like
head
he may
buried in
not
his
be like
hands, it's
insane like
anyone's
that
guess
other
as to
guy,
what
but
is
this
going through
guy
his
is
mind at this moment.
still
But what you
fucking
are about to
crazy.
see next
This guy,
is extremely revealing.
the first guy, the example is a psychopath. This guy's a sociopath, for sure.
No.
Cruz was a left-handed shooter. The surveillance at the school would confirm this, and if you pay close attention to the movements of his hands in the next moments, although very subtle, you can see that he's reimagining holding his weapon. But what's more telling is how his demeanor abruptly stops and then completely switches right before he looks in the direction of the camera. He goes from holding a rifle and beginning to smirk, to then pretending to cry and reverting back to his suicidal mannerisms. This all occurs in under 4 seconds.
It's like laughing.
It could be assumed that for a brief moment, he was not only recollecting the attack, but gaining gratification from doing so. He then remembered he was on film, giving reason for the sharp adjustment. His true self was reliving the attack and enjoying his work, while his false self was so dejected to the point he was externalizing suicidal thoughts.
I'm not doing my work.
Complete opposites.
Do my work.
No.
His next calculated charade is one of self-harm.
Am I
He
being
first
called?
bites himself without drawing blood, or leaving any marks that were visible in his jail intake photographs. He then scratches and squeezes at the 2 needle punctures in his arm from where his blood was taken at the hospital. At the very moment the detective re-enters the room, he will act as if he's desperately trying to conceal his self-injurious behavior.
All right.
Setting aside the glaring contradiction that he just murdered and maimed dozens of people while leaving himself without so much as a scratch, it's the frequency of these little charades that makes their deception so transparent. This is a person who is not self-injurious, pretending to be someone that is. But it's such a feeble attempt at feigned self-harm, it would almost be a comical moment if the circumstances weren't as horrific.
Well, if they're not bleeding anymore, you want them off. We can pull them off. I'll get you a garbage can. You want them off? Just put them on the... Throw them on the floor in the corner. Alright, this one is mine, because I already opened it. This one's yours in case you change your mind.
The next 4 minutes are the extremely tedious process of getting the subject to engage further through basic questions. The topic of his phone will now be brought up.
What about your phone? Do you have a phone?
I lost it.
When did you lose it?
You know, even though this is like, you know, they're interrogating like a murderer, it mildly feels like, you know, when a troublemaker gets called into like the principal's office and like the kid like pretends to be like all like super duper pitiable, like totally absolved from fault in a way, and like it's weird. Like you're watching this detective act. I like reminded of my teachers when I was younger, and like how they're acting like similarly. Like they just saw through the whole act the whole time. What is this foil for? Oh, hi Pandy. This is for my UV light. It's so that I noticed when I used this last time, like there was like a lot of bleeding going on, and like the UV light wasn't getting to all edges of the keycaps because it's like, you know, faceted in such a way, so it's like to help the light refract and bounce off after off of everything. We're watching JCS videos as I'm working, and I'm just getting too engrossed with the video. Hello Zenny, hi. This is they're interrogating the Parkland shooter, and like so the video is talking about how this guy is like pretending to be crazy to kind of lessen his sentence or something. But it's very fascinating. It's very, yeah. I keep getting distracted.
Today? Okay. What kind of phone is it?
I don't know.
Okay, is it a flip top, an iPhone, a Samsung? It's a phone. What's the number?
I can't remember.
Okay.
He will now begin to feign a state of hysteria, which then morphs into a simulated panic attack and fake hyperventilation. The detective will need to refute the act immediately as to not let the subject gain confidence with it, but he also has to maintain rapport and avoid confrontation. He essentially has to tell the subject to knock it off,
Criminals
but in
are
the most
smart.
passive manner possible.
I can't remember, dude. I can't.
Okay, Nick.
Not
Calm
smart enough
down.
if they can't get away
You've
with
already
it.
been medically cleared. I know what's going to be talked about is difficult, but again, you don't remember your phone number. How long you had the phone? How long have you had the phone? Nick, the doctor's already looked at you.
Okay.
Okay, you're fine. You're not having any problems at the moment, and you're perfectly fine. So calm your breathing down.
MLG air horns
All
and
right?
testify.
And I want to believe
Yeah.
certain things that you're going to tell me, but you know, if we're getting where you're going to hyperventilate over a phone number, okay? All right.
All right.
So what's your phone number? Huh?
954.
Okay, 954.
The manic episode is somewhat curbed, but the subject is still clearly committed to it.
954-821.
2007.
2007.
Oh. 1007.
1007. And again, going back to what kind it is. Do you know if it's an iPhone, a
I
Samsung?
don't know.
How long have you had it? Every kid knows what the phone is. Man, I got kids your age.
Ever since my mother died.
I know, I heard about that. That's what I was going to talk about next.
This is a turning point. Cruz's adoptive mother had indeed passed away the year prior from pneumonia. The topic is sympathetic towards himself, and it seems to have stopped the feigned hysteria in its tracks. Compared to his neurotic behavior in the minutes leading up to this moment, he all of a sudden appears calm. He is clearly receptive, and thus responsive, to the cue of compassion when it's directed at himself. The detective recognizes this, and although he said he would talk about the subject's mother next, he instead focuses on it immediately to keep him engaged.
Alright. So, but you had, since your mom died, how long has your mom passed?
I can't remember, I think.
Okay. This year or
November.
last year?
November.
November? Okay. Okay, when your mom passed, were you living with her?
Yes.
Okay, what city was that? Parkland?
The subject drops the act and becomes more engaged in the conversation. The detective inquires further about his mother for roughly 3 minutes before shifting the discussion. It focuses mainly on the subject's background, and he first declares that he was depressed for the majority of his childhood. He then reveals his history of drug use, which consists of marijuana and Xanax. After that, he claims to have attempted suicide by alcohol poisoning 2 years ago, but in his own words, was able to sleep it off. He then states that he was employed at the Dollar Tree for the last 2 years working as a cashier.
So you've been able to hold down a job for 2 years, that's pretty good, right?
Yes.
Other than Dollar Tree, where else did you ever work?
Lawn mowing.
What?
Lawn mowing.
Lawn mowing? Oh, okay. Alright, when you tried to kill yourself with alcohol, your mom was still alive. What were you depressed about back then?
Loneliness.
Loneliness?
Loneliness.
Friends? No friends? Or what kind of loneliness? I mean, everybody gets lonely.
Solitude.
Solitude? You don't have a lot of friends?
No.
Okay. Today, when I say today, starting from last night when you went to bed to this morning, did you do any kind of drugs at all? Any Xanax, any marijuana, anything like that? No? Okay.
The subject reveals that he has a biological brother whom he was adopted with. He then claims to have been making $1,200 a month at the Dollar Tree. The discussion now lands on what his aspirations were.
When you weren't depressed, what did you want to be when you got out of
Ranger.
A ranger, an Army Ranger? Did you ever apply, fill out any paperwork to try to go to the Army?
I took the ASVAB, failed.
Okay, why'd you fail?
Because I was stupid.
You what?
I'm stupid.
You're stupid? Okay, were you going to take it again?
I was afraid to take it.
Okay, but you had aspirations to do something with your life. You wanted to be that's a hell of a thing to want to be an Army Ranger.
The discussion moves on to the subject's gun collection, which continues for roughly 4.5 minutes. The attack on the school is yet to be mentioned, but the last gun to now be discussed was his choice of weapon to commit the massacre.
What made you choose out of all the guns to want to buy an AR-15?
Okay, hold on. It's like very crazy. Well, not crazy. It's scary that he wanted to become a ranger, and he commits like this kind of like, you know, murder spree. It just reminds me of a conversation I had back with one of my coworkers about how like corruption in police enforcement, and I remember her telling me that she had not a friend, there was a guy she knew back in high school who was a complete dick, right? But he told her straight up that the reason why he wants to go into police enforcement is because he gets a power trip out of it. Thankfully he didn't pass our county's police, what's it called, enforcement assessment or whatever. But it's a very terrible loophole where he just goes down a county if he like went to and applied to like Ocean City police department, because Ocean City has like much lower standards than the area that I live in right now. He could easily very well get in there, pass their mental health assessment, because that's what he failed for my county, the mental health assessment. He could very easily go down there, pass it, and then just get transferred up here. And so it's just like very interesting how these people that have very blatant mental gaps seem to always want to go into some kind of law enforcement position. Anyway.
15.
Cool looking.
Cool looking. Okay. Now, when you bought it, I mean, it was a legitimate purchase. They gave you a receipt and everything, right? So you bought it legally, right? Did you fill out those forms and everything? Okay, you remember those forms? Okay.
The detective now shifts the topic onto his former high school, the same place he carried out the attack.
Now, 3 years ago when you went to Douglas, and obviously you stopped going there, why'd you stop going there?
My depression worsened.
The depression worsened, and what was going on? Did you just stop school on your own, or did some incident happen where?
Yes, some incident.
Well, what was the incident that happened?
Fought a kid.
You fought a kid? You remember the kid's name?
Yeah.
Ian. And did you guys both get in trouble for the fight, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what did they do? Suspend you?
They suspended me.
Okay. And what happened from there? After you got suspended, you go back to school?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened then? Why'd you stop going there then?
Felt embarrassed.
You felt embarrassed because you got suspended, or you felt embarrassed because of why?
Because of the fight.
Okay. Well, what was embarrassing about the fight? What were you guys fighting over?
A girl.
A girl? Well, what was embarrassing about it?
He
You
lost.
didn't get the better of you? Was that what was embarrassing, or you
Yeah.
just you got the better of you? Okay.
He has just provided the state with a solid argument for a motive. Establishing a reason for an offense is critical when dealing with claims of insanity. It can not only indicate premeditation, but also calculated malice in connection to the crime, something considered absent in the mind of the criminally insane. He also asserts that he was lonely and depressed while attending the school, all of which can reinforce the argument that he was exacting revenge upon the community in which he felt ostracized.
Alright, so you go back to school. What ends up happening? You just stop going to school out there, or you got into more problems? Where they
Got into more problems.
what was the more problems?
Failing class.
Okay.
Reminds you of the pyromaniacs often being volunteer
This is all while your mom was still
firefighters.
alive?
They become firefighters and get super excited when the
Come a point
building
in time where
burns
you just
down.
stopped going there, or they expelled you?
I'm telling you. People be sus.
They transferred you? When they transferred you, was that upsetting to you?
Yeah.
As we know, the suspect has made the claim about hearing a voice which he labeled the demon. The detective will now attempt to get a detailed narrative of these perceptual disturbances. He will do so by asking a series of open-ended questions, and then continuous follow-up questions thereafter. This will lock him into specific claims about what he was hearing. The more information he gives away, the less he will be able to amend later on. And the more questions that are posed, the more likely he is to make contradictions that can be used against him. The suspect believes this is some type of clinical evaluation for the sake of his own well-being, and this misconception will become glaringly apparent later on. He, at this moment, is oblivious to the fact he is giving information away that will be used to cut through his own defense in years to come.
You go to the hospital, the doctors clear you, and you're talking about demons. What are the demons?
The voices.
Well, tell me about it. What are the voices about?
It's another voice, the evil side.
Okay. And how long has that voice been going on?
Years.
Did you ever tell anybody about the voice?
Your dad had to deal with a guy like that when he was a
Never.
firefighter.
And what
He
does the
told
voice
you
say?
straight up that
Alright,
isn't a reason
well,
why you should be a
that's all right.
firefighter. I don't know if the guy changed or
Burn,
not.
kill, destroy what?
Probably not, unfortunately.
But have you ever burned, killed, or
But hey,
destroyed anything?
Nogios. Hello,
What have you
hello.
burned, killed, or
Welcome to
destroyed?
the stream.
Burned. Just fire. Set fire.
To
In
what?
the pit. In the pit. Fire.
Oh, a fire pit. Okay, well, I mean, the voice told you to burn something, you built a fire in a fire pit. What's destructive about that? That's what fire pits are made for. What else did the voice tell you to do that's...
Kill animals.
Okay, have you ever killed animals?
Yes.
What kind of animals?
Birds.
Birds? Wild birds? Or
Say cats, I'm gonna kill you.
How do you kill them?
Birds.
How do you kill them?
How'd you catch them?
Wait for them. Kill them.
Oh, can't catch them, so how you waiting for them?
Out in the grass. Wait for a bird to come up.
There's no way, man. I'm a bird lover. There's no way. You can't catch a bird, Holmes.
No, I mean like.
With a pellet gun? Oh, okay. Where's your pellet gun?
Oh, okay. I thought he was like, with his bare hands, he grabbed this bird,
Alright,
choked
so
it
the
to death. I
voices
was like,
tell you
huh? How you catch a
Burn
bird?
animals and start fires in the fire pit. When was the
Hi,
last time
Tima.
you did
Hello,
that?
hello. Welcome to the stream.
What time was it yesterday?
I'm watching some criminal psychology as I work on these keycaps.
And where we at?
You can catch a bird. I can't catch a bird.
You're at
I
work?
have no
You're at Dolphin
reflexes.
And what's the
I
voice
have
telling
no
you?
cat-like reflexes. I cannot catch a bird with my bare hands. Just lurking, gotta do some chores. Ah, nice.
Hurt people
We
at
can
dogs?
buy a bird.
Or hurt people?
Well, thank you for the 250 bits.
Didn't say
Thank you,
specifically
thank
who.
you. Hi, Wes. Hello, hello.
Can you tell how old the voice is?
My age.
Okay. Do you have a good
Welcome
voice
to
too, or
the
just a bad voice?
stream.
Is there a voice inside you that says, do good things?
The detective will now start getting confrontational,
We're
and the
just
subject's
watching some
behavior will
criminal
shift once
psychology
more in
as I work
response.
on
You will see him get
more
defensive as he
keycaps.
attempts to protect his narrative, and his responses will become much faster.
How's the
He will
keyboard
even
making
cut
going?
the detective off
It's
multiple
going
times.
pretty well.
Keep
I'm working on a second build, actually, a completely separate like keycap set. I'm doing like a green set right now. You can kind of see, So I'm gonna do like all the alpha characters this mint green color, including like the extra symbols on the side. And I'm gonna edge them with gold gilding or gold leaf, whatever. And then I'm going to make a resin cast of the numerical numbers so that they're clear, but then I'm going to put like some large flakes of white and silver glitter in them. And then they'll have like gold lettering on them that I'll print. And then affix on using the gel top coat. Yeah, I really wish, this is another reason. Another situation where I wish I was good at Illustrator so I could just show you a diagram of what I'm going to do. But because I'm bad, I'm going to give you my terrible explanation of what I'm going to do. Anyway, the color palette is mint, forest green, gold, and white. There you go. I'll take nice pictures once I'm done. There you go. And we're also watching, like I said, criminal psychology on the side. I'm gonna, after I finish painting these, I'm going to work on the pink set of keycaps, and or maybe I'll just like take a break from the keycaps today and then I'll like play a game or something, because I did say I might play Tokyo Mirage later. But yeah, anyway, we're still here, we're still painting.
keep in mind that he was barely saying anything at the start of this interrogation.
Yeah, now he's a chatterbox. Look at that.
So it's bad.
Can't be. You held down a job for 2 years. If you were doing things bad, you wouldn't be able to hold a job down for 2 years, right? Okay. I mean, look. Everybody has.
It's me and then my bad side.
I understand. Everybody's got a quote good and bad side. There's people.
No, it's a voice. The voice is in here, and it's me. It's just regular me. Just trying to be a good person.
Okay.
Set aside his contradicting behavior for a moment and focus solely on his storyline. In his ideal scenario, we are to believe that he was battling these supposed voices and, in his own words, trying to be a good person. Yet he was unable to reveal or seek help for this internal struggle until the very moment of his arrest. It was quite literally the second he was confronted with his comeuppance that his supposed demons came to light. Now that he is in custody, with the atrocities already committed, he is somehow able to maintain control over the force that was previously keeping him silent. But a deleted video that would later be extracted from his phone would tell a very different story.
Hello, my name is Nick, and I'm going to be the next school shooter of 2018. My goal is at least 20 people with an AR-15 and a couple tracer rounds. I think I can get done. Location is Stone Douglas in Parkland, Florida. It's going to be a big event. And when you see me on the news, you'll all know who I am.
There are no signs of perceptual disturbances. There is no anguish,
Hold
doubt,
on.
hesitation, or uncertainty
Yeah.
when announcing his...
Oh my god, what a scumbag. Hold on. God, it's just when it was getting good. Hold on, my dad's calling me. Give me a second. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I keep leaving. Okay. Alright. Oh my god, this guy, I can't believe he like goes and films himself. He thinks like it's gonna be a big event. What? Ugh. What a scumbag. Oh my god. Sunday the crap out of me.
Intentions. By his own narrative, he claims to have continuously fought against the evil intentions of the voice. Yet from a visual standpoint, there is no conflict in this video whatsoever.
It's me and then my bad side.
I understand. Everybody's got a quote good and bad side. There's people.
No, it's a voice. The voice isn't here, and it's me just trying to be a good person.
Okay. But obviously,
Yeah.
again,
Oh my god.
when you say it's a voice, it's
Hold
you.
on.
It's all you.
What do you
The
mean?
voice is you as well.
Yeah.
The voice didn't force you to do anything, right?
No, the voice did. It's two voices.
Uh-huh.
There's one half that's the good and then the bad.
Yeah.
His rapidly interchanging behavior has now gone from catatonic to manic to hallucinatory to now highly attentive and cautious.
Okay, well, the voice tells me to go to lunch and not pay for my meal, but I pay for my meal because I know that's the right thing to do, right? Okay, let's talk about it. Did the voice didn't tell you to take Uber, right?
Yes, it did.
It did?
Yes.
The voice said take Uber.
Yes.
Did
The voice is in me.
You're the voice.
No, in here.
Okay, it's in your head.
Yes.
What is it, a male voice or a female voice?
Male.
Male?
The subject was beginning to panic, but the detective dials it in for the time being and switches the discussion back to more trivial matters. It seems that he wants to consult with the investigators outside before maximizing the pressure, and he reestablishes a certain level of trust before leaving the room.
Let me go. I'm going to go back and
It's fine. This is
see
fine.
what everybody's doing as far as what they need me to do.
The boom talking.
No, I'm not. I'm a 59-year-old man who's raised 3 children, so I guess that makes me somewhat of a psychologist.
Think you can give me a psychologist here?
I can certainly ask.
If the fact that he's like, if he was like obviously, like he's not insane. If he was insane, he wouldn't ask for a psychologist because, like, he knows. That just shows like he knows that he's acting in such a way that is like, so. Anyway, yeah, we know. I'm gonna shut up. I'm not gonna analyze it because we all know that he's faking it. Okay. I'm just gonna go back to work.
Have you ever seen a psychologist before?
No.
Okay.
The subject scratches his arm for another 2 minutes. He then switches to a hallucinatory state and
I don't know if it was like him or the detective whose stomach growled, but I could hear it and I was just like, damn, I'm hungry. I almost wish this guy like was deemed insane and he went to that mental facility and like just lost his shit. I kind of wish.
appears to be seeing things in the room.
All right, got some stuff here.
The detective will once more dismiss the act by pretending to not see it. He will then pose a question to the subject, and the charade will cease immediately.
What do you do with the water? Will you put it back over here? You definitely don't want the water, huh?
It's very interesting to observe his facial expressions at the exact moments he abandons fake behavior. These are the very brief junctures in which his true self appears to surface. It's easy to get distracted by the present situation as he sits there in a hospital gown chained to the floor, essentially helpless to the cunning devices being used against him. But in moments like this, we are reminded of what we're actually dealing with. A very short time ago, he was not helpless at all. He was the one preying on the helpless, offering them none of the sympathy nor mercy of which he is now trying to garner for himself.
All right, the school or the psychologist you want to talk to. Obviously, I would have to tell him what you want to talk to him about. So what exactly do you, what do you want me to ask him, or why do you want to talk to a psychologist?
Find out what's wrong with me.
Well, what do you think's wrong with you?
I don't know.
The detective in this next segment will attain further information about the supposed voices, only he will no longer have to tread carefully in order to maintain a friendly connection. He will still secure useful information, but also get confrontational as and when he pleases. The risk of frightening the suspect to the point where it stops the interrogation is no longer a concern.
When you hear the voices, are the voices like outside your head or inside your head when you hear them?
Inside.
Okay, so it's not like you don't hear a voice from that corner talking to you. It's inside your head. And is it always the same voice, or is it only one voice?
One voice, same.
And you said it's a man's voice? Yeah?
Yes.
Does it sound like anybody you've ever met? Anybody you ever seen on TV? Can you tell, like, by an accent? Is it what kind of, is it an old man, young man, white man,
Young
black?
man.
Young man? About the same age as you think? But it's only one voice you ever hear, right?
Yes.
Do you hear the voice when you're in bed at night sleeping?
Yes.
Do you ever see anything with the voice? Like yeah, like, you know, some people say, oh, I see a person sitting in the corner. You don't see anybody sitting over there, do you? It's just me and you, right? Alright. Do you always obey what the voice tells you to do?
I try not to.
Okay. Well, how many, on any given week, how many times do you think you hear the voice? All the time?
Once every day.
Once every day? Morning, afternoon, night? Always the same time?
Usually in the afternoon.
About what time?
11, 12.
Why do you think it's those hours? It's always around lunchtime? Now, you talked about demons, and then you talk about the
Yeah, that's
voice.
the demon. The voice is the demon.
The voice is the demon. So there's not
The
two.
person-
Maybe it was your stomach.
Does it have a name?
No name.
Does it ever say, hey, my name's Nick, Does it use your name or use somebody else's name? Just a voice with no name.
Just a voice with no name telling me what to do.
Did the voice tell you to buy that AR-15?
Yes.
Did it tell you, hey, buy that gun, it looks cool? Did the AR-15 get picked out because it was similar to the gun that an Army Ranger would carry?
No, it was because of the voice.
What do you think if you didn't buy it, if you said, hey, I ain't buying these guns, it's too expensive, what do you think the voice would have done to you? Did you stop talking to you?
No, tell me to hurt myself.
How would you hurt yourself?
Cut.
You're a cutter?
I'm a cutter.
Alright. When was the last time you cut yourself?
Earlier.
Earlier when?
When I was fishing.
Earlier today or
Earlier today.
Where were you fishing at today?
At a lake.
Okay. Before the school shooting?
Yes.
What did you cut yourself with?
Knife.
Those little scratches on your arms? Let me look at them. Come on, man. I get worse scratches weeding my flower bed than that. You weren't trying to hurt yourself.
Yes, it wasn't sharp enough.
Wasn't sharp enough?
No.
How many knives do you have?
4, 5
How long have you been cutting yourself?
years.
Years? You ever cut yourself where you had to go to the hospital and get stitches? When you cut yourself, it's because the voice just told you to cut yourself. And if you didn't talk or you didn't listen to the voice, then you were going to be alone because your voice was your only friend. That's kind of what you're saying. Even though you have a biological brother. Since me and you have been talking, have you heard the voices? What's it say?
Saying cut yourself.
For you to cut yourself. Does the voice like me?
Just to cut yourself, not kill yourself.
Does the voice like me?
Doesn't trust you.
Why doesn't he trust me? I'm pretty relaxed, ain't I?
I'm trying to figure that out too.
Well, what doesn't he like about me? I mean, I'm kind of grinning because I want to know what the voice's problem is with me. What doesn't he like about me? I treated you fairly. I've given you water. I talked nice to you. You know.
You're too nice.
I'm too nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many times has the voice talked to you while we've been in the room here together?
A lot.
Has the voice said jump out of the chair and do anything bad to that policeman?
Saying kill yourself now.
I don't really believe there is a voice, to be honest with
There's
you.
a voice.
No, I don't think there is.
I'm telling you the truth.
No. I mean, I feel you probably want to kill yourself because of what happened, but...
No, the voice is telling me to kill myself.
Okay, but the voice is telling you that the AR-15s is... You like guns, man. You wanted to be a ranger. You like guns. It's alright, there's cops like that. There's cops who got 50 million guns. You didn't buy
I
guns
don't think that's a
because the
good
voice
sign.
said, hey, today I like Mossbergs, tomorrow I like AR-15s. You like guns.
I don't think a policeman liking a
I
police
get
person
it.
liking guns is a
Questions
good
from some of
thing.
the psychologists. Some of the questions I asked you were from... Yeah.
I see.
That's the ones I asked you. You already...
The questions were obviously from the investigation team and not a psychologist, but the suspect doesn't know this, and it's fascinating to observe his reaction when he sees the questions are not sympathetic in nature. He perhaps thought a psychotherapist would be asking him about his feelings and affording him some type of reassurance after he committed mass murder, and he becomes very unsettled once he realizes the procedure won't be quite as sympathetic.
Voices. Are the inside or outside of your head? What do the voices say? These are all questions I asked you. How many voices? You said one. Whose voice do you think it was? You didn't know.
What's wrong with me?
I don't know. I don't understand why you can't admit you like guns. You want to talk to a psychologist. Why didn't you talk to a psychologist when the voices started?
The voice is telling me not to, and I listen.
The voice was telling you not to talk to a psychologist?
Yeah, but myself, I wanted to.
You ever go to church?
I wanted to.
No, I'm saying ever in your life.
Yeah.
Do you believe in God?
I don't believe in God.
What do you believe in?
I feel like there's something.
Okay. But if you believe in demons, do you believe in angels? Angels is the good. Demons are the bad. But when you say the word demon, you think it's an evil spirit? Or what do you think it is?
The voice.
The subject had earphones in during the mass shooting. The topic now lands on the music he was listening to.
Well, I mean, I'm sure we don't like the same music. What kind of music we listen to? Name the group.
What was it? Mark
Jacobs.
Green. Mark Green.
You have to help me. Mark what?
Mark something.
What was the song though?
Sad.
That's the name of the song, Sad?
No, Salad Days.
Salad Days?
Salad
Hold on one
Days.
second.
What else?
Is that a real
Oh, you listen
song?
to more than one song? What other song you listen to?
Just a lot of sad songs.
Alright. Did you pick the music yourself? Or did the demon pick the music?
Demon, and then myself partially.
Alright, which ones did you pick?
The sad ones.
Which ones did he pick?
The evil ones.
The evil ones. Give me an evil one compared to a sad one. You already gave me a sad one. What's an evil one?
Panzermensch.
What?
Panzermensch.
Panzermensch. And what does that
I
say?
see.
I don't know.
I mean, there's no lyrics to it?
Oh, no. Oh, well, there is lyrics, but I don't know what it means.
But is it in English?
No.
What language is it in?
German.
German? Do you speak German?
No.
Then how do you know what the lyrics mean?
Did he just
I
say?
don't.
So they could be happy, right?
I don't know if they're happy or not.
Well, again, you
Yeah,
don't because you
demon-
can't speak it.
The demon chose that I didn't choose
But you have them on your, how long do you think you had them on your playlist?
for a long time.
Okay, so you listen to them a lot of times? So you had a playlist of music that the demon helped you pick out, but you picked out some of them. I'm just having a tough time understanding this demon thing.
I know. Nobody understands.
Well, the Xanax you were talking to me about earlier, where'd you get the Xanax? On the street or?
On the streets.
So you
On the
other than
streets?
Xanax and marijuana, what other drugs you never tried vodka, PCP, cocaine, heroin?
No.
Okay, Xanax, how many of those did you take when you used to take them?
5.
Okay, 5, what size bar? How big, what color was it?
Half, sometimes full.
Okay, what color? They all
White.
White? Alright, but that was off the street? Did they help you sleep?
Maybe drowsy.
Okay. Did it make the demon go away?
Yeah.
When was the last time you think you did Xanax?
A long time.
So if the Xanax helps you get the demons away,
Marijuana does it better.
marijuana does better? When was the last time you smoked marijuana?
Last week.
Last week? If you're making $1,200 a week, why didn't you smoke marijuana every day to get rid of the demon?
Illegal.
It's illegal?
Yeah.
And it's illegal. It was illegal whether you do it once a week or once every 5 minutes. So why didn't you choose to get rid of the demon by doing it? Anytime you heard the demon, just light up a blunt. I mean, you had the money, man.
I knew it was illegal and I didn't want to do wrong, but he wanted to do wrong.
Okay. So the demon wanted you to do wrong, but then your good side didn't want to do wrong by smoking marijuana?
Even though it made him go away.
Even though it made him go away. Huh. Well, I don't know why you didn't tell the doctor then you had anxiety problems and marijuana and Xanax cured your anxiety and made the demons go away. It seemed like an easy fix, man. If that's true. You sure you didn't like the demon's voice? You sure?
I'm sure.
Then why didn't you go to a doctor to get rid of it?
I was afraid. I'm just afraid.
Why, well, forget that for a second. Let me ask you another crazy question.
Okay.
The demon, was the demon there that night? Ian beat you up on campus?
Huh?
Was the demon there that day when Ian beat you up on campus?
Yes. He told me to go up to him.
Okay, so who did Ian beat up? You or the demon?
Me.
Okay, so why didn't the demon do something to stop it? Huh?
Why didn't it?
I don't know. That's a good question, because the demons tell you to do all these bad things. Why couldn't the demon get you mad enough to get the best of Ian? I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know either. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. But why? Why?
I don't know. The demon's this
I don't know why.
all-powerful thing that tells you to do bad things and you're afraid of it. Why didn't the demon just take over right then when Ian was getting the best of you and get the best of Ian? Well, why did the demon not do that? Why do you think?
Trying to figure it out.
I don't know. I can't figure it out either, because I don't think the demon exists.
I think.
I don't think it exists.
No, like.
I think that go ahead, bud.
Am I able to like think to myself about it?
Yeah, sure.
So,
Yeah, you can think all you want. I'm just.
no, I'm just thinking about the demon.
Alright. Well, you want me, I'll leave you to think for a while and I'll come back and talk to you. I personally, I think you're using the demon as an excuse.
I'm not. I promise.
You could have stopped the demon by getting a prescription for marijuana. You could have stopped the demon by getting a prescription for Xanax. You could have stopped the demon by illegally doing marijuana, which you were doing anyway. You could have stopped the demon by doing Xanax illegally, which you were doing anyway. You could have stopped the demon anytime you want. You didn't want to stop the demon.
The subject seems to be coming to the realization that he's not going to be treated as a victim. As he begins to meet this reality, you will notice him exhibit signs of fear. You will then see him attempt to escape the confrontation by feigning a state of psychosis once more. The detective will recognize this, but this time will not afford reassurance. He will instead apply further condemnation, and a visibly frightening realization will engulf the suspect from that point forward. It's essentially the very beginning of retribution. The detective introduces him to the rest of his life at this moment.
No, that's not true.
You didn't. You could have. I've given you 4 ways you could have stopped the demon, man. Okay, now you know you're just acting like that because.
No.
Okay, well relax. You're just acting like that because I'm making sense. Calm down. I'm making sense, and you don't like when it makes sense.
No.
Because it doesn't fit into the story you're telling right now.
I'm telling you the story. It's true. It's just,
Well, why are you looking at your arm now?
I'm not. I'm trying to understand why.
Well, why didn't you want to stop the demon?
I don't know.
Because I think you like the demon.
No, I don't.
Why didn't you stop it then?
I don't like the demon. I don't like the demon. I don't like the demon. I don't like the demon.
Well, that's if the demon even exists.
Can I get an attorney or something?
You want what? An attorney?
Yeah.
Did the demon, the voices tell you to get an attorney? Okay. All right. Will you tell the voice that don't hit yourself in the head, because the attorney the demon just requested, I will stop talking to you.
I'm scared.
You're scared of what?
Scared of
Going to jail? There consequences?
What?
Why wouldn't he protect me, man?
I don't know.
Why wouldn't he protect me?
All right. Well, again, your demon wants an attorney. Does the demon know an attorney? Any name in particular?
This detective man.
Just relax. You're done talking to me.
Demon attorney.
And once again, I grabbed the wrong key.
Once again, I
Alright, do me a favor. Stay seated. Put your hands, kind of sit forward in your chair.
No, Mark.
Put handcuffs behind you. Since you keep talking about hurting yourself. Hold on. Put your hand behind your back. No, not behind the chair. Behind your back. I don't want to make you that uncomfortable.
Why don't you want me to hurt myself?
Because what did the demon say about me?
Akuma no attorney. Sounds like an anime.
Oh, my eyes. My eyes.
What'd he do to his eyes?
Nicholas Cruz was taken to the Broward County Jail, where he remains in isolation to this day. His trial date is yet to be scheduled.
The 20-year-old has been held without bond since last year's mass shooting that left 17 people dead. His attorney said he would plead guilty in exchange for a life sentence, but prosecutors rejected that offer and are seeking the death penalty.
Ooh. Okay. Is this Jennifer Liu? The one that you said you liked? Oh, I think Oh yeah, some of the keycaps I painted don't fit. They're like too tall. Oops. I need to repaint some more. Ming. These two are too tall. Those are all... These all line up. These are all too tall. Dang it! You've decided to draw now? Nice! Yeah, live your life. Draw. We love art. Okay, that's where it is. Hold on. Okay. Let me get... Do I have any more of the low profile ones? Do I only have the high profile ones? That's kind of inconvenient. one's also too tall. The fuck? That one fits. No, it doesn't. Why are some of these like slightly taller than the rest? The fuck? No, these are all the same. Oh, okay, wait, but this is the same as that one. Oh, okay, so these just go onto this row. Okay, okay. Whew. Whew, I was just like, what the fuck is happening? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Crisis averted. Okay, let's listen to Miss Liu. One more like color, that's all I have to do now? Ah, nice. Okay. Alright, Miss Liu.
What makes the case of Jennifer Pan unique among
Alright, never
others in
mind.
the true
Miss
crime
Pan.
genre is the overabundance of raw footage freely available in the public domain. There is over 11 hours of material that not only recounts her entire life in meticulous detail, but gives us considerable insight into her psychopathological state. Jennifer herself will narrate her own story in this video, which is the reason the following lead-up segment will be condensed, as a brief outline is all that is needed before delving into the extraordinary mind of this individual. Jennifer was born in Markham, Ontario, where she was raised with her older brother in a middle-class household. Her parents, Beek and Han, were originally from Vietnam, and their method of parenting was strict, very strict, what some might even class as authoritarian. Success and achievement from their children were seen as outright obligations, whether it be in academics or extracurricular activity, and some might argue these expectations took precedence over the well-being of the children themselves. Jennifer initially took the imposed pressure in her stride and put everything she had into figure skating. She had exceptional talent, and at one point was expected to compete in the Winter Olympics, but she suffered a serious knee injury at the age of 14 and was told she could no longer compete. Her dreams were cut short, but of more concern was that her parents' expectations now had to be met through the more traditional route of education. And the issue was that Jennifer wasn't anywhere near as academically gifted as she was athletic. She was averaging a C- when her parents wanted straight A's. So rather than communicate with them, she decided to meet their expectations under false pretenses and began faking her test results. This led to her faking her end-of-year report cards, which eventually led to her faking a high school diploma, and then a university acceptance letter to study pharmacology. In the abstract world of her parents, Jennifer was on her way to a noble and well-paid career in medical health care, when in reality, she was a high school dropout living with her drug dealer boyfriend, whom she had been dating in secret for almost 8 years. She was eventually found out in 2010 when her parents discovered she had been living a double life, and was then given an ultimatum. At 24 years old, she had to choose between one of two options. Option 1 was that she had to live at home under a strict regime, cease all contact with her boyfriend, and only leave the house to go back to school and pursue an education. Option 2 was that she could do whatever she wanted, but she would then be disowned from her family. She could never return home, and all financial support would cease immediately. Jennifer evidently decided neither option would suffice, so she created option number 3. She had her boyfriend arrange a mock home invasion, where 3 of his acquaintances would enter the Pan household and stage a robbery gone wrong. The 2 instructions were to first ransack the home and then murder the parents. The planned date was Monday the 8th of November, with the scheduled time being roughly 11 p.m. Jennifer would unlock the front door, and 3 figures were caught on a neighbor's surveillance camera entering the home at 11:05. They were then seen running out just under 18 minutes later. It was at that exact time 911 received a call from the same household. Beek Pan was shot twice, once in the neck and once in the head. She was killed immediately. The father, Han, was also shot twice, once in the shoulder and once in the face. He astonishingly survived and was put into an induced coma once he arrived at the hospital. Jennifer was taken to the same hospital as a precaution, but was soon cleared of injury. She sat by her father's bedside for roughly 3 hours before she was taken to the Markham police station to give a statement as a witness.
I want to go through a form with you. It may seem kind of, why you're doing this, but this is it's like you're swearing to tell the truth about what you're going to talk to me about, and it's also going to explain to you the penalties for not telling the truth. I don't expect you to help me, but for a homicide investigation, anyone who's very close to the investigation, we do this with. Okay, so this isn't suspecting that you're not going to tell the truth. This is more of a feature that you understand the importance of telling the complete truth.
Jennifer is not a suspect at this moment. She is only giving a voluntary statement under oath. She has not read her right to silence, but instead informed of her rights as a witness. She is basically told that fabricating evidence with the intent to mislead is an offense. After reading the notification off paper, the detective gives Jennifer a more human explanation of the instruction.
What I've just explained to you is you're here voluntarily to help us, that you don't have to talk to us if you don't want to, but the importance of talking to us, and if you're talking to us, the importance of telling the truth. And if you don't tell the truth, there's criminal consequences for not telling the truth. That's all that stuff had to deal with. Okay?
The investigator then leaves to get the commissioner of oaths, which is for the purpose of swearing in the witness, but he first brings in a box of Kleenex. This is universally recognized as getting startled, yet the official term in neurophysiology is the startle reflex via auditory stimulus. Hyperarousal from a traumatic event can often exaggerate this response in a manner similar to how Jennifer reacted to the sound of the door.
Hello, my name is Andrew Lespiro. I'm a Commissioner of Oaths with York Regional Police. I'm here so you can give a truthful statement, either by solemn affirmation or swearing on the Bible. Which do you prefer?
Swearing on the Bible.
Okay, just put your hand on the Bible. Do you, Jennifer Pan, swear that the evidence you shall give on this investigation shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Once Jennifer is sworn in, the lead investigator returns to collect the statement.
Now I want you to sort of take yourself back to earlier on today, yesterday, meaning the 8th of November, and tell me about your day. Okay, start at any point in time, wherever you feel comfortable, and then we're gonna move forward. Okay.
Yesterday, probably around 9 o'clock in the morning, 9:30. My mother. She woke me up and she told me that she was going to visit my grandfather.
Throughout the day, Jennifer explains that she practiced piano, studied piano history, talked on the phone with her friends, and had dinner with her parents. Her mother left for line dancing at 8 p.m. and returned home at about 9:30, at which time Jennifer was alone in her room watching TV, ready to go to sleep.
And then suddenly I just heard my mom calling for my dad to come down. And that's when I lowered the volume on my TV, and I could hear the voices weren't any voices I was very familiar with. And so I was scared and I couldn't move. I just sat in my room for a while. And then I thought I heard them all leave the top floor, and I peered out of my bedroom door. And a guy was there, and he came at me and had string in his hands and tied my arms back and said, "I have a gun behind your back. Do what I say. If you do what I say, then no one will get hurt. Where is the money? Show me where your money is." My mom kept trying to get up, and they kept telling her, "Sit down." And so I didn't want her to get hurt, so I told her, "Mom, sit down." They were trying to find her wallet, but her English isn't good, so she kept saying purse. They kept pushing her down onto the chair.
Okay. Take your time. Take your time. All this is very important, so take your time.
I'm like mildly getting emotional because like I know, like, she's the one responsible, but, like, I feel she's doing a very good job. I don't know if it's, like, acting or something. Hold on. I have to go help my dad again. But this is very... Ooh. Ooh. Ugh. Okay. Oh. Like, I was like almost like mildly like tearing up as she was like talking about her mom getting attacked. But this is hard. This is very hard.
Jennifer's nonverbal communication up to this point has made sense, and the reflection
Oh
of
my
her
gosh,
mother's
I
last
just
moments seems...
She may have actually regretted it afterwards. Maybe. Maybe.
Seems to push her over the edge. It could be assumed the detective still considers Jennifer a victim at this moment, but in the next moment, he will start becoming suspicious.
They kept all the lights off on the main floor. The only time there was light was when they opened the fridge door to see if they could find where my mom's purse was.
Take yourself back to a moment in your life when you have been overwhelmingly upset about something, and at the same time were trying to explain to someone why you were upset. You wouldn't quietly and reservedly convey the events. You would
I thought she was upstairs the whole time.
likely blurt them out in a forceful and disordered manner. Your sole focus would be on processing your thoughts and conveying them into speech. The emotional turbulence of severe hysteria and grief makes it very difficult to convey thought into actual dialogue, and the simple wording of a sentence becomes very challenging. Jennifer seems to be more concentrated on how she's being perceived, yet finds her words easily and executes her sentences perfectly.
One of the gentlemen asked my father if he had money in his wallet and where his wallet was. So they took me, because I was next to the stairwell, they took me up the stairs to show them where my father's wallet was. But I didn't know. They had turned the room upside down. I didn't know where his pants were at that time.
The intruders retrieve $1,100 from the master bedroom and then tie Jennifer to the upstairs banister.
The next thing I know, I think I heard my parents going down the stairs, and my mom was asking them for me to come with them. They wouldn't let me come with them. And after they said, the last things I heard them say was, "You lied to us, you lied to us." And then I heard 2 pops. My mom screamed. I yelled out for her. And a couple more pops.
Take your time. Take your time.
And I think I heard my mom say or moan or something, and then they did one more before they left, and then one of the guys said, "We have to go now, it's been too long." And then they ran up the door, and I think once they were out the door, I heard my dad go up the stairs, and at that point...
Jennifer has clearly gotten her story straight beforehand, yet in the next moment appears to realize how unusual it is that she was able to make a phone call when her hands were tied behind her back to a banister. She hesitates, stutters, and even looks to the detective for approval twice before she quickly moves on.
I had my phone on me, behind me, that I had hidden there that they didn't know about. So I had my phone on me, behind me, that I had hidden there that they didn't know about. So when I thought that they had heard them all leave and my dad ran up the stairs, I whipped up the phone and I called 911.
Jennifer kind of sus.
I hadn't heard anything from my mom, and all I could hear was my dad running on the street, just moaning and making sounds.
The detective then breaks the event down into components and has Jennifer go through each moment in more detail. The first of which is the appearance of the intruders. Jennifer now describes the one who appeared to be in charge.
The only thing I can remember was he had dreadlocks.
He had dreadlocks. So can you describe his race to me?
He was black.
Was his head covered? Was his face covered? Do you remember anything about that?
Just that his dreadlocks were kind of like flopping all over the place. I couldn't really see his face, and they kept the lights dark as much as possible.
Did he have a gun? Did you see the gun?
I only saw the top part of the gun.
What did it look like?
Kind of, it was black.
Yeah. Do you know where the other guys involved in this are?
I know one stayed with my parents downstairs.
Okay.
The other one, I'm not, at that point in time, I was more focused on him.
Logical.
Like, he was seeing me and he was
Too logical.
So you're saying there's 3 for sure?
Not illogical
That's all, you
enough.
saw a total of 3 at one time. You saw 3 people together?
Yes,
well, you
when I
know,
went downstairs, I saw 3 shadows.
This is
She
educational.
details the appearances of the other 2
you know,
assailants.
if I ever
whom
wanted
she
to pretend
asserts
to
were
be
also
psychotic,
black
I know what to
males.
do now.
The detective then brings her back to the one in charge.
Now the first guy, he spoke to you. What kind of, did he have any accent?
I wanna, now I kind of want to play like Among Us and just be very matter of fact about everything. Just like, oh yeah, I killed a guy. I walked right past Meg and I chopped her head off. Yep.
But I could make out
Was it clear English?
English.
Unbroken?
Unbroken.
No accent?
From the terms he used, I didn't get to pick up.
I vented. Yeah, I just vented. It was
He
me.
sounded Canadian.
I would say, yes, he was born here.
He was born here.
She asserts that the second intruder
I'm
didn't
a
speak,
suspect.
while the third
Yeah.
had a Caribbean accent. She then goes on to say she was taken downstairs for a brief moment and saw her parents under guard in the living room. Her father was asked where his wallet was, and he told them it was in the master bedroom. Jennifer was then taken back upstairs alone with 2 of the assailants to help them find it. They don't find the wallet, but instead retrieve a pile of cash from inside the nightstand. Jennifer was then tied to the upstairs banister and left alone as the intruders went back down.
And the next thing I can hear are them telling my parents to move to the basement.
Okay.
And I'm asking them, why, where are you going? And my mom's yelling to me, I want my daughter. Why can't my daughter come too? I want my daughter.
Jennifer then hears one of the intruders yell, "You lied to us."
Who do you hear yelling, "You lied to us," or to that extent?
Number 3.
Number 3.
I'm assuming it's to my father, because he was the one asking for the wallet.
Now you hear this commotion downstairs. You said you heard 2 pops. And you heard who scream? Your mom. And what was she screaming? Do you remember?
I couldn't make it out. It
No?
was kind of like a cry yell, so it was just...
Okay.
They had made the first round, or pop, and they had said, okay, that's enough. Let's go.
Who said that? Whose voice is that?
Number 1.
Okay.
And then I heard one more after that. And they're like, that's enough. Let's go.
Okay. And again, that's number one.
Yes.
So what do you hear next? After you hear the scrambling, they're gone. Because you're hearing no more. I gather that's how you assume they're gone, is because you don't hear it. Then you hear your dad.
I reached for my phone at that point.
And you call 911. Okay? When your father exits, you hear the door open. Because you hear your dog, and then you
And then I can hear, like, the outside noises.
Okay.
Like the wind coming in, and I just hear my dad, I think he...
You think that he's sustained some kind of injury because he's not, you can't understand what he's saying. Okay. What about, can you hear your mom?
What a boot.
Okay. Where does your dad go? Do you know where, you never see your dad again until when we're at the hospital. I think that's what you said, right?
I saw him when he was on the gurney.
Is there any reason to suspect or anything that's happened in the recent weeks leading up that would have you guys be a target of some type of incident like this?
We live a straightforward, kind of almost routine life.
Whenever Jennifer smiles, it takes her a couple seconds to realize she's not exhibiting the correct behavior, and she then snaps back into her solemn stare. The two looks are so diametrically opposed to each other that it becomes glaringly obvious she's forcing one of the emotions.
What, in your opinion, would cause people to target your house now if there was a large quantity of money?
I'm not sure.
Shit.
Now, you say your mom drives a Lexus.
It could be because of the aesthetics, yes.
What about your dad?
He drives a Mercedes and he loves that baby.
Is that right?
The questions end here, and the detective leaves the room for half an hour to double-check if he needs any more information. After 15 minutes of Jennifer waiting alone, we're gifted with another performance of the startle reflex, only this time it's slightly less convincing. If investigators were certain of Jennifer's innocence, this would have been the first and last time she would have been questioned in such a manner. Police are extremely careful in how they involve victims in investigations as to not cause further unnecessary trauma. But on this particular occasion, it would come as no surprise that Jennifer's psychological well-being was of less concern. She was officially still a victim and witness, but unofficially a leading suspect. She was called back in to give another statement just 2 days later at 9 a.m. She was told the reason was to collect more details, but you'll notice that the line of questioning and the answers they attain have little to no use for anything outside of Jennifer's culpability. The actual reason for this second statement is to collect further information to use against her at a later stage. In this interview alone, they already start the process of cross-examination and start to catch her out in previous lies. Jennifer is still a witness at this moment, and the exchange is void of any direct confrontation, yet she is still put under a modest amount of pressure, and the holes in her story start to become ever more apparent.
Take that first interview that we had, which was, hours after what had transpired, put it aside. It's almost like we've never spoken before, okay? So we're starting afresh. We're starting from new. That way you're not going to say, I think I already told him that. Don't worry about what you've already told me.
Do you, Jennifer Penn, swear or declare that the evidence that you give in this investigation shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
We're going to see if we've learned or if you've remembered anything else. And there's some questions with respect to that statement that I'm going to ask you about. Okay, but I'm going to let you start again, and let's.
Hi,
let's move
Steph.
forward
Hello.
from
You
any time
finished
in that
it.
day where you
Oh,
wanna
very
start.
cool,
If it's the time you woke
Eucoria.
up, or if it's the
Post
time
in the
your
art
first interaction.
section of
It's
the
your choice.
Discord. I'd love to see what you were working on.
I'm
How are
very
you,
nervous.
Steph?
Why are
Don't
you?
remember
Why are you nervous? Tell me about why you're nervous.
Because I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Because
that day was a lot.
You're right.
And I've been scattered, and so bits and pieces are here, and some pieces aren't here.
Ah, nice. I'll take a look at it later.
I'm just...
So, I want you to
Still
sit back
settling
in
into your new apartment?
Yeah, just
Ah,
sit back
yeah,
in your
you
chair.
did move.
Take a deep
How's it been? You like your new place?
Close your eyes.
Decorate
Just
it yet?
follow my line. Just sit back in the chair for a second. Sit back. Relax. The best you can. close your eyes, and just breathe for a minute, okay?
The most curious detail you've probably come to notice is this. It's known as a self-pacifying gesture. A person who does this is most often uncomfortable and sometimes fearful of what lies ahead.
Man,
It's
I
a
do that
coping
all the
mechanism
time.
to dissipate stress and afford self-assurance.
I do that all the time, though. When I'm talking to my boss, when I'm like, whenever I had to do like public not public what public speaking. There you go. Man, I do that all the time. You love it. You still haven't done much of the decorations since you're waiting for your dad to come help you hang up lights and stuff. Ooh, lights. Fancy, fancy. Oh, Steph, if you haven't already, you should definitely join my Discord. You can do !Discord. Once you finish decorating, do take a picture. I would love to see how you decorated your place. I'm all about interior design, even though I don't practice that myself. Hold on, give me 1 second. I just want to wash my hands real quickly, because I got gel all over them. I'll be right back. Ha! Okay.
What I can remember is when I woke up, had some breakfast.
She practices on the piano, studies piano history, plays games on her phone, and speaks with her friends on Facebook during the morning hours. Her mom leaves to visit her grandfather at around noon and returns at 3 p.m. to prepare dinner. Her father comes home at around 4:30 from work, and dinner is served 1 hour later. Her mother leaves for line dancing at 7
Oh my
and
God, that's an
returns
early
at
dinner.
9:30. Jennifer at this point is in bed talking with her friend on the phone, and her father is in the computer room. She then hears her mother loudly call out to her father.
What is she saying?
She's calling him by his name and to come down.
Okay, so give us verbatim, what do you hear her saying?
In Vietnamese, she's like, Hanoi, xuống đây.
She's clearly aware that she has to appear mournful over the subject matter, and sensibly draws out this emotion at the correct moments. Yet what's fascinating is how she's unable to maintain this emotion when inquired over the same elements. In this very moment, she appears completely grief-stricken, but when the investigator inquires further, this supposed grief rapidly dissipates. It's extremely difficult to convincingly act out an emotion while evaluating a question. It requires two completely different parts of the brain, which is why most people can only do one of these things at a time. This is exactly what you see in the next moment, and continuously throughout this interview.
And what does that translate to?
That's my father's name, Han. Come down here.
Does she say anything else associated with that?
I can't hear clearly because, like, I was on the phone and the TV was on,
Sure.
but that's what I heard.
Is she yelling? Or is it normal?
It's a loud, she's not yelling, but it's a loud tone.
Okay.
She then hangs up the phone with her friend once she hears the commotion.
As I'm hanging up the phone with him, I hear footsteps going up the stairs.
Okay.
But they're heavier footsteps than what is to be expected from my parents.
Okay.
Jennifer hears unfamiliar voices, so she opens her door to investigate. She has spoken for 2 minutes up to this point without being interrupted, and once again manages to build up her emotion to correlate with a supposedly terrifying event. Yet as soon as the detective interjects with a question, we once again see this emotion dissipate.
I peered out, and there was a person in what would have been my brother's room.
And where's your brother's room located?
Just a little bit down the, I could see from my doorway to his doorway, just a little bit down the hall.
Okay.
The first intruder then robs Jennifer at gunpoint before taking her to the ground floor, where she then sees her parents sitting next to each other.
From where I was standing, my father was sitting on the right, and my mother was sitting on the left.
Sitting where?
On a couch. On our couch.
Sitting on the couch.
Where is
Are they
Jen's
looking out towards you?
interrogation?
No, their backs are towards me.
Wait, Jennifer's father
And you're now
survived
on
the
the ground
ordeal,
level?
and once he
Are
came
you on
out
the
of his
floor?
coma, he had to
Or
say
on the
this.
sitting on the
on the
stick?
floor.
He had to
I'm
say, "I
sitting
hope
on
I
the
die."
floor.
Jennifer thinks about what
Where are
happened to
your
her
hands?
family and
They
can be
had
coming
tied my
honest
hands.
person.
So let's
Dang.
go back up to the stairs.
You mean
Remember we
my
said-
interrogation? What do you mean
Her
my
emotional
interrogation?
display in seeing her parents in distress gradually faded after
Well, I'm
each
glad that he
interjection. But you'll
survived.
now
That's
see it
good.
completely cease altogether once she realizes that she made her first mistake. Everything she had said up to this point correlated with her initial statement, but she had just forgot to mention that she was first tied up before being taken downstairs, and only brought it up when reminded by the detective.
Take the other statement and whatever we've said before.
No, I said it earlier.
She didn't say she was tied up earlier. She completely forgot to mention it and seems to be trying to convince the detective otherwise. It's a moment of slight panic, which becomes far more pronounced when you compare it to her supposed grief-stricken recollection 5 seconds earlier. The detective doesn't challenge this, as it can be used against her at a much later stage, and the main objective at this point is to collect as much conflicting information as possible.
Okay, then we must let's get back to that area. I think you might have touched on it. We went back into the description. So where do you get your hands tied, and where does the string come from?
I'm not sure where the string comes from, but he had the string.
Okay.
And after I gave him my money, that's when he tied my hands.
She is then taken downstairs where she sees her mother being interrogated by the second assailant over the whereabouts of the cash. According to her first statement, the second assailant never said a word the entire time.
He had pushed her back onto the couch, and she
Who
kept...
pushed her?
Number 2.
Okay.
He was pushing her back onto the couch. And she kept saying, "Where's my purse? Where's my purse?" And the guy kept telling her to sit down, and I didn't want my mom to get hurt.
How many times does she get up and get pushed back down?
I'd say she got up twice.
Has number 2 uttered a word at this point in time?
I can't remember hearing him.
Okay. So we're just correcting what you said earlier, because you said earlier that it was number 2 who was asking where the purse is, what the purse is, and now you've said now it's number 1 guy who would initially...
I'm sorry, it's just...
No. It's all a purpose. The purpose here is clarifying what you're saying. So number
I
one
just
is
don't wanna...
number 1 is the one who's doing the talking about the purse. Number 3 is focused on your dad's wallet. Okay.
Jennifer continues to make contradictions and is forced to correct herself multiple times after she notices the puzzled gaze from the detective. He inquires over the appearance of assailant number 2, who is wearing a hoodie according to the first statement.
Do you get a good look at number 2 now of what he's wearing?
All I could tell was he had a vest, and his face was like a long oval face.
He had a vest?
No, hoodie.
Okay.
Dark hoodie.
Okay. Did you see them recover anything inside your mom and dad's room?
I did not see anything, no.
Are you sure? Because when we spoke the last time, there was some mention of some other money that went missing.
I believe when they were looking for my father's wallet, they had opened the drawer. And there was, it was in an envelope.
What drawer would that have been in?
If you're at the doorway where I was standing on the left side, the bedside table.
Whose side of the bed is it?
That's my mother's side of the bed.
Okay.
More than likely a total coincidence, yet she almost appears to be praying that she gave the correct response. Fortunately for her, she was correct on this occasion.
And approximately how much money?
So what exactly are we watching?
I'm not sure how much.
You guys are not regular streaming schedule. Sorry.
I can only
We're watching JCS Criminal Psychology.
At the time,
So we were like talking about it earlier and
about $1,100. So I'm
decided to
curious
just
know
put it
how
on
you
while
came
I'm
up
working on these keycaps. Oh, thank you, sound alerts.
I believe because when we were at the border, we stopped at the duty free. My mother was deciding whether to use her U.S. currency or her U.S. currency or her Canadian currency.
So it was at that time you remember hearing $1,100? And that's what, is that the inference you're saying? Is that, because you're pretty solid saying that it was $1,100 that went missing, that was taken. And that you saw it when we spoke. And who took it? Who took possession of it?
But she got so into the video that she's struggling to paint the keycaps. Yeah.
The detective lets the contradiction slide once more. Jennifer is then brought to the moment where the intruders had just left and she is tied to the upstairs banister.
Let's come back to now. You're being taken to the banister in the upper. Don't apologize, okay? I'm going to try and ask you questions to try and clarify points. Okay? If you don't remember, you don't remember. Okay, so there's no apologizing. The only reason you would apologize to me is if you've lied to me. Okay,
No,
so then in this case, then don't apologize to me. It's okay. Okay, I'm going to ask you questions to clarify points.
Okay.
You're now bound to this, to the railing. Can you show me? Can you stand up and turn around and tell me? Just show on the camera how your hands are bound and how you are against the railing. You don't have to sit down. I just need to see how you were.
Just tell you.
The only reason that I'm trying to, I need to do this is that I'm also going to ask you is that so take this back take it out of a traumatizing event, which it is, and put yourself into a more clinical position, because I want to see how you could physically get your phone out of your waistband. We're obviously going to need to know that. It's very important. So traumatize away, now put yourself into just a state of, I need to mechanically show how I can get access to my phone. Okay, because that's obviously very relevant. We know you made the phone call, but questions are going to obviously raise is that if my hands are bound and I'm against the railing, how do I talk to a 911 operator? Okay, so clinically, this is now a clinical demonstration. Just stand up, focus in on how you did it.
Obviously, Jennifer wasn't Scream 4 convincing.
And I want you to stick that in your waistband as an example. Okay, so just take your sweater off, because this will be a very smooth, very quick thing. It's a one-time demonstration. I'm not going to ask you to repeat it.
The two critical parts of this demonstration are where Jennifer states she was tied and the movement of her arms as she takes her phone out of her pocket. The investigator is hoping the mechanics of the two components would be illogical and contradict each other.
I tied my upper arm.
Yes?
Around the banister.
Yes?
But my hands were bound together.
So your hands bound together, and this is the arm that's the strings wrapped around against the banister?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now how can you get to the phone? And how do you make the phone call?
Whether it be a stroke of luck or that Jennifer had prepared for this moment, this actually made sense. Had her arms gone left or the point of restraint been below the elbow, none of this would have been possible. It's perhaps the single moment where Jennifer's statement was somewhat beneficial to her defense. We know Jennifer was tied up when police arrived, but the assumption was that she had her phone in her hands the entire time and wouldn't have had to retrieve it from her waistband. She can now argue that this portion of her testimony is genuine.
911? And do you talk down like that?
Yes, I'm yelling at the phone like this.
And how can you hear?
I turned the volume on max.
Yes? So that's exactly the way that you're talking to her against the railing. Okay, that's good enough. Sit down.
Jennifer is then brought back to the moment just before she heard the gunshots.
At this point, I started hearing my parents get up. And they're moving. And my mom's yelling, "Where's my daughter? I want my daughter. Where's my daughter?" And I'm yelling, "Mom, I'm here."
Here. Jennifer, take a Kleenex and just take a minute.
You'll notice that she doesn't wipe her eyes or blow her nose, just buries her face in the tissue, which the detective later testified remained completely dry.
Okay. So we're now down in the basement. They're down in the, you know your parents are down in the basement.
I heard pop. And then my mom. I heard her squeal.
Multiple pops occur thereafter before she hears the intruders leave through the front door.
Once the door closed, I heard my father. He ran up the stairs and all I could hear was moaning. Dad. Once I heard him starting to move, that's when I pulled out the phone and I was trying to call 911.
This is untrue. She only realized her father was alive midway through the 911 call. And in that exact moment,
So what crime
you can
did
actually
she
hear
commit?
genuine...
She is an accomplice to homicide. Oh, you missed the whole backstory stuff, but like basically her parents were threatening to disown her unless she like went back to school and got a degree. She was like living like a lie. Her parents had like very high educational expectations for her, but she couldn't meet them, and so what she did was she forged all her report cards, the graduation acceptance letters, diplomas, and whatnot. And then when her parents found out, they, started to disown her. And so she devised this plan to, with her boyfriend's acquaintances, to make it look like a home invasion went wrong, basically.
And fear in her voice compared to her fabricated panic the moment before. The final part of this statement is collecting information to set up the main strategy for Jennifer's interrogation that will take place 10 days later. They go through Jennifer's past and gather intel to lay the foundation for what's known as the how and why solution, which will be explained in further detail at a later stage.
What I want to do now is I want to go into your past, okay? And start talking about things that have been going on with you.
The detective now morphs into a therapist, and what's fascinating is how Jennifer doesn't once question the new line of inquisition. Many argue that it was the first time Jennifer was even asked about such matters, giving reason for her willingness
honestly,
to open up. This may have been the first
I won't lie,
time in her life
most
she was
Asian
able to
parents, I
process her
believe, are emotionally
frustrations
abusive
and
to
vent
their
someone who
children.
appeared to care. The first topic
that's
is her
just how they were
parents
raised.
and the expectations and pressures she was under to succeed, which led to her faking her grades and then her...
I'm not yeah, they did say her parents were first generation immigrants, right? I think first generation Asian immigrants feel like this very strong desire to achieve like the American dream when they immigrate over. Obviously, I'm saying that because I can see that desire in my parents, and so they tried, they got old, they didn't succeed, and so now they want to live vicariously through their children and, place those expectations on to them. Or at least in, like, Jennifer's case, I assume her parents were moderately successful since it seems like they were well off. And so they just want to uphold that kind of tradition and significance. Status plays a really big factor in Asian communities. And so all those sorts of factors play into it, and ultimately, hurt people.
College degree as to not be a disappointment.
How did you feel about that? How did you feel about having to lie to your parents?
I felt guilty, but every time I tried to bring it up, there was just so much expectation.
Did you have any resentment towards them for this?
I chose what I chose, but in the end I chose my family.
She just referred to the ultimatum she was given by her father. The choice to live at home and go back to school, or be completely cut off by her parents and live with her boyfriend. Information gathering on Jennifer's past goes on for roughly 2 hours and 20 minutes. The detective then ends the exchange by putting her under some pressure. It's not a direct confrontation, but it's by far the most uncomfortable position she's been in up to this point. The detective subtly switches back to the home invasion and how the intruders were able to gain access without breaking in.
Like you didn't hear a doorbell, you didn't hear a door knock, you didn't hear a door kicked in, you didn't.
I said I was watching TV on the phone. I don't know how.
Yeah, I know. We went over that back and forth. We don't know how. So somehow they got into your house by getting through your mom. down on the lower level, right? Because she's the only one who's down
She
there.
was the only one down there.
So it's very confusing. Generally, random events are not, in most cases, random. There's a rhyme or reason why they've come to your house. But from what you've told me inside the house, the only thing that you hear them saying to you is they're looking for money. They're not looking for a specific quantity of money?
No.
So you're telling me that you had no involvement in what happened, meaning not saying how the outcome came, but you had no involvement in any type of illegal activity that would have drawn you or the attention of you to have bad people come to your house looking for large sums of money. You're not involved in this any which way. Because the question obviously stands, Jennifer, is you're upstairs and they're downstairs, right? So it's a natural concern when, why would they leave you alone? Why would they not do the same to you? You can't answer that question?
The only thing I can say is he said I cooperated.
The,
but I asked him to take me.
The number
with
one
my
guy?
mom.
The number one guy said you cooperated. Okay. Who's to say this whole thing isn't a lie? That what you're telling me is a lie? Because if you are lying, it's the most cold-blooded thing that I have ever faced in my life.
I'm hungry.
There is nothing that you've said to me today is a lie. Now, back to another very difficult question. But if I don't ask it, I'm going to be, it's an obvious one. The resentment that you may have had towards your parents for the interference in your relationship and your life and essentially locking you down in your house.
At the end of the day, I love my parents and I chose to be with them. And if I wanted to, I could have just left, but I didn't. I wanted to stay with them and take care of them.
So this wasn't some evil plot that you thought up to...
Oh my God, no.
No interaction, no belief, no, you didn't have anything to do with this thing at all, whatsoever. You don't engage in illegal activity?
No.
Because you know that it'll be very easy, it will be a very easy thing to discredit you on, right? We're in the process of trying to add credibility to what you tell us, and that's through the process of asking people and doing whatever. Through that same process, it will be very easy to find the flaws in what you've said, which again then turns the focus back to you. Okay? It's a natural progress, it's a natural thing that investigators do. We eliminate people.
Did they give a
we
reason why
draw
she
our
said she
attention
was
to it.
at
It's a
home
natural
rather than
thing.
with her
It's
boyfriend
not brain surgery.
at the time?
Okay.
The detective
She was
leaves
the one
room
who
for
made
20 minutes to
the
allow
phone
Jennifer
call
to
to
stew in her own
911.
thoughts before they end the statement.
So
He
I
comes
guess
back
she
to add
planted
one last
herself
bit of
there
psychological
in order
pressure
to
that he
make
carefully
herself
disguises as
seem more like a
reassurance.
victim.
Jennifer will leave terrified, but still believe the police are on her side.
Okay, we're done, essentially. How you feeling?
Sorry, you really scared me.
Did I? What did I scare you about? Sit down and
You love the
take a
Gengar
look.
mouse
Tell
pad.
me
Thank you,
tell me
thank
how
you.
feel.
Yeah. It's Gengar, Haunter's right here, and Ghastly's over there. I love this
I don't want you walking
evolution.
away from here thinking I'm evil. I want you to walk
I love
around from
Gengar a
here
lot. He's
thinking that
my favorite Pokemon.
this guy is helping investigate my mom's murder, and he's going to turn over every stone possible to make sure that we catch the people who do that. That's what I want you feeling. So I don't want you walking away from here thinking that I'm
This is like an hour and 30 minutes. What more do they have to talk about?
We have to ask very, very difficult
They're gonna bring her back again?
That's my job.
And then do what?
Okay.
They already
You're our
know.
only link.
Okay, well I guess maybe they don't already know at this
You're
point, but we know.
Until your dad regains his back and being able to be spoken to, right now you're our only link to this case.
Her father had bullet fragments lodged in
Your
his
favorites are the
face that
EV
doctors
evolutions?
couldn't
Ah, yes,
remove,
EV
and a
evolutions
shattered
are
neck bone.
close
At the
second
time
for
of this
me.
interview, the consensus was that if he did regain consciousness, he would be useless as a witness due to irreversible brain damage.
So we may rely on you heavily until we can speak to your father. Okay? So don't be afraid. If you've told the truth,
Is this the first code?
the last thing you
Yes,
should
this
be
is the
afraid
first
of
code.
is anything. If you've told the truth and you've been truthful through this whole process, then you're helping. You're doing your part. Okay? And don't be afraid of me.
I'm just afraid because, you know, like, I know everything is just all pointing negatively right now, and I don't understand why. I feel that, like, the way you're speaking to me, it's kind of like, I know you said that you had to say those things, but it's here, and I've already said it to the special victims yesterday, but there's, like, ideas in my head.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid to say it out loud. But
Ideas about speculation of what happened, how it happened. Unfortunately, at times some of us have to point the finger, seem like we're pointing the finger, and it really is just to provoke you to see what you're going to do, how you're going to respond. Okay? So it's only a question, and it's been answered. And if you've been truthful, okay, you have nothing to fear. Absolutely nothing. Okay?
Police kept Jennifer under close observation.
Really, she
from
probably
this
put
point
herself
forward.
there
A
because her dad
surveillance
survived
detail
and
was
knew she
assigned
was
to track
home.
her every movement, and she was even monitored at her mother's funeral.
That's true, but her dad was shot in the face and put in a induced coma for a prolonged time. So I don't even think he was able to give like a statement like within like enough time, I guess. I'm not exactly sure when he woke up, but well, yeah. We'll see. We'll find out. We'll find out. We're only 43 minutes in.
She was emotionless the majority of the time.
Oh my god, yeah.
Only showing what appeared to be feigned grief at certain moments. She never shed a single tear and kept her eyes to the floor or completely shut for the entirety of the service. Jennifer's father had in fact awoken from his induced coma the day prior and miraculously seemed to remember everything from the night of the incident. He would give an official statement in secret on November 16th, and multiple parts of his story contradicted what Jennifer had told police. The most significant detail was that she was never tied up, but instead walking around freely and talking with the intruders as if they were friends. He actually spoke with Jennifer over the phone, but was informed by investigators to act amnesic and not to confront her, only to ask her if she thought her ex-boyfriend was behind it. She stated that she was almost certain he wasn't. The only issue with Hahn's statement was that he had suffered minor brain damage from the gunshot, which could be used by a defense team to refute his testimony in court, or even get it thrown out altogether. Furthermore, it was essentially his word against Jennifer's, and their turbulent relationship would also work greatly in the defense's favor. York Regional Police knew they needed a confession for the best possible chance at securing a conviction, so they assigned their most experienced investigator to conduct Jennifer's interrogation. She was called back into the Markham Police Station on the 22nd of November at 2:30 p.m., a week and a half after the incident took place.
So just for the record, it is the 22nd of November 2010. We're at the 5 District Station in the town of Markham. My computer right now says 2:39 in the afternoon. Okay. Just for the record, my name is Detective William Gates. You can just call me Bill here today. And what do you like to be called?
Jen.
Jen? Yep. What do you prefer, Jen or Jennifer? Either or? Okay. So Jen, you're aware that the audio tape and everything's on. It's the same as last time. Okay. You've been here on 2 other occasions, I understand. On the 9th of November, and I believe again on the 11th of November. Is that correct? Okay. And do you know why we're here today? Yeah, regarding what?
What happened at my home?
Okay. And as a result of that home invasion, your father Pan was actually shot, and your mother, Pan, was actually killed. Is that correct? Yeah, you'll have to speak up a little bit just so I can hear you.
Sorry, yes.
Okay.
What's unique about this interrogator is how he immediately adopts a no-nonsense approach, yet manages to build rapport and remain sympathetic at the same time. You'll see that he has far less patience compared to the previous investigator, yet seems to create a stronger connection with the suspect. It's a hard thing to explain, but easily observed, as you'll soon find out.
So that's what we're going to discuss here today.
Jennifer this time around has read her rights to silence rather than her rights as a witness. If she knew anything about the law in Canada, she would be wise to the fact that she is now a suspect. Fortunately for the investigator, she remains completely naive to the situation throughout the opening phase of the interrogation, making her far more susceptible to the strategy he is about to employ.
Okay, just hold on a second.
Very sophisticated
Okay,
strategies.
we're having technical difficulties here. Okay, so that's why they interrupted me. What we're going to do is, if you don't mind holding tight there, I'm just going to move my equipment to the other room. Okay, and then I'll come over and we'll move over there next door, okay?
I'm just not comfortable doing it alone.
Okay, I'm going to be right here though. Okay?
With respect to interrogations, it's common knowledge that the psychological manipulation begins before a single word is spoken. The physical layout of the room is designed to accelerate the sense of discomfort and isolation, and it's fascinating to observe how each interrogator has their own unique methods of setting the tone. Knowing how this interrogation plays out allows us to realize this detective's procedure. The considerable distance between him and the suspect will keep her relaxed enough to be influenced by Phase 1. But this same distance will intensify the pressure once he eventually closes it during Phase 2. You'll notice this detective is slow with his first strategy, but swift with the second. He takes his time in building trust and establishing rapport, yet once this initial connection is secured, the transition to aggression will be abrupt and ever increasing from that point forward. Jennifer takes a seat in the room 15 minutes since she was first informed of her rights. It's important to note that she is still free to leave at any time at this point. She is unknowingly a suspect, but not under arrest.
So just for the record, this room is being videotaped and audio taped, just like the other one, okay? And I'm just going to grab my chair from across the way, okay? Okay.
The detective goes through Jennifer's history of teaching piano and her earlier years of high-level figure skating, which was cut short due to injury.
If you didn't get injured, would you still be doing it? Yeah. That's nice. And did you, as far as that, did you do like competition skating, or? And how did you do with that?
It wasn't at the top of the pack, but it was the middle pack.
Yeah, sounds good. But you did actually enjoy it. It was more than just going for competition. You enjoyed actually.
I was petrified.
Okay. All right. Do you have any students right now? Or? No. Okay. And why not?
The students I were teaching in my high school.
Oh, okay. Yeah, too big for piano. Yeah, I took it in grade school too, but I think I went to grade 7 in it, I think. Like when I was in grade 7, I stopped taking it. But, I still remember Swans on the Lake. I don't know how to play that, that's about it.
The detective then goes through Jennifer's work history as a server before touching on her future plans in education. Jennifer mentions that she plans to go by her parents' wishes and pursue a career in healthcare, at which point the primary strategy is initiated: the how and why solution. The detective gradually begins to shift the blame away from the suspect and onto another set of circumstances that prompted the suspect to commit the crime. He starts developing a theme that will afford her a psychological justification in doing it, and this theme will be further established as the interrogation progresses. It starts off subtle so that she remains oblivious to the agenda.
Now, if you could pick any job yourself, I'm not talking about anybody else, but if you could pick for yourself, what would it be?
I'm going to be a piano teacher when I come home. But in the daytime, I'd like to have a simple, maybe like a lab technician job. Work 8 hours a day, and I come home and teach piano.
This is an answer the detective was hoping for. Jennifer's preferred career choice is at odds with what her parents wanted, so he now builds on the concept of the overly controlling parent and the unfair limitations it causes the child. He then links this concept with the subject of Jennifer's boyfriend and how she was kept from seeing him.
Now, eventually you were discussing Daniel. What happened with that relationship?
I hid it from my parents at first.
they didn't agree with me having a boyfriend.
Okay.
And once they found out, they didn't like the fact that he was of mixed race.
Okay.
And they told me to talk to him.
Okay. And how did that make you feel?
I went back to Sekiro with a clear head and killed the annoying Perry boss. Oh, Pog. Very cool, very cool.
When you broke up, you felt the part was missing? Is that what you're saying?
When they first told me to stop seeing him, stop talking to him, I felt like a part of me was missing, and I wanted to go over depression.
How did they find out?
One day when my mother came to pick me up, she found me in the drop off.
Okay. Dropped you off.
At Pacific Mall, and my mother was coming to pick me up.
Okay. And somehow they saw each other, I guess?
Oh, my mother saw me hugging Tiffany.
Okay. That gave it away. What happened next?
I tried to bring him home. And my mother at first said, bring him home, let us meet him. And when I brought him home, they automatically didn't like it for some reason.
Okay.
And that's when they told me to stop seeing him.
Okay. So you were told to stop seeing him. So what happened then?
At first I stopped for a while. But like I said, I just felt really empty and I felt depression, and I started talking to him again.
Jennifer then goes on to explain in further detail how she carried on the relationship in secret and how it became more and more of a struggle hiding it from her parents.
Now, how was Daniel taking it when your parents said that you couldn't see him anymore? How did he take it?
He was good.
Yeah. And how did you feel?
She then goes on to explain that she was living with Daniel at his parents' house for 2 years, while her own parents thought she was studying at a university.
And his parents were, I guess, more liberal than your parents.
His parents, they like me.
Yeah, okay. And they recognized that you loved each other.
Jennifer recounts how she bought a fake diploma for $500 to show her parents, and the many other avenues she went down to keep the lie
where
going.
do you go
She
to
eventually
get
gets
one
to
of
the day she
those?
was found out.
How did you end up back home, I guess?
They called up my friend, who I said I was staying with, in the middle of the night, and she groggy and forgot what day it was, and so she's like, isn't she home? And she wasn't home.
Okay. She messed up.
I don't blame her.
No.
It's okay. It's okay.
Jennifer then goes on to explain the ultimatum she was given and the restrictive measures that were put in place so that she wouldn't be able to see her boyfriend.
So how has that felt, being under those guidelines for the last 18 months?
It was okay, like, it wasn't the best feeling in the world, because your mom was probably trapped.
Okay.
But it's what I chose to do with my family.
Okay. And so you made a choice between what?
Living out on my own with Daniel and living home with my parents.
Did you feel you really had a choice or not?
There was no choice because family was good.
Okay. And where do you get that from? Where do you get that belief?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So family's number one?
Yes.
The detective then brings up Jennifer's earlier assertion of being depressed and then affiliates it with the restrictive measures she was living under.
What was the worst the depression got?
I cut myself.
Okay. And when did that happen? Where did you cut?
On my wrist, and once people started noticing, I had it other places, but never twice as much.
So how many cuts do you have on you?
Now,
Done? They've healed? And did you want to kill yourself?
yes.
Jennifer asserts that she tried to kill herself when she was 19 by overdosing on sleeping tablets. She also states that her self-harm was a distractor from the pain and frustrations she was going through.
Did you ever feel that they expected too much of you? How so?
Comparisons to other people.
Okay, so who would they compare you to?
Like classmates, clubmates, cousins.
Okay. And so some of them have been successful recently? Okay. And what did they say to you?
I should have been that person.
Okay, so that's pretty hard, right? Hard to take for you?
What I've heard all my life. Nothing.
Did you ever feel like, I know you're smart and they believe you're very smart, but did you ever feel you weren't as smart as what they thought that you were? I get that feeling, that it's pretty tough to live up to their expectations. Okay, like your dad ultimately would like to see you be like a doctor. Those were pretty high standards for anybody. Not everybody can be a doctor. Okay? But they may have acted like you could have done it no problem. Their expectations were so high that few people will be able to reach that expectation. I'm not just talking about you, I'm talking about anybody. And it started at a young age.
The detective further explores the stresses of living with overly strict parents, and Jennifer explains in further details the way she would cope, which for the most part was lying about her grades and living a double life with her boyfriend.
How did it feel having to lie to them all those years?
I wanted to tell them, but they always looked down.
I'm sure there were days when you actually planned that this is the day I'm going to tell them, and then you just couldn't spit it out.
The opening strategy of the how and why solution has now been executed. A connection has been attained, and the desired narrative established. The next phase of the interrogation is about to commence, which is first set up by a two-step strategy. Step 1 is to induce fatigue. Step 2 is to induce fear.
Now, when's the last time you spoke to your dad?
This morning, me and my brother had meetings at school.
And what have you and your father discussed about this case?
He just asked me if Daniel was behind it.
Okay.
And I told him I don't know 100%, but I don't think he did.
Okay. Why would he ask that?
Because he believes that we still talk and that he would go to anyone to be with me.
And what do you think about that?
I know that he's moved on, so I don't think he would. He would go to leave like to be with me when he's already moved on.
The detective has Jennifer go through the entire incident once more, but unlike the first investigator, offers no reassurance nor consolation. Jennifer starts fake crying again, yet this time is given no tissues to wipe away her non-existent tears.
Now, do you think there's any reason why they tied you up and didn't tie your parents up?
Non-existent tears. Oh, my arms!
Does that seem odd to you? Why does it seem odd?
Because I was away up here, separated from them the whole time.
And does it make sense that they would leave a witness behind? If they were going to kill somebody? Does that make sense? Just thinking about it. But it makes sense for somebody that was going to kill somebody to leave a witness behind that could describe them. Does that make common sense for killers?
Not.
What do you think? Do you think that was a mistake they made then?
I don't know. They kept saying that they're running out of time. And it just,
It doesn't take a long time to kill someone.
I know. I don't know.
Jennifer's dramatics intensify as the discussion of the home invasion continues. She's trying to give off the nonverbal cue that she wants to move past the incident. The detective doesn't respond, but continues to go over the different stages of the night in more detail. He jumps from the beginning to the end to the middle, back to the end, and then back to the beginning again. None of this is for the purpose of information gathering. He is inducing mental fatigue as to diminish Jennifer's critical thinking. This is often done before a direct confrontation, as it can diminish the suspect's ability to consider the long-term consequences of a decision. Jennifer will get stressed and tired, not because she is traumatized by the event being recited, but because it's exhausting keeping up such an act when it's not genuine. And this performance eventually starts to dwindle and becomes gradually less convincing.
How did the conversation end with that?
I heard my mother calling for my father.
And then what?
I have to go through this again.
Okay. When you went to bed, was your mom home yet?
She'd just gotten home and I went down. I told Ed I'd be right back. And I went down, I said hi to her, and I went back up to my room.
Were you injured at all during the whole process? Okay. Not really anything?
Step 2 of the confrontation setup will now commence. The detective employs what is known as the futility technique. He will tell Jennifer that he has an abundance of resources at his disposal, and even fabricate much of what he asserts. He's indirectly telling the suspect it is useless to resist due to the overwhelming evidence against her.
Now, the reason why I'm here today, okay, is that I'm an expert, okay, in what we call truth verification. I talk to thousands of people, okay, and I basically know when somebody's not being straightforward with me, okay? I can tell by the language they use, how they answer the question, their body language, how they treat the question, that something's wrong here, okay? This doesn't make sense.
The detective then gives Jennifer an 8-minute narrative on police tactics and forensic technology, some of which is embellished, but for the most part true. He then asserts that police are able to use infrared satellite imagery to see the occupants inside a household. This is entirely false.
And basically, if people are moving around in a house, it's like an x-ray, okay? And basically we're able to tell, you know, are those movements, are those actions, that number of people consistent with the story that we've been told? Are the people in the positions that the witnesses are telling us they were in? Or are they different? Okay, and if they're different, why are they different? But what our question becomes, right? And so at the end of the day, okay, there's so many resources available to me that at the end of the day, I'm going to know if a person's telling me the truth or not.
The detective is now about to initiate the confrontation, but first brings the entire setup full circle by re-establishing the notions of reasoning and rationale. The suspect is fatigued and scared, but still needs to feel the detective is on her side.
Now, I can tell you that nothing surprises me in this job, okay? I am well aware that anybody on this earth is capable of making a mistake. Okay? I don't care who they are. I don't care if they're a priest. I don't care if they're a school teacher. I don't care what the situation is. Given a certain set of circumstances, everyone has the capability, Jennifer, of making a mistake, doing the wrong thing. Okay? The key, though, when I talk to people is when they made a mistake, okay, that's one thing, right? The key is to not keep making the same mistake. And to get that information out and get it off their chest. Okay? You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, from this case, and I can tell you I've spent literally a week on this case, going over information after information, accessing all the sources, speaking to every other expert on the case. And at this point, Jennifer, I know that you've not been truthful with the police, okay? You've not told us everything that you know, purposely. You've spent a considerable amount of time in the last 7 years telling half-truths. And I can understand why, okay? You've had a tough life. What's happened to you, to me, equates to abuse. And all the stresses that you've had and forced to lie, I can understand why you did it, okay? But you're in another situation here where you're under another tremendous amount of stress. And it doesn't feel good inside, does it? It breaks down the person that you are. Because at the end of the day, you're a good person. I know that. You've got a good heart. In this case, though, you've made mistakes, okay? And you're involved in this. I know that, okay? There's no question about it.
About it.
The only question right now is, are you going to keep making mistakes? Are you going to go on the route that you've gone on over the years and try to pretend that things happen that never happened? Okay, are you going to not face reality here? We know that you're involved. We've done our homework, okay? We have to resolve that now here today. I need to know from you what really happened. And I know why this has happened. You have spent your whole life trying to live up to expectations that you can't meet, okay? And that stress the hell out of you. You're a 24-year-old woman being treated like a 15-year-old, okay? You've never done anything that terrible in your life, but you're being treated like you have. You're not being treated like the adult that you are. Yes, you made some mistakes, big deal. You're not the first person that has gone out and not told their parents that they're dating a guy, because in your culture they don't accept it. I understand that. I've talked to people in here that have kept that secret for their whole life from their parents. Okay, so that's not abnormal, but that puts a lot of stress on you, right? That's not easy for you, is it? No. Now, what we need to get down to here today, Jen, is what really happened. You need to tell me what went on, because you know who was in that house that night. You do, Jen. There's no question about that, okay?
About.
While remaining empathetic and understanding, the detective still needs to keep Jennifer's confidence low. He watches for denials and stops them immediately. Letting the suspect deny her guilt will only increase confidence and morale. This needs to be stripped away as much as possible, as early as possible.
There's no question about it, okay?
The focus is kept from the magnitude of the crime and concentrated on the justifications of why someone would commit it.
Yes, their intentions might have been good, but they're not realistic. They're not, Dan, were they? Jen? Their expectations weren't realistic, were they? You couldn't live up to them, could you? You tried to. Right? Am I right? And finally you had to bite back, right? You had no other choice. You felt like you had no other options. You thought of everything else, including killing yourself. This is Canada.
This is Canada.
In the 21st century here. You cannot take everything out of a person. You can have expectations for your kids, but you can't expect them to do everything the way you want. It doesn't feel good to have secrets, does it? No. You have to let me know what happened here, okay? Okay, but you were involved, right? That's the part we need, okay? We need to hear that from you because we know you were.
The detective appears to be getting nowhere, so he now lowers the gauge of admission. A confession to a lesser offense is far easier to attain, but once it is attained, can be used to build on the more damnatory elements of the case. You'll also notice that he uses broad terms that infer guilt, yet don't directly accuse Jennifer of murder.
You knew before that night that this was going to happen. I'm going to make that easy on you. That's a true statement, right? You knew before that night that they were coming. Right? Ken? It's not worth it anymore. It's hurting you.
She seems to be on the cusp of giving some form of admission, yet wants reassurance as to what it means for her own sake. She asks this question 9 times throughout this interrogation. It's one of the few things investigators can't actually lie about, as it's been used countless times in the past to get a case thrown out under misdirection. They can avoid the question, yet they can't afford any false promises with respect to sentencing.
I need to know the details. I can't even say. But I can tell you one thing is that we already know, so you can't change that. I know you did. But it got too far ahead of you, right? You didn't think this far ahead, did you? But once they started, once they came in, you couldn't stop it, could you? Could you? Jen? I know. Why didn't they stop for you? I don't know who they were. But you were part of the planning, right? You have to tell me that part, and then we're going to work through it together. You know what I'm saying? You didn't want this, you wanted to stop it. You have to prove that to me now. Because at the end of the day, we have to stop this from happening to someone else. Right? Jen, we're going to have to deal with it one step at a time, okay? I'm going to be honest with you. I need to know what you did. And then you and I are going to work through this together. Because the most important part of this whole thing is that we do the right thing for your mom. Right? I am her voice right now. I'm working for your mom. That's my job. And I have to get to the bottom of this for your mom.
Man, he really
Appealing
working.
to compassion
He's real
isn't
trying.
necessarily uncommon when the crime is first-degree murder. Yet it can send a mixed message when a justification for the crime was a focus point early on. The detective takes his chance with it, which at first appears to work. Jennifer initially responds in a poignant manner, but you'll soon come to notice that her empathy, alongside her concern, is solely focused on herself.
But we got to start. Well, I don't know at this point. Okay, because I don't know what you're going to tell me other than that you were involved, but I need to hear it. What this all was a latch-this effort to live your own life, to be your own person, to make your own decisions. Look at all your friends. Look at all the people around you. Does anyone else have a curfew for 9 o'clock at 24 years of age? You had no choice here, and I know that. And anybody else in your situation would have done the exact same thing. The only thing different is I would say that they'd have done it a lot earlier. They would have looked for a way out. When did you first start planning?
I'm sorry, I should stop making fun of their accents.
When was the final straw? What was the final straw? Because that's what this is all about. You want to be a good person here?
Nope.
Jennifer knows exactly what questions to answer and what ones to ignore. Anytime a question is non-incriminating, she gives a response. Yet when they are incriminating, she remains silent. She is no doubt feeling the pressure, but still very aware of the situation and the potential ramifications of her words.
Hey, and you know when a good person makes a mistake, they have to face that mistake, right? Right? What do you think should happen? I don't know. You're going to prove to people that you know what the right thing to do is. That's what is going to happen. That's what your mom wants right now. She's watching us here. She's wondering, is Jen going to make the right decision here? Is Jen, after all of this, going to come out on top doing the right thing? I'm here for you, Jen. I'm here for your mom. Well, you have to tell, it's one of those situations, you know what, we know that what you did, okay? But you have to be able to explain to me what happened, okay? I can't tell you what's exactly going to happen to you.
Yeah,
You just
Jen,
have
make
to be
the right
brave here.
decision. Me?
You have to be brave.
Shay, didn't you say there was another video on a
3
Jennifer
hours, 20
Liu?
minutes, and
Why are there
26
so many
seconds.
Jennifers
The
on
exact
this
amount of
channel
time it
that
took for Jennifer to display
have committed
genuine emotion.
crimes?
The investigator would later
What's wrong
testify
with being a
this was the first
Jennifer?
moment the suspect was being authentic. He allows her to fixate on whatever thought brought this on, and remains completely silent for just under 2 minutes.
Sorry, Richard.
Jennifers are notorious criminals. What?
So we're supposed to take you? What? Okay. So we're supposed to take the whole family out?
No, just me.
What went wrong?
The detective now has one foot in the door. It's not an outright confession, but Jennifer has now admitted to planning the home invasion all along. And although she asserts that she was the intended target while her parents were meant to be spared, the information she has now given is enough to place her under arrest. Jennifer is no longer going home after this interview. The detective now presses for more information on the amended storyline. It's essentially step 1 of day 1 all over again, but from a more powerful position. He knows she is still lying, and now locks her into as many lies as possible within the new narrative.
What happened? Why did it change? Okay, what do you know? How come it was supposed to be you?
I didn't want to be here anymore.
Why not?
Because was a disappointment.
Okay, you made mistakes, but nothing that couldn't be corrected. Why was it supposed to be you?
Everyone could be free from me.
Why did it happen this way then?
I don't know. Everyone could be free from me. I was disappointed in everything.
Okay, but why did it have to happen this way?
Because when I tried suicide, I failed.
What did you want done? How?
Didn't matter.
Okay. So who did you get to do this then?
I don't know who he is. I just got his number.
Okay, and what's his number?
I don't memorize it.
She skirts around the questions surrounding her accomplices and gives multiple fake names. She stated that she got the number of the supposed hitman from an acquaintance named Rick, and that she took everything from there over the phone. It becomes apparent she doesn't want to give up, or even mention her boyfriend, so for the time being the detective allows her to recount her amended narrative in the manner she pleases. She gets to the moment she instructed the hitman over the phone about her planned suicide.
I told him that I wanted to be killed.
And did he think that was something crazy?
He said, "Are you sure that's what you want?" And I said, "Yes."
Because I don't think many people get that request. Do you?
No, but that's what I wanted. And he asked me over and over just to make sure I was sure. And I said I was sure.
Okay, so what did you ask him to do then?
Come take me out and then leave.
Okay. Why did they do it when you were, when your parents were there then?
Never alone. In the nighttime.
Okay. So that meeting you had with Rick, you told him what you wanted?
No, I just said that I wanted, if he knew anybody who could take care of something that I needed, just that I wanted to be killed.
And he said what?
Here's your number.
Did he have the number with him that day?
Yes.
Okay. What did he say he would do?
He just like, let me take care of it. Let me do me.
So your specific request to him was what?
Come in and make sure you kill me.
So he does come into the house, and you're the obvious only young girl there, right? Okay. when he came to your room, what discussions did you have with the guy that came to your room? The real discussions you had, not what you told us.
Where was the money? And I showed him where the money was.
Okay. But he obviously said, I'm here to do what you asked.
He never said anything like that.
What did he say?
It's like hands behind your back.
Did he discuss ways with you how he would do it?
No.
Did you request any way for him to do it?
To make sure no one else was around.
Okay. Why didn't they do it the way you wanted?
I don't know. I asked them to take me and my mom when they took them away.
It doesn't seem to make sense.
I know, it doesn't make sense to me. Because I was supposed to be.
Okay. Can you sit up for a minute, Jen? Okay, look at me.
The detective wants an outright confession, and the second direct confrontation is about to commence. Only this time it will be a lot more aggressive, as he doesn't have to worry as much about the suspect locking up or requesting counsel. She is under arrest and going to jail after this interrogation no matter what.
Look at me. Okay. What I do believe
Oh, I have
is that you
extra
went
keys?
somewhere. And I do believe that night you paid them the $2,000. But what's not true is it was never for you. Okay, Jen, no. Okay, you went to this person and you asked them to do a job. And the job was for your parents. You asked them to do this job on your parents, Jen. Okay, let's be truthful. Okay, nobody's going to come there and get the wrong people. If you wanted to kill yourself, Jen, you're not going to pay somebody $2,000 to do it.
I couldn't do it myself.
Okay, but there's other ways, okay? And if that was going to happen, they could have taken you outside and done it anywhere. It wouldn't matter, would it? If you really wanted to die, all they would have had to do is pull up beside you in a car and shoot you. You made a specific request, and the job was for your mom and dad. Okay, nobody's going to come in there and do the wrong job. Okay? Nobody's going to do that. They came, you paid, and they did what they were supposed to do. And the plan was for your parents. Okay? Jen, you have to be honest with me. This is the only thing that's in contention here. Okay? You made the mistake, okay? Everybody understands. Everybody in this police department feels sorry for you. I can tell you that right now, okay? Because they've seen what you're going through. It's so obvious, okay? That all this tension you put out, basically this is like a volcano, all right? And at one point, it was just too much, and you erupted, okay? And you
Where
made
did
a
they come
bad
from?
decision,
Where did these
okay?
keys come from?
And once you hired this
I
guy,
don't
there's
know.
no turning back.
Nani?
On the original story, you said that you hid your cell phone. Okay?
I like how every time the narrator is
hid
just
your
like,
cell
yes, so this
would've
is
never
when the
happened.
detective is gonna go on the offensive and be aggressive as
So
fuck.
it's in
But he's like,
conflict.
actually not that aggressive.
I put it there naturally.
Okay.
It's what I naturally do.
Okay, but you said on tape that you hid it there and that they didn't know about it. That's your language, not mine, Jen. All they wanted was so much success out of you, they were not even looking at you as a person. They were looking for a success story. Instead of just saying, whatever Jen wants is what's good for us.
Oh, well, whatever.
Whatever she's happy with.
Those inside.
As long as she's happy in her life, I'm happy with her. If she wants to work at Eastside Mario's for the rest of her life, that's fine. If she wants to be a piano teacher, that's great. If she wants to continue figure skating, that's wonderful. Why would somebody shoot someone they didn't have to shoot?
I don't know. I can't figure that out.
And actually not shoot the person they're supposed to shoot?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay, why didn't you tell us this that night?
Because I was scared.
Scared of what? Telling the truth?
Yes. That I wanted to die.
Okay, but listen. If you
Wait,
wanted
so
to
I'm
die, you would
confused.
tell us everything
So
from
is
the
she telling? She's not telling the truth, right? About like
really wanted
hiring
to
this
die, you
hitman
would tell us everything
to
because it
kill
doesn't really
herself,
matter.
right?
right?
This is just like another story she made up on the spot.
My dad is suffering.
I appreciate that's what happened in
Yeah?
the end, but that's
Okay.
what was
Hello,
supposed to
Mr.
happen,
Empanada.
okay? The good thing about this is your dad did live.
We were
That
watching
went against the plan.
JCS Criminal
Once you could
Psychology.
make this decision over, you would
It was
change.
Medicaid. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I was just like, I don't know.
Right?
I would be a terrible detective because I feel like I'm just so gullible. Like, people will just tell me things
The whole issue.
and I'll just believe them. I was just like,
That's
oh,
the
yes,
whole
yeah,
issue.
that makes sense.
You gave them the plan for your parents.
Like,
right?
even now,
That's all I need
she's
to do.
her whole
Again,
second story she came up with on the spot. I was just
I'm
like,
not gonna go
kind of
anywhere
sounds
because
plausible.
I want
Maybe.
to leave.
I don't know. Anyway,
all of it.
You did.
Okay. All you have to do here is tell me right now. Bill, yes, I made a mistake.
So, yes, I'm gonna-
This plan was for my parents.
The detective gets no further admission from this point forward, so he leaves Jennifer alone
Even
for
if
3
their
minutes
stories
to play
have
with her
holes.
hair before he comes back and charges her with first-degree murder.
yeah, I don't,
Okay.
I can't catch holes. I'm
I
bad.
need you to listen close to me, okay, Jen? At this point in the investigation, okay, I'm going to be arresting you for murder. Okay? Also attempted murder and conspiracy to commit murder. You understand that?
You go there too.
Just have to tell me if you understand those charges. Just say yes or no. Yes. Okay.
Okay, it feels like
So what we're gonna do
everyone
right
else
now
is
is, do you have your own lawyer?
properly.
No.
No?
So,
Okay.
okay, at this point, I
Do you
could
have a
go
lawyer
back
you would
and
like to
work
speak
on those
to
other
that you know
keycaps,
of?
or I can continue working on these keycaps. I
Okay.
could tape them off and do the
Would you
gold
like to speak to duty
gilding that I was going to do, which I think I probably will just do. So I don't want to go out and get the other keycaps and
Okay, so who would
clean
that
up
be?
this and
I don't know.
prepare that.
So do you have a lawyer?
You said you were on my side. You know,
Okay, I am on your side, Jen. What would you like to do?
Not get convicted.
I don't have any idea what
You want me to call duty counsel for you? Okay. Or is there any other lawyer that you would like? Okay. So at this point, you wish to speak to duty counsel then? Okay. So what I'm going to have to get you to do is actually empty all your pockets on the table here. I'm going to make sure that they're making a call to duty counsel, and we'll line that up, and you can speak to the duty counsel in private, okay? We've made a call to duty counsel. We're just waiting for them to call back, okay? Need a drink of water right now? Okay. I do have to go and speak to these officers, but I'll come back and speak to them, okay? But we gotta take care of the lawyers, okay? That's the priority right now, okay?
Has anything got delivered yet?
The next time Jennifer would see this detective would be when he testified at her trial. It began on the 14th of March, 2014, and Jennifer pled not guilty to all charges. Her interrogation tape was one of the more damning pieces of evidence put forward by the prosecution. Yet the most damning were the 116 text messages between her and her boyfriend in the 6 hours leading up to the murder. They thought using burner phones to communicate would cover their tracks, yet forensics were able to uncover the entire discussion just 1 month after the incident. They spoke in detail about how the crime would be carried out, and it was enough to convict them both, as well as each of the intruders who were linked to the crime via DNA evidence and witness testimony. They were all found guilty of first-degree murder and given a life sentence without the possibility of parole for 25 years. Jennifer Pan is now 34 years of age. She is currently serving her sentence at the Grand Valley Institution for Women in Kitchener, Ontario. She will be first eligible for parole in November of 2045.
What about your dad?
He drives a Mercedes and he loves that baby.
Is that right?
4 years from now. What is it? Wait, 4 years? 4 years from now, she's gonna receive parole. Oh my god, this one's 2 hours. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is a whole Netflix documentary right here. Something about Casey. Bruh. Okay, wait, hold on. I want to wash my hands real quick, and then I'm going to get out the gilding. I think I'm gonna get some newspaper to protect my desk too. Okay. 5 minutes. Give me, or maybe hold on. Actually, let me check this real quick. Stop it. Okay. Let's wipe that with some acetone. Real quick. I think these are done. Alrighty tidy. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna wash my hands now. Okay. On to the next criminal. Will I need detailing scissors? Perhaps. Okay. 2015? I don't know. I who knows? Hopefully she never gets out. Well, actually, in a way, I kind of feel for her. Like, I feel like, yeah, obviously she shouldn't have, like, killed her parents and whatnot, but, like, I do feel like there's, like, part of it, is definitely the parents' fault. Like, I'm definitely not the sort of conditions, like, a grown woman should be living under, but also that's not the sort of action you should be taking in response. But anyway, yeah, there is definitely no excuse. Yep. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's Wrath of Jody. That sounds like the title of like a horror movie.
In the year 1980, on Wednesday the 9th
Other
of
kids
July,
undergo the
at
same
exactly
thing she did,
11:54
and she
p.m.,
had the option
a little
to leave,
girl
yeah.
named Jody Ann Arias was born in the city of Salinas, California, and completely unbeknownst to her doting parents, was destined to become one of the most infamous people in the United States of America.
Infamy. Why is the editing on this video so fucking scary? This is legit horror movie though.
From what we know about her behavioral sequences, and despite what her defense team would later want you to believe, There's virtually nothing in Jody's childhood that can be linked as a contributing factor to what she would eventually be capable of. The only thing worth mentioning was that she dropped out of high school in the 11th grade to pursue a career in photography, but it went nowhere, so she began working at a hotel restaurant, which became her occupation for the next 8 years. In February of 2006, at 26 years of age, she began a new job as a salesperson for a network marketing company called Prepaid Legal, and it was through this occupation where she crossed paths with fellow sales representative Travis Alexander, a 28-year-old practicing Mormon from Arizona, who also worked part-time as a motivational speaker.
When you get someone to the briefing,
My mother's strict, so I moved out. That's what you normally do.
When you get someone
Yeah.
fully exposed and they say no, that counts. Every time you get one of those.
I don't know.
Cross one off the list.
I mean, but then again, Jennifer was like financially
He was a very
dependent on her
charismatic
parents
young
still,
man,
so
which
like that
immediately caught
probably
Jody's attention. They
was
met
not
at a
an
business
option for
conference
her.
in September of 2006 and began a curious relationship from that point forward. To cut a long story short, Jody was in love, and Travis was not. They broke up after just 5 months, but soon after the split, Jody moved from her grandparents' home in Wairika, California, into an apartment just 2 blocks from Travis's house in Mesa, Arizona. She was at that moment labeled the crazy stalker ex by all of Travis's friends, and although Travis agreed, he would continue having sex with her out of pure convenience. She would show up unannounced
What
on countless
scumbag? Oh,
occasions,
he's an
sometimes in
idiot.
the middle of the night, and Travis would let her in every time. It became somewhat of a routine, and a dysfunctional situation that neither were happy with. Travis, although he enjoyed the sex, essentially wanted her out of his life, while Jody desperately wanted a serious relationship. And going off the myriad of entries in her diary, she firmly held on to the belief that
Here
they
it
were
is.
meant to be together. In late May of 2008, however, she would ultimately have a change of heart. Travis had a work retreat planned to Cancun,
Damn,
Mexico
girl,
for
she's
July
not
10th.
even the emotional
It was all
booty
paid
call,
for
she's
by
just
his
the
employer
booty
and
call.
allowed him to take a friend with him. Jody knew about this and believed, or at the very least hoped, that she would be the one going. Yet in the last week of May, it became known that Travis was taking another woman instead, a Mormon girl by the name of Mimi Hall, someone that Travis had been romantically interested in for some time. When Jody found out, it would be safe to assume that she was heartbroken. It would be even safer to assume that she was absolutely enraged, and the collective opinion is that a specific thought process began to emerge in her mind, one that forged a psychological justification for a certain decision. On June 4th, 2008, 6 days before Travis was set to leave for Mexico, Jody would once more show up unannounced. All we know for sure is that they had sex and took explicit pictures of each other using Travis's new camera. At roughly 5 p.m., Travis would get in the shower, and Jody would begin taking pictures of him using the same camera. Then, moments after this picture was taken, Jody would stab Travis a total of 27 times. She would also cut his throat and shoot him in the face. During the onslaught, Travis's camera took 2 accidental photographs. The first was taken as Jody dropped it during the onset of the attack. The second was taken as she kicked it by mistake while moving Travis's body. It showed Jody's foot and a fatally wounded or deceased Travis. The amount of time that passed from the 2 photographs was 62 seconds. Jody then spent an estimated 45 minutes cleaning down the crime scene to make sure none of her DNA was left behind. This included wiping down the victim's body with a cup of water and a cloth. She also deleted the pictures from Travis's camera before throwing it in the washing machine. She would then drive back out into the desert and leave Travis a voicemail for the purpose of placing herself away from the crime scene and giving herself an alibi.
I know Leslie called you, so I already talked to her, so you can call her back if you want, but it's not necessary. My phone died, so I wasn't getting back to anybody. And what else? Oh, and I drove 100 miles in the wrong direction, over 100 miles, thank you very much. So yeah, remember New Mexico? It was a lot like that, only you weren't here to prevent me from going into the 3 digits, so fun. Tell you all about that later. Also,
Oh, this one, she's wild.
when we were talking about your upcoming travels my way, I was looking at the May calendar, so I'm all confused. But Heather and I are going to see Othello on July 1st, and we would love for you to accompany us. Let me know, and I will talk to you soon. Bye. End of message.
Jody would then drive to another man's house in Utah by the name of Ryan Burns and stayed the night. He would later testify that nothing seemed off about Jody's behavior, only that they kissed and engaged in sexual intercourse. Travis's body was discovered by Mimi and her friends 5 days later, the day before they were supposed to leave to Cancun together.
How long were you there trying to get into the house?
Just, a couple of minutes. I banged on the door, rang the doorbell over and over again. Nobody answered. I was scared that something might be happening to him because I knew that he had a stalker. Travis's friend on the phone suggested that we go in through the garage and look for him in the house. And then as soon as they said that they saw blood, that there's blood everywhere, I stopped looking and said, he's dead, he's dead. And so immediately I called the police.
After the news of Travis's death broke the following day, Jody called the police and offered to help with the investigation. She was then transferred to the lead detective, Esteban Flores, of the Mesa Police Department. The most notable detail of the phone call was that Jody agreed to provide a sample of her DNA. Over the following month, forensics were able to uncover the deleted photos from Travis's camera, and despite her best efforts, discovered Jody's DNA all over the crime scene. During this time,
all
oblivious
over
to
the crime
evidence that was
scene,
building against her, Jody would post multiple pictures of her and Travis on Facebook, alongside emotional messages to Travis himself. She even sent his family flowers and a letter expressing her grief over his death. The Mesa Police Department launched their case against Jody on July 15th,
Hello, biscuit.
41 days after the murder. Detective Flores would be the one to conduct her interrogation. He had spoken with her once over the phone and was present when she was fingerprinted and swabbed for DNA. The Siskiyou County Police arrested Jody at her grandparents' house at 7:35 a.m. and only said they had a warrant for her arrest without giving further information. She was placed in handcuffs and didn't once ask what she was being arrested for in the 6-minute drive to the local police station. What makes Jodi Arias stand out among the many cases in the realm of true crime is the manner in which she attempts to navigate the system. She seems to believe that if she presents herself in a certain way and adopts a very specific character with very specific traits, it will give her the best chance at evading the consequences of her actions. In her mind, this character is a soft-spoken, sweet-natured, God-fearing individual. Yet to everyone else, is quite possibly the most universally annoying person to ever abide in the history of existence.
Why on the floor? Why are you on the floor?
No, just give me. Can I get you just to have a seat here?
In the next moment, Jody will hear Detective Flores approaching the room. She will then abruptly place her head on the table to make it appear as if she's sleeping. She will now notice the detective has instead walked past the room and then revert back to her regular sitting position. For whatever reason, Jody wants to appear as if she's in a far calmer state than she actually is. She wants the detective to believe that she's relaxed enough to doze off, when she is in fact extremely alert and anticipating his arrival. She places her head back on the table to feign a placid state once more, and you'll notice her left shoulder hovers in what looks like a very uncomfortable position for just over a minute. She then hears the external door open, at which point she takes a deep breath and then fully rests onto the table.
Okay, let me get those off you. So you remember me?
Sorry, these cuffs are just so comfortable. I couldn't help taking a nap.
I traveled all the way up here to come talk to you. Because, I've been working on Travis's case ever since it happened. Okay, and I know exactly when it happened, when he was killed. I know a lot of details. And just recently we found quite a bit of evidence. And I'll discuss that with you. The main thing that I'm looking for, though, is answers on why certain things happened, why they went so far, and also to get your statements.
Okay.
She's been brought to a police station in handcuffs and now just told
If
her
you're wondering
arrest
what
is
I'm doing, I'm
concerning
trying to
the
make
death
the
of
tape
her
less
ex-lover.
sticky.
An innocent person sitting in her position would want immediate clarification as to what exactly is going on. Jody doesn't inquire further, just gently accepts to cooperate after being given a very vague, yet highly accusive clarification of the situation.
A lot of details on this case that haven't been released to the public and not even to Travis's family. And those details are known only by us and the person who did it. Okay, and that's one of the reasons I'm here, is because I believe that you know some of these details.
Okay.
And I think you can help us.
I would love to help you in any way that I can.
Okay. Because we're here at the police department, the sheriff's department here in, was it Siskiyou County? That's what it's called. Okay. And you're considered under arrest or detained. You're not free to go. And I'm a police officer. I have to read you your rights. Okay. I'm sure you've heard them on TV. You know, I have to read them off this little card here, but they're pretty much the same. And I'll explain them to you as we go. Okay.
So why are we taping the caps? This
you know,
is for
if
the
there's questions
detailing
you
that
wanna
I'm
answer,
going
you don't feel
to
comfortable, you can say
do.
no, you know, or you know, you can elaborate as much as you
Gold,
want. It's completely up
the
to you.
gold
It's at your
gilding on
sheet.
the edges I said I was going to do.
Is this recorded at all, or should we?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a recording or something.
I don't know if these are voice recorders. I noticed them. I don't know if they have video or if they have audio.
Here, I'll do one like completely.
Hindsight allows
So
us
that you
to
can see what I'm
recognize
trying
this
to
is
do.
simply an attempt to appear innocent. She seems to think that if she appears confident enough to recommend the use of an outdated voice recorder, that it will seem as though she has nothing to hide in the eyes of the detective. But it's just bizarre. If the detective wasn't already certain of Jody's guilt, he would most certainly become suspicious at this moment.
Yeah, I haven't
Oh
touched
wow,
this or
there's
anything,
an
but,
thinner brush. Let's try using this.
Jody's mind would be racing here, yet she desperately wants her exterior self to appear calm. She's so focused on having this nonchalant disposition that she completely fails to realize her behavior doesn't match the situation whatsoever. She's in a state of hyperarousal while feigning a state of composure, and the end result just looks very strange. It gives reason for her unusual infatuation with a voice recorder, and also for her oncoming sitting position, which really can't be described, only compared to a sea lion peeking over a rock.
and they're not on, so what I want to do is just get to the bottom of it. Everybody wants to know, okay? And
So basically, she's a
so I'm gonna ask you some
sociopath.
questions. You can
Yeah.
voluntarily answer them if you want. Okay, is that cool?
I think this covers a lot more
question
sociopaths
about you
as
being-
opposed to psychopaths.
Well, let's start with this. What have you been up to since Travis's death? What have you been doing?
Since Travis
I've
died?
been
Is that what he
working-
asked?
I haven't been really working in prepaid legal. There's not a whole lot here in this marketplace, which is
It's kind of small here.
it's small here, and really that could be seen as an opportunity rather than a hindrance, because that just means the market is untapped in a large way. So I could have if I wanted to, but I'm kind of like a deer in the headlights when it comes to prepaid legal, and I just have a fear of just approaching people.
You'll come to notice that Jody will go off on these unrelated tangents anytime she has the slightest chance to do so. It's a recurring theme in interrogations for when the suspect is facing serious charges, and the common theory is that it's an attempt at gaining a momentary escape from what is likely the most terrifying moment of their life. Going into detail about topics completely unrelated to the situation at hand essentially delays the onset of their new reality. Forensic psychology views this as a form of denial, and also a subconscious coping mechanism. This particular tangent was about the local climate and multi-level marketing, but she'll also ramble about photography, religion, relationships, spirituality, household pets, her ex-boyfriends, road trips, hitchhiking, designer clothing, and computer virus software. The detective subtly nudges her away from the theme of network marketing and onto the topic of Travis. She starts off with a Facebook post she made in his memory.
I realized looking back on it that it kind of sounded immature. It's more of like my dear Travis kind of letter, and so I took it down
More
because
personal.
yeah, some of it was details, a little bit more personal, not too personal, nothing inappropriate. Just I just felt funny. I think because I'm a photographer,
He should have
I tend
stopped
to
having
communicate more
sex
through
with
pictures,
her.
so I posted a ton of pictures that I had of him. a ton more that I just can't access right now. And videos and things that I know his family would want. But
She then explains how it's hard to talk about Travis's death with the guy she's now dating.
and we've been talking a lot, and we try not to talk about that because it's kind of like, ugh. And plus, Travis is my ex-boyfriend, but at the same time, he's my friend. So while I'm mourning my friend, how do you talk to your new potential, possible, maybe person that you might start dating about your friend, even though he was your ex-boyfriend? So it's kind of a gray area.
The detective knows she'll happily trail off until the morning comes, so he cuts her off and locks her into the situation at hand.
And I've talked to a lot of people, and everybody's pointing a finger at you. You know, everybody is saying, I don't understand what happened to Travis. I don't know who killed him. But you need to look at Jody. And sometimes the simplest answers are the correct ones.
One of the most fascinating parts of this interrogation is how long the detective allows Jody to cling on to hope. For the first 45 minutes, she will
He's so
be terrified,
mean.
yet still believe there's a chance she will be going home at the end of it. The detective will hint at her suspicions and culpability in a gradual manner, yet not directly accuse her until a much later stage. Dangling the idea of hope above someone's head while simultaneously
Do you
hinting
ever
at the
think
grim
about how
future
10
that
years from
awaits
now there's
them
a real
would
chance
perhaps
we'll
be
be watching
considered
one
cruel
of these
in
about
most other
streamer?
circumstances.
God,
Yet
I
on
don't
this
know.
occasion, it is tolerated for a tactical purpose, which is to allow for as much divulgence from the suspect as possible. Her fear will cause her to panic, not enough to
you
the
don't
point where
know.
she completely locks up, but just enough so that she continuously tries to claw at her own salvation, and in the process will divulge information that will be extremely damaging to her defense later on.
And that's one of the reasons I started looking at you.
There's
a
so
little
many
bit
other ways to
closer.
ruin a guy's life. She didn't have to go to jail for this girl. It's not revenge if the
Over
dude
last
is
month or
dead.
so, I've gotten into Travis's life, talked to all his friends, his family. I got a really good understanding of who he is now. And I got a very good understanding of your relationship with him. Obviously you weren't boyfriend and girlfriend anymore, but you were still having a sexual relationship, which,
Does
you
his
know,
family know about that? Just curious.
no,
because it just-
his family doesn't know anything. Yeah.
I'm interested in protecting how he's remembered as well. And
Just for the purpose of integrated context, at Jody's trial, she would label Travis a sexual deviant, a domestic abuser, and a pedophile.
He truly had feelings for you.
Oh, of course.
And for some reason,
Yeah, pedophile, huh?
he felt that the relationship between you and him was somewhat unhealthy, but he couldn't stop it. And I assume that's probably maybe the same way you felt about him, or
it's
maybe
probably-
you didn't understand why he didn't believe it was healthy.
No, I didn't think it was healthy either, spiritually at least, and probably emotionally, but mostly spiritually. And I think that kind of
Okay, I thought
once
the
you
tape
have
would make it
something
be
that's
a
not
lot
healthy
cleaner,
spiritually, it
but
filters through all aspects of
this
your
is not
life.
frog
Her
tape,
dialogue
this is
alters
just
from
regular
spirituality
tape. This
to her
fucking
work
sucks.
history and then to
I
her
will just have to do it
finances
by
before
hand.
moving
It's
on
gonna
to
be
her
very
family.
difficult
Bear
for
in
me.
mind she wasn't asked about any of this.
Financially, I wasn't doing well. I missed my family. I moved away shortly after high school, and I come back to visit, but I realized over the years I'd missed out on a lot of things. My little brother and sister missed out on just their karate or their baseball or cheerleading or
The detective nudges her back to the subject of Travis once more. He asks if the sexual element combined with his religion was the reason the relationship didn't work. Jody then takes it upon herself to recount her sex life history and simultaneously preach about her own devotion to the Bible.
I've had a couple of serious relationships before where I was intimate with a few people, and it's kind of silly, but I used to always joke that regardless of what the Bible says, and yes, I'm Christian, I just live my life by the 10 Commandments, and those are my rules. Da 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 da. You know, thou shalt not this or that, but it doesn't say thou shalt not fornicate. So I just used to joke about that. We did pray about it. I remember we knelt by his bed once, and surprisingly, he suggested it. Normally, you know, I would suggest that we pray before we go on a trip or before we eat if we're alone.
It was kind of unusual for him, huh?
Yeah, because he was very resistant to prayer. He's like, so I'd say, will you say a prayer? He's like, why don't you say a prayer? Why don't you say a prayer? Why don't you say a prayer? So we'd go back and forth. Jody, will you say a prayer? And I said, sure. And Travis was like,
The detective endures as much prayer talk as humanly possible before shifting the topic once more.
He was at a point in his
Okay, the
life
tape
where he
actually kind of
wanted
messed
to
it up a little bit.
really
It's a
start
little bit
settling
messy.
down. He
Do I
felt
have?
like he needed to kind of grow up,
You know,
become a husband, become a father. Did you guys ever discuss possibly getting married or anything?
When we were dating, we did.
Okay.
Once we broke up, he brought it
Thank
up.
God
He
I
actually
knew.
proposed to me a lot of times, but he wasn't serious.
Let's move to after the
That's
breakup.
gonna.
Oh, okay.
What kept you in Mesa at that point?
I actually moved to Mesa a few weeks after we broke up.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was a time period he really wasn't seeing anybody, and then Mimi came into the picture. What did you think about her?
Actually, maybe this was
I didn't know a lot about her. She seems like a really nice girl. He showed me her picture on Facebook. You know,
Ah,
I
sure.
don't think she had a
seems
lot of
like a nice
pictures on
girl.
there.
Ah, yes. Classic.
He said that he's not sure why, but he's pretty sure that she could be it. And I was happy for him. I didn't find out about Lisa.
This conversation you had face to face with him?
Yeah, yeah, it was in his room.
Nope. Let's move on.
And he had his
Let's do it
laptop,
again.
you know, just on his bed.
Next keycap.
Jody is desperately trying to make it appear as though her and Travis were on good terms. But this is just overkill. Jody was labeled the crazy stalker X by all of Travis's friends, and even Travis himself. The idea that he
But
would
he
show
still
and then discuss
fucked
any
her.
potential future romances with Jody is ridiculous.
And I
It's
truly
about
believe
everything.
He does love her still,
Oh, he
but
does.
Travis had a. He's what you call a player. You know what that means? Yeah. He kind of
He doesn't
pulls
intend
girls
to hurt
in.
anybody, though.
He was reluctant to make a commitment first off, and truly, he didn't think that you were marriage material. And I don't know why not. I mean, I see you. You're
You know why not? You know why not, Mr.
struggling,
Detective? She
trying
fucking
to-
killed him.
to-
You know
to make your
why
way through
not.
life, and
You know why not.
I
Shut
don't
up.
see why you guys couldn't have made it.
I think
know?
we have very different philosophies on a lot of ways. We would argue about the dumbest things, and like there were so many times where I just couldn't wrap my mind around what he would. I could, but I would try to get him to do the same for me. Like there was a time when I broke down on the way to LA once, and my car got a flat tire, so I had at the time roadside assistance because my car was still under warranty. And they went to take the car in and change the tire and realized that when they sold me the car, they didn't give me the wheel lock key. And I was kind of hungry. It was dinner time. It was 7:38, and it was dark because it was January. And the tow truck guy said, you know, there's a Denny's 2 blocks down here, and there's a Jack in the Box there, and he was driving me to the motel. I said, is there an IHOP around? Because I really like IHOP. He's like, yeah, but it's kind of like 5 miles back in the other direction. I was like, okay. He's like, I can drive you there if you want. And I was like, he's like this short Mexican guy, and he seemed really harmless, and I was like, okay. And he, you know, and I asked him about his life, and he had a wife and kids, and so he wasn't flirting.
The travels of Jody and the sweet Mexican continues on for another 2 minutes. The detective then brings Jody's attention to what he already believes was the trigger motive for the murder.
So, you know, moving over to his trip to Cancun that he was going to. When did you first find out about that he was going with Mimi?
Oh, I found out about that at his memorial services on Monday. It was the Monday night memorial service.
You didn't know he was taking Mimi?
I didn't know that. I think that's awesome, actually.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
Editing.
unfortunately, Mimi had called him a week or two before, and I told him, look, if you want to take somebody else, it's fine, but I have something to tell you. I don't look at you that way. I don't look at you as a boyfriend. If you want to be friends, we can be friends.
The detective essentially stated that Travis was friend-zoned by Mimi, but he still invited her instead of Jody anyway.
What kept you to him? I don't understand.
Well, moving is expensive for one. So once I was there, I was kind of stuck there.
But why do you continue to go back to him? You know what he wants. You know that it's not healthy, but yet you continue to go back, and it brings us to this point where we are now.
Part of my perspective now has to do with the fact that I'm going through a repentance process that I've worked out with, you know, with my bishop, And he's given me, certain scriptures to read and ponder and pray about. And
Preacher Jody emerges for another 2 minutes, going into detail about scriptures and baptisms. The detective then interjects and starts getting more confrontational with the facts about Jody's behavior towards Travis.
And obviously you guys kept this relationship hidden from everybody else, and
Fingerprints or something.
because nobody really knew
I don't
about
have
it.
any like size
Well,
small
There were some people who
gloves,
continued
latex
to have a
cloth
relationship
gloves.
even after they broke up. And there are others who were saying that you had become obsessive with him, to the point to where you would go into his house when he wasn't there, or when you weren't invited, and he would talk to people saying, she just kind of showed up, and I don't want to tell her to leave, but I don't want her here.
oh, must have been early on, because there were a couple times when we established a rule early on, just don't come over unless, he said you can come over anytime, but I need to know first.
The detective then starts ramping up the pressure and brings Jody's alibi and road trip into the discussion.
Was it the week of the first week of June? You took a trip to Salt Lake City. Which route did you take from there?
I was supposed to get on the 15 and go all the way up. And I somehow got off the 15.
Where did you end up?
For a while I was lost, and I'm not above sleeping in the car, so I slept for a while. I'm a heavy sleeper and I sleep a lot, so.
But you were on the 15 for a while, and you ended up getting off the 15 somewhere.
Yeah, I looked at a map, but I'm pretty sure I know where I went. Can I draw you a map?
Sure. So this trip took you a little over 48 hours then. I have a problem with this trip.
Well, I went first too.
Yeah, I know. I know you went down here. I've gone over this trip over and over in my mind and on paper. And even if there's still 20 some odd hours, even if you pulled over to sleep a couple of times.
Oh, did I tell you that I got stranded?
Yeah.
Okay.
You mentioned that. If you slept for 10 hours,
I only slept for like
here
8
and
hours.
here, it would still leave 18 some odd hours for something else. Okay. This is what people are focusing on.
For something else,
This is
such
true.
as murder.
That you took. Because they're saying she left. She didn't get to till Thursday. Wednesday? That's when Travis was killed.
I did not go near his house. Aren't there?
I pulled your cell records. Your cell phone was turned off between here and here.
Well, I didn't turn it off physically, but it died.
And then it magically
I got
you
it.
found your charger here.
It was packed under the seat of the passenger side, and it was when I was.
When you were lost, you couldn't have maybe pulled over and found it, or.
Well, I did finally start looking when I was stranded. I wouldn't have pulled over when I was lost.
Detective Flores explains to Jody multiple times over how the trip doesn't make any sense whatsoever, and whether it's feigned naivety or that she literally doesn't understand the concept of time and distance, she pretends to be confused by the allegation rather than actually confront it. This goes on for 3 minutes before the detective confronts Jody with the evidence of the photographs on Travis's camera.
But I don't think you're being completely honest with me about that trip.
I honestly got lost. It's bad timing.
Were you at Travis's house on Wednesday?
Absolutely not. I was nowhere near Mesa. I was nowhere near Phoenix. I wasn't even close to him.
What if I could show you proof you were there? Will that change your mind?
I wasn't there.
You can be honest with me, Jody.
I was not at Travis's house. Was not.
You were at Travis's house. You guys had a sexual encounter, which there's pictures. I know you know there's pictures because I have them. I will show them to you. Okay? So, what I'm asking you is for you to be honest with me. I know you were there.
Are you sure those pictures aren't from another time?
Positive. Remember I told you about the camera?
Mm-hmm.
The card's intact. Remember I told you that card was destroyed? I didn't want to tell you the truth. And I have pictures of you in Travis's bedroom with Travis, pictures of him, and it's obvious you guys are having sex. Taking photos of each other, and they're dated and time
Mimi had
stamped.
standards? Wait, who's Mimi?
Are you sure it's me? I mean, that because I was
Jody,
not there.
It's you.
Ah, fuck.
And you know it's you. I know all the details of this case. The only thing I don't know is why. Why did you choose?
What do you mean you don't know why?
Go visit Travis
You do know why. You know exactly why.
And why did you do what you did?
I never
Why,
hurt
Jody?
Travis.
You did. You hurt him. That's why we're here. That's why I flew up here. Because I needed to talk to you about this. I can just arrest you and throw you in jail, but I want to know why. Why did you do this to him?
I wouldn't hurt Travis. He's done so much for me.
I know you took pictures of him in the shower just before he died.
I don't think he would allow that.
Mm-hmm. And the camera actually took a couple of photos by accident during the time that he was being killed.
That one's also put.
Really?
You know, the first couple ones are not good.
You were there.
This one's gonna get salvaged.
Quit playing this game. It's time for you to just come out and,
I didn't
tell me.
know. I did not hurt Travis. I did not hurt Travis.
I mean, okay.
I wouldn't do that to him.
The detective then goes on to explain the DNA evidence collected at the crime scene, which includes Jody's blood mixed with Travis's blood, Jody's hair, and Jody's bloody palm print.
You either had blood on your hand and you touched the wall, or there was blood on the wall and you touched the blood.
Could my palm print have already been there and I touched it?
Jody, this is over. This is absolutely over. You need to tell me the truth.
Listen, the truth is I did not hurt Travis.
If
Yeah, you
want,
killed
I can show
him.
you
I
some
mean, I guess
pictures of
that's the
him.
difference.
Do you want to see pictures of him?
Part of me does and part of me doesn't.
Why? Because you don't want to remember?
No, I just,
Jody.
there's a morbid curiosity.
Jody,
I wanted to know how he died.
we can keep playing these games over and over again. I'm not going to believe you.
Was it?
It's over.
Oops.
Could it have been my blood from before?
Your image.
My
is not
blood from
important.
before? Where would you get your blood from
Saving
before?
the
Your
rest of your
period?
life is-
On the
Listen,
walls?
If I'm found guilty, I don't have a life. I'm not guilty. I didn't hurt Travis. If I hurt Travis, if I killed Travis, I would beg for the death penalty. It just seems so impossible. I'd want to see it. I'd want to know. I mean, I'm not a murderer, but I guess if I were to do that, I would wear gloves or, something. Okay, let's say for a second that I did. And I say, I did it. I mean,
The motive is there. The jealousy issue.
but I wouldn't even say it was jealous. I mean, there may have been some jealousy there, but
Then what is
I
it?
think if
What
anyone-
caused this?
I think if anyone, maybe Travis was jealous, but
That's not what everybody else says.
Oh my.
I can prove it.
Uh,
Right now. I
okay.
can prove it. But what I don't have is I don't have answers on why it happened. Or
Sir, you know
maybe
why.
something just got out of hand. Maybe
The bitch is crazy. She is
maybe
crazy.
things got out of hand.
Did you
and-
find the gun? Maybe that would.
Jody, we're just playing games here. I'm gonna take a little break, but I need you to think about what you're doing here. Because the best thing for you to do is to tell me the truth. It's so important that you tell me why this occurred, what was going through your mind, and what caused you to do this. I'll let you think about that. Okay? And I'm gonna go look for some pictures, and I'll bring them over, and we'll continue this discussion. Okay? Let me go find them. I'll be right back.
Tips, I'm not a murderer.
But anyway, hello Sky Toss. Welcome to the stream. What the fuck is she doing? She exorcist?
What kind of gun is that? Just curious.
It's a Glock.
I just bought a gun.
Did you?
Do you like watching ghost
Probably
stories?
found
I do actually like watching horror.
These are just a few photos.
Now I do. I used to be a big scaredy cat,
I
but
wanna
then
be careful
recently I just
showing-
started
not showing you
really
certain
enjoying
photos
watching
because
horror.
Some of them are very bad.
If Travis were here today, he would tell you that if it wasn't me.
No. My job is to speak for Travis right now. And everything Travis is telling me is that Jody did this to me.
He's a ghost whisperer.
Look at that one. Remember him?
Is he naked?
But when it comes to horror, I tend to like slashers more than ghosts.
Jody is then shown one of the pictures that was taken by accident while she was in the process of murdering Travis.
It's your foot, Jody. These are your pants. No, it's off color because we had to enhance it and the color kind of changes a little bit. That's Travis.
This is his bathroom. That is not my foot.
Couldn't even recognize Travis. He'd been there so long. Do you have any recent cuts that are healing?
Well, my cat scratches me. Little things. These are all her work. You can see. This is her. That's her. I've got scars. She's a feral cat. All these little things are her.
Feral cat? Why do you own a feral cat?
There's no doubt in my mind that you were there. There's no doubt in my mind that you did this. None. So you can go until you're blue in the face and tell me you weren't there and you had nothing to do with it. I won't believe you. I want to know why. It's killing me inside. I don't know why.
Like, there's no reason for it. There's no reason why. There's no reason I would ever want to hurt him.
And I have a solid case against you. And I can present it to the judge. As cold as it is now. I don't know why she did it. Or I can present it to the judge with your explanation.
If I'm found
That's not
guilty, what
true.
happens?
You'll have to pay the price.
Well, what's the price?
I don't know.
Don't you know what the sentences are? The sentences that are carried for something.
It depends on your situation, how old you are, depends on the type of crime. It depends on whether you show remorse or not. And part of that remorse is at least coming clean. When somebody doesn't come clean, I don't see any remorse. I know you're afraid. But you're already going through it right now. There's no backing up. There's no backing up to yesterday. There's no backing up to that day. It's already happened. And unfortunately, you're gonna have to face the consequences.
You know, if I did that, I'd be fully ready to face the consequences. I'm not really for things
Okay, it's
like,
not as clean as I
I'm
would
all
have
for the
hoped
10
it to
Commandments,
be.
thou shalt not kill.
Maybe I'll go for the rustic look, like as if something got like
I didn't kill Travis.
like
didn't.
rusted
I did
over
not
like
take his life.
with oxidation. But like, yeah, you can kind of see like
You need to come out.
this is basically
and
what I'm
tell me
trying
why
to do.
this happened.
With
I
the
will
gold.
not accept any
But I
other
can't really do it
excuses.
neatly because I don't have
I
steady
will just
hands.
move on with my investigation, with my final report, submitting all the conclusions and all the evidence. And we can just
I
let
have a great idea.
the
I
judge
know
and
it.
the jury decide.
Poorly executed.
We can leave it in the
What
hands of
about
a
a lie
jury.
detector test?
We can do that, that's fine.
Would that help me at all?
I mean, you can't use them
So I
in
fucked
court,
up
but
2 keycaps.
Well, then there's no point in taking it.
it took a night
Okay, wait, hold on.
and couldn't stop.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm gonna practice.
Couldn't stop.
I'm going to do some
And before you
techniques.
knew it, it was all over. And then you panicked. And then
I've never been that angry at him. Not enough for that. I've been so far angrier at other people, at other ex-boyfriends.
Then tell me who could have done this. Who did this?
I don't know, but if I go to trial for this, and if I'm convicted for this, whoever did this is going to be sitting very pretty somewhere. Glad that it wasn't them.
And it's my job to make sure that an innocent person does not go to jail. But I don't see an innocent person sitting in front of me.
Travis has done a lot for me, and I wouldn't hurt him. He introduced the gospel to me.
Why is everybody saying that you are capable of hurting him? Everybody says it.
I don't know why anyone
So don't
thinks I'm
tell me that
capable.
you're not capable.
I don't even hurt spiders. Oh, I kicked a dog once.
Can't
I
hurt
was
spiders, but
a
you'll kick a
freshman in high
dog?
school.
Okay.
And I love animals.
But you'll kick a dog.
And
Okay.
We had this dog, his name was Doggy Boy, and my parents, until
terrible
this dog that they
name.
have now, have never been able to, and I don't mean just them, we as a family have never been able to care for a dog properly as far as give it attention and take it for walks and be consistent.
To save you the oncoming ramble about Doggy Boy the dog, she lightly tapped him with her foot for tearing open the trash, and she's felt so bad ever since that it changed her entire worldview on the animal kingdom.
Doggy Boy.
She now apologizes to the dog, through the detective, who's conducting her interrogation for first-degree murder.
And I need to apologize for that to him. I know it sounds weird in my relationship with animals. It's kind of like they're like people too, you know, they have souls.
What you need to do is you need to apologize to Travis. But you just refuse.
Listen.
You know, I can't help you anymore if you're not gonna help yourself.
You asked
I
me
really
prior.
can't. I can't, Jody.
It's fascinating to observe how fast she can switch from one emotion to the next once she realizes a particular strategy hasn't worked. The attempt at elevating her character by expressing how much she cares for spiders and pets hasn't seemed to have any effect on the detective, so she then switches her disposition from sorrowful to analytical, as she once more tries to manipulate his perception of her.
If I did anything that had anything to do with his death in any way,
It's not if to me.
I wouldn't.
It's not if. It's not if at all.
Well, to me it is.
That's
I
like a
would
little
be
bit
more than
cleaner
remorseful.
than the last one.
Is it maybe something you're blocking
Why is
out of your
painting
head?
so difficult?
I don't think so. I mean, I tend to write everything down. I just finished the book The Road Less Traveled, and he said, the true definition of sanity is dedication to reality at all costs.
Okay.
Well, this is definitely reality. We are sitting here inside of an office, the sheriff's department, and you are facing first-degree murder charges.
What is the
And you
difference?
are going to be booked into jail, and eventually you will be brought back to Arizona, and you will stand trial. That's the reality. And once you realize that, I think you'll be better for it.
I've had worse issues with other people. They're all still alive. I'm still friends with my ex-boyfriends. They're all still alive.
You know, I've
Other
been
than
doing this a
Travis.
long time. And there's one thing that I can never get out of my head, ever since the first day I talked to you, is there's an old saying that, you know, someone's just not acting right. Look into it. You have not acted right from day one. You're just not acting right, Jody. You're acting like somebody who's guilty.
How so?
You tell me. I know because I've been doing it a long time. It's
It's
taken
not
me a
that I
long
don't-
time to figure it out. But within the first 30 seconds to a minute of a conversation, I know when somebody's acting right. There's a certain way people act.
How did I act
Okay,
that would
it's
make
not
you
like
think?
it's not like TV. It's not anything like that.
This
It's not
one,
what you see in the movies.
salvageable.
Is it
Salvageable.
because I'm not crying?
No. It's not because of that.
What is it? I mean, I'm not going to change how I act.
No,
so
obviously
it's
you can't
not-
change the way you're
No,
acting.
I mean, I am who I am.
Okay, you're sincere in the way you're acting, but
Well, how is
you're just not telling the truth.
How is it different?
Well,
She's like, how do I
not really
fix my
something you need to
act?
focus
Tell
on
me,
anymore.
director.
After
How
Jody
can I
failed
act
her
better?
attempts to extract inside knowledge on the best way to behave in order to appear innocent, she then attempts to explain why she hasn't been able to appear innocent.
It's not that I'm not remorseful that he died. The reason I hesitate is because maybe this is something that's wrong with me psychologically, is I think of the butterfly effect. And it's like, you could say that the guy pumping gas down at the gas station could have potentially, because you see all these movies, these funky movies where it's like this affected this, which affected this, which affected this,
Well,
if he had never done this.
I know if you had never met him, he'd probably still be alive.
That's true.
Yeah, but that's because you killed him.
No, I just can't admit to something that I didn't do. If it would help my case and give me an easier sentence, I know that people plead guilty for those things.
No, and I don't want you to do that. That is the absolute last thing I want.
To plead
I
guilty.
wish that I had answers. I'm sorry. There's just no reason. There's just no reason.
There's no good reason why this happened. There's never a good reason why somebody dies like this.
This seems to be the moment Jody fully confronts the reality of her situation. The anguish she has over her own fate will become visible, yet she will now disguise this anguish as grief over Travis's death. She does this by posing a question.
How many times was Travis stabbed?
More than I want to remember. I think you're feeling the reality in the moment now.
Travis's family is gonna miss out on the Travis. There's just no reason I would ever want to hurt him.
All I know is that I need a story or else it's just cold. It's so cold. But without the truth, I can't paint another picture. And it's going to be up to the prosecutor to paint that picture. And if you want that prosecutor, and I've met him, and you don't want him painting that picture.
I have to maintain my innocence. I can't admit to doing something that I haven't done. There's just no
Well, I
reason.
have more work to do.
Can you give me a rundown of what's going to happen from here when you leave?
Yeah, you're,
Like, just today, for example.
well, you'll probably be taken across the street to the county jail. You'll be processed through there.
This is a really trivial question, and it's gonna reveal how shallow I am. But before they book me, can I clean myself up a little bit?
You're gonna be taken the way you are. Can't give you anything else.
Do I have to go and
How'd she kill him? Oh, hello. She stabbed him like 27 times or something. Okay, I think the toothpick method is the cleanest method of what I'm going to do.
You're gonna go in handcuffs.
Okay, so if you can kind of see. That is what I'm trying to do with the gold gilding. Alright. Can slash his throat. Ah, fuck.
I didn't hear you breathe. I wonder how am I still here? And I can't breathe.
Okay, let's move on.
I didn't hear you breathe.
What's she doing now? Oh yeah, she's psychotic. She is so psychotic. See, she's wild.
Still beating.
Jody was then taken to the county jail and charged with the murder of Travis Alexander. She stayed there overnight, and it would be a total of 16 hours before she was taken back to the Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office. Her second interrogation commenced at approximately 9:30 a.m.
Just remember in the winter.
In the same interrogation room? You know, if I make them all uneven, it'll look on purpose. Yes. That's what I'll do.
Alright. If you want to go ahead and stand up for me. As I take these cuffs off, just go ahead and put your hands down at the waist, okay?
The game plan for this second interrogation will be a lot more strategic. Investigators will have studied the footage the day prior and will now have a greater understanding of Jody's personality. The initial tactic is for Detective Blaney to criticize and berate the suspect's character while simultaneously reinforcing fear and apprehension. She makes it very clear from the offset that the suspect's fabricated naivety and sickly sweet persona will not work on this occasion, and Jody's self-esteem will be broken down in a manner that would typically be considered bullying or abuse under different circumstances. This is done so that when Detective Flores returns, it will be a welcome relief, and an immediate rapport will then be attained, which in turn will make the suspect far more likely to cooperate. It's a derivative of good cop, bad cop, and the two investigators execute this technique in a near-perfect manner. Detective Blaney's time with the suspect is essentially a non-stop psychological onslaught, which is sometimes executed in a passive manner, while other times in a far more direct manner. During the latter stages of the bad cop procedure, Jody will be asked if she would prefer to speak with Detective Flores instead. This question is posed a total of 5 times, and only on the 5th time will Jody finally give in and admit that she would. This will give her the impression that when Detective Flores finally returns, it was all her doing, rather than a calculated and prearranged strategy.
Okay.
The voice recorder isn't actually for the purpose of recording the conversation. It is a prop to reinforce the perception of Detective Blaney being the enemy, and not to be trusted. You'll notice that when Detective Flores returns, this device will be switched off, therefore reinforcing the idea that he is the friend who can be trusted.
Today's date is July 16th, and my name is Detective Rachel Blaney, and I'm here with Jody Arias. Is that how you say your last name? Arias. Okay, I'm sorry. This is just formality, and this is, you know, if I have to, you know, write up a report of what we talked about, at least I know word for word, you know, what you said, and there's no mistakes. Okay. The reason that I wanted to talk with you this morning, there's a couple of reasons actually. Let me say this: it's obvious to me that, you know, you're not our typical suspect. You know, you come from a good home, a good family. Your parents obviously
good enough. That's clean. I'm cleaner.
That was evident, you know, when they talked to him yesterday.
It's okay.
And you're a bright girl. Probably more intelligent than you were letting on yesterday.
It's fine. We're gonna roll with
And
it. That's what we're gonna do. It's okay.
There's no question in my mind or any of the other investigators' mind that you were the person that took Travis's life. But what I need to know, or what I'd like to know, and give you the opportunity to do, is determine whether, you're a cold-blooded, cold-hearted murderer who slaughtered this guy, or are you somebody that got caught up in circumstances and things got out of control? When this hits the news, and it'll go to the media, do you want to be portrayed as that cold-blooded, cold-hearted murderer? Because the media loves that. I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to give you a chance to make things right. Show the families that you do have some remorse. But when you continue to deny when it's obvious that that's not the case, you appear to be the cold-blooded killer. And things are going to start moving real fast here for you. This is kind of a pause.
Oh, Jody Arias,
start
yeah.
getting heavy.
This
is your opportunity to help yourself out. We don't need you to tell us anything. I'm doing this for you. It's a matter of, do you want to take control of your situation and paint the picture of who you are? Because you're the only one that knows that.
The professional ruthlessness of this investigator is quite astonishing. The demeaning and sarcastic tone she manages to superimpose over straight facts is gripping to witness.
Was it a matter of, like I said, this guy...
I think I'm getting better. Ow.
Building some sort of, what you thought was some sort of relationship, were you hoping for marriage? Is this something that you were hoping for? Was he leading you down that path? Did he take advantage of you?
Good.
Were there promises made that were broken? Did he betray your trust in some way? I don't know. Only you know that. This is not going to go away anytime soon for you, Jody. You're a young woman, just starting your life. You had a lot going for you. You should be fighting for yourself right now. And you let this eat at you. And it's going to destroy you. Or change you in a way that you wouldn't want.
Jody manages to veer off
Hello,
on trivial
welcome back,
aspects of her
Unicornia.
and Travis's
Hello.
relationship that paint her in a positive light. Officer
Welcome
Blaney
back.
makes it very clear that she has far less patience than Officer Flores. With what appears to be a very sympathetic tone, she will snap the suspect's focus back to the element of the murder.
As much as I love Travis, I just have always, there's something inside that says he's not the guy you're going to marry.
So then what was it? What was it that led up to all of this? I mean, there's got to be something. So I honestly don't believe that, that you're cold-hearted and you would just go and just, kill somebody on a whim. That doesn't fit your profile. So what was it that led up to that? You tell me. You tell them. You tell, Travis's family. I'm just trying to fill in the holes there.
I like how
just
when they
kinda guessing
explain like
about
the
emotions.
psychological
What
techniques
was
the
it that
detectives
would
are
make you,
using. Oops,
so
that's a lot.
angry or upset?
Oh well, it's okay. It's on purpose at this point. And they
Once
describe
Jody
it
is
as like
forcefully
aggressive
brought
and
back to
ruthless.
reality,
And she's
all of a
supposed to be the
sudden
bad
has
cop.
nothing
She
to say.
sounds
The
like
passive yet
nice.
disparaging tone of the detective
Took a nap,
must be a
woke up.
very hard
Nice.
thing
We
for
love
an individual
naps.
to have to sit there and take, especially someone who has used their fabricated sweet nature to their advantage most of their life in order to avoid these types of situations.
And if you're smart, you'll realize that, you're not going to get a whole lot of other chances to do this. Probably none. Once the wheels start turning, they move real fast. And you will be out of control then. you know, I'm a spiritual person myself, and I don't think that I would want that, you know, inside of me. I wouldn't want all of the ugliness of the lies inside of me. Take a minute just to think about what I said.
Okay. It's okay. At this point, it's just gonna be on purpose that they're uneven. It's okay.
Jody is clearly exhausted and terrified. She, at this moment, was being observed by both Detective Blaney and Detective Flores in another room, and they even contemplated having Detective Flores enter at this moment. They ultimately decided against it, however, and Detective Blaney re-enters the room to maximize this state of dejection. The pressure will now be increased to a considerable degree.
Maybe I did have a wrong picture of you. You know, all of this time that you and I have been talking, and I got information from your other interview, you are talking about insignificant things at this point. You're talking about money, you're talking about material things, you're talking about everything but...
I'm just talking about things that affect the people I care about.
You're talking about everything but how bad you feel about Travis. You only respond to my questions.
If I murdered Travis, I would be very remorseful.
I think that I've gotten the wrong picture of you. I think that, you know, maybe I was wrong. Maybe you are that cold-blooded person that they're trying to portray. And, you know, I'm just really confused. At this point, you know, maybe you're right. Maybe there isn't anything that you can do to help yourself. You know, maybe I was wrong. Maybe you're not as intelligent as I thought you were. Maybe I was wrong. I don't know what else to do for you here, Jody. I'm kind of at the end of my rope. You're not going to get a whole lot of people that are trying to help you out along the way beyond this point. And what I'm hearing is somebody who doesn't give a rip about what happened. I'm hearing somebody that's worried about money, your appearance, everything about you. I don't hear anything about Travis unless you're specifically asked. How do you think that looks?
Listen, I don't care so much.
No, you listen. You are not grasping the reality here, Jody. You are acting like the person that I portrayed, the ugly, cold-blooded murderer.
Every time Jody breaks down, the detective immediately focuses on Travis's family. She makes it abundantly clear that she has absolutely no sympathy for the suspect despite her best efforts.
Yeah, Travis's family is struggling with why, and that would be the one thing that would give them closure. They may never like you, but I think that they would be appreciative of why their son's life
I knew the tape
was
wasn't
taken.
gonna work.
I know,
Okay,
if
well,
it was
this is
my
fine
child,
for now.
that's what I would want.
Okay.
And I know that you're not a mother, but all women have those mothering instincts
I'm hungry.
within them. And I think that you can understand that, what I'm saying. Was I off base, Jody?
Could you be clear just so I could hear you?
Sure. I understand that you're a very private person. Everybody
It's
has said
dinner.
that, and
It's not
that's
7 o'clock yet. I can't go to
glaringly
dinner.
apparent. But all your business is going to be out in the open right now. So there's really
It's
nothing
6.
to hide from anymore. You know
6
what I
ain't
mean?
7. Close enough, no.
Do you think at this point that your pride matters more than Travis's family's grief? This is your chance to make at least something right. Even if it's on a small scale, it's a big deal to his folks. This is your opportunity to make right on some of your selfishness.
Should I either eat dinner or clean your room? Nope. I don't have a clean your room redeem.
Everyone keeps saying whoever did this was so angry. Then what were you? Were you jealous?
It's fine. It's fine.
Was he expecting you to come over that day?
He wanted me to. I told him I wasn't going to.
So was it a surprise that you actually showed up?
Jody prepares to set off on another tangent about photography,
It's okay,
but gets
whatever.
shut down right away. The detective doesn't allow her thoughts to keep wandering off on something unrelated as a means for attaining a brief distraction from reality.
I got pictures of him once shaving, and then he was already weird about that.
Well, Jody, when you say things like that, it's obvious to me that you don't want to do the right thing for the family. You don't want to unburden yourself. You don't want to give them closure. And you're jerking my chain. And I don't appreciate my chain being jerked. I'm tired of playing games. I'm tired of skirting around it. I thought that it would be easier for you to talk to a woman, to say what you need to say to a woman. Sometimes it is. But unless you're willing to give me something, then I can't do anything for you. After today, things are going to go so fast for you. You're going to be totally out of control of the situation. The wheels of justice will start turning. I understand that you're afraid and that you're horrified about that person within you that could do something like that. But it happened, and it's a done deal, and you did. At least you can do is tell the family how it happened so they can understand why. I mean, do you think you're going to get this opportunity again? To sit down and just have a free-form discussion? There's not going to be any situation or place that's going to make it any easier for you. This is as good as it gets for you right now. Would you rather talk to him? If you do, you know, that's fine, and I'm sure that he'd be willing to talk with you again. Or would you rather continue talking with me? It's up to you.
I don't really have a preference, I guess.
I don't know what it is that's going on inside your head right now. I don't know whether you're weighing the odds, you know, trying to figure out how you can save your own skin here. Don't you think that it's going to make just a little bit of difference inside yourself as far as that closure goes, if you know that the family at least has something? And if you're not going to do that today with me right now, I'm just going to send you back across the street. Because we've been in here for a while. And I don't have, you know, the entire day. I guess my patience are running a little thin. And if you think you're feeling grief over this whole incident, think about how they feel. For once, think about somebody else.
Oops.
And if you want to talk to Detective Flores as opposed to me, you know, you can do that. Like I said, I thought it would be easier for you to talk to a woman.
I kind of do want to talk to him because he has been in contact with Travis's family a lot.
Okay.
I don't know if that would make any difference, but I know that he already talks to them on a regular basis.
Yeah, and I'm sure that, you know, he has somewhat of a relationship with them. So I'll go see if he's...
You know, even though they're a little bit messy, they look good. They look good. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Well, Rachel called me and told me that you wanted to talk to me. Are you doing okay?
It doesn't matter how I'm doing.
It does to me.
Thank you, but it doesn't matter. What matters is how his family is doing.
I told you yesterday I've been doing this for a long time, and you're absolutely right. You know, the person's family who was hurt, they're obviously hurting. But there's a second family that hurts as well. And in this case, it's your family.
The objective of good cop, bad cop seems to have worked. A higher level of trust and rapport seems to now be established. Jody pours out her emotion as the detective offers a sympathetic and understanding tone. But then something
No, too
very
messy
interesting
do-over?
happens.
No.
Once she composes herself, she for some reason requests to see the photos of Travis. Not before, but after he was murdered. Many could think she is attempting to gain some sort of depraved satisfaction from seeing them. Yet going off how the rest of this interrogation plays out, it's more likely that she is trying to gather information, or at least confirm something in the photographs, before she amends her new narrative.
This is more of a selfish reason. I think it might give me some sense of closure. I know it's kind of morbid. I don't even think I really deserve closure.
What is it you want to know about the photos? Do you want to see the room? Do you want to see the bathroom, or do you want to see him, or is it the photos before it happened that you want to see?
I think the photos of after everything.
I want to show you those.
Is there any that you can?
No. I can't do that. We had a difficult time identifying who he was by the time we got there. He wasn't the same person. So that's why I don't want to show you photos.
The detective attempts to get the dialogue flowing in a subtle manner, yet he's given the silent treatment anytime he poses an incriminating question. Jody knows exactly what she can and can't say with respect to her own preservation. Her internal self is far more calculated than the naive exterior she continuously portrays.
So why were you there that day? Please tell me. Did you just miss him? Should I be looking for somebody else? Was there anybody else with you besides you and Travis? Are you protecting somebody else?
The detective allows for extended periods of silence. Only Jody will know for sure what she was thinking, yet one could safely assume she is desperately constructing her new narrative during these moments.
Trying to just figure it out. Just trying to think. What happened to me today and from here on out if I just told you every single detail that I know? And I gave you a confession?
Nothing else changes. It just speeds up the process.
It's all really blurry. It really is blurry. It's all a blur. Can I please see those photos?
Why did you throw the camera in the washing machine? We found blood in the downstairs bathroom where somebody had tried to wash their hands. There's blood on the outside of the washing machine. There's little things that give us clues to what you were doing afterwards. Everybody says he just leaves his doors open when he's home. Trusts everybody.
Have you ever seen the movie The Secret?
I don't think so.
This was the cue for Jody's next series of insufferable rambles. The detective valiantly endures this for the next 31 minutes to lower her guard.
I used to go to sleep at night and I would hear gunshots. We weren't in a bad neighborhood, but our neighborhood neighbored another neighborhood that wasn't that great, and gunshots carried. And they were, because Salinas is agricultural and there were a lot of fields, and I used to think that they were hunters in the field with their dogs. They were swinging by and pick up Amy, my roommate. And I wasn't there, I don't think. I was at work or something. I've never been endowed. I've never been through the temple, but from what I understand, I think that it's such a sacred place. And meditating there and being there will help to give you further insight about where. There were 3 fears. One was handguns, which is one of the reasons I got a gun. There was a CHP here in town that said he would take me out and go target practicing. And I went to the sporting goods store several times to see what he had, and they were all in the $500 or $600 range for the kind that I wanted. So they were too expensive, but then there was this one, it was cheap.
Jody's dialogue eventually winds up on the subject of Travis, and how Travis was private about the shower. The detective seizes the moment to catch Jody off guard. He subtly poses a highly incriminating question in a jokingly manner.
He was very private about the shower. Like, we
Is that why you were taking pictures of him in the shower?
No, no.
She doesn't deny she was there, only that she wasn't taking the pictures for that particular reason. She doesn't refute what is essentially an accusation, only a part of the context within it. This seems to be the moment where Jody realizes the holes in her story are beyond repair. She has to admit she was at least at the scene of the crime, and will now start to scramble her thoughts to garner the most self-preserving storyline.
Trying to get back at him.
No,
What went wrong? Did he say something to you? What did you do? Did you plan on doing that the whole time? I don't believe you planned it. Jody, please.
I can't.
Why not? Did someone catch you there? Someone not expecting you to be there?
I want to see my car.
Then who was it?
Listen, I can tell you. I can tell you everything that I know or that I remember.
Okay. What do you remember?
Is there any way I can see those pictures?
No, not right now.
Can I see them soon? I will. No.
You need to start letting me know what happened.
Okay.
You're telling me that some other people were there.
He was kneeling down in the shower. I don't remember if this is his shower and the sink is over here. I was like right here taking pictures. And I don't really know what happened after that exactly, except I think he was shot.
Where were you?
If this is his shower and he's sitting here, I was like, well, if this is his shower and he's sitting here, I was like right here on my knees and his bathtub is right here and I was taking him here and I was just going through the pictures and I heard this loud ring. And I don't really remember except Travis was screaming. I think I got knocked out, but I don't think I was out long. And there were two people there, and
What'd you say?
I remember putting my hand on his back because he was on all four of his knees. He was like on his knees like this, doing something like this or something like, I don't know. And I was like, are you okay? What's going on? What's going on? He's like, go get help, go get help. And I said, okay. And I turned around, there were two people there. One was a guy and one was a girl.
Oh shit.
I couldn't tell that at first, but I could just see one was a girl, and I assumed the other was a guy because their build, and then their voices. Travis was screaming the whole time. He wasn't screaming like a girl, he was just like he was in pain, like he was like shocked, like, oh, you know.
What happened, Jody? What did you see?
I took it out like a little bitch. I ran. He was still like conscious and still alive, and
But you just left him there.
no, I ran into the closet and he stopped me and he didn't touch me, he was just held the gun to my head and he was like, you don't go anywhere. And he told the other girl to finish it. I didn't see. He told me to stay there and not to move.
And where was that, in the closet?
No, it was,
She describes that the male stopped her from leaving, and then goes into detail about how her phone wasn't charged and how she forgot her phone charger. She then describes how she valiantly tried to save Travis from the female attacker.
she was over him.
He wasn't
and I just
screaming like a
pushed her
girl.
and I
Glad
pushed
she did
her.
that. Yeah, I
In
know.
the
I
next
noticed
moment,
that
she
too. I
will
was like,
state that the assailant
okay.
comes back when she never went anywhere to begin with.
I got Travis, and he wasn't like standing up really. He wasn't really doing much, and I was trying
Well,
to get him.
ma'am, if you experienced all this, why did we only
And
find Travis's body 5
She came
days
back.
after he got
I got
murdered?
him kind of far, like right here. She came back. He was starting to just get weaker and weaker. And this guy came back in. And she said that they needed to do me too because it was there. And he's like, no, that's not why we're here.
From what you're telling me, she was the aggressive one and he was the more passive.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely aggression as far as, I mean, I don't know what you define aggression by, but like there was definitely a sternness.
So it seemed like they knew him, obviously.
I think I can cover.
Yeah, but he didn't
put that
seem
one
to
over
know
there.
them. I mean,
so that
he was a little
we
out
can
of it.
fix
Plus, they had masks on
later.
anyway. But he didn't express any kind of recognition.
I could talk.
The detective takes her back to the moment she tried to save Travis from the female attacker.
So I wasn't sure. I just knew I had to hold on to her hands because she had a knife.
What hand did she have it in?
She had it in this hand, but well, her right, I guess. So.
Right.
I just said, come on, come on. You know, he was naked, but I didn't care. Just come on. And he's like, I can't. I said, come on. He's like, I can't feel my legs.
Jody had obviously seen a lot of bad movies. Bear in mind, this conversation she had with Travis was supposedly happening as she was simultaneously fighting off a knife-wielding attacker. She glosses over the struggle, and she somehow ends up outside the bathroom. The two assailants are now inside the bathroom, arguing with each other about Jody's
final
fate.
girl
She
in
hasn't
something
stated
like
whether
Friday
Travis
the
is alive or
13th or
dead at this
something.
point.
It wasn't like super yelling. It was kind of like hushed, but intense. Like, you need to da-da-da. Shut up. That's not why we're here. Things like that.
The male assailant then takes Jody's registration out of her wallet and looks at her address.
He said, if you ever say anything about this, he said they'll do to my family the same way and me. And I didn't care so much about me at that point. He said, you need to leave. And don't you call anybody. And don't you say anything. He's like, I'm giving you one chance. And she said she's gonna rat us off. She's gonna say something. And he was like, shut up. He was like, you get one chance.
Jody then leaves in her car. She of course doesn't mention the fact that she then left Travis a voicemail to give herself an alibi for not being there.
I was really scared. I was really.
Yeah, I was about to say, what about that voicemail you left though?
I don't believe you. I came in here hoping that you would tell me the truth. And this is not the truth, Jody.
This is all I know.
Does not make any sense.
I feel responsible because I feel that I could have done more. I feel that I should have gotten help. I feel that I should have been stronger.
You feel responsible because you did this.
I did not kill
Jody, you
Travis.
did. You did. And there's nothing you can say that'll change my mind at this point. This is an elaborate story which does not make any sense. I've done this for a long time. And this is the
Watching
most
true
far-fetched story I've
crime?
ever heard.
Yes.
And it's not
Hi,
gonna-
Sugar. Welcome to the stream.
Is that how you want to leave this?
I just don't want my family to get hurt.
Oh, shoot, what
There
the
is a
fuck are you
reason why
doing?
you did this, and you just refused to tell me why. Maybe because you are cold. and calculated. There's no reason somebody else would come in and do this to him. There's no motive whatsoever. I haven't found any.
What is my
Mushu's tearing up my comforter. Mushu!
Jealousy, anger, fear, fear of being alone, angry at him.
I'm
for
doing
not
good. I
keeping you
haven't
in
been
his
doing
life.
much
I
other
don't
than
know. That's what I'm trying to figure it out. There
I'm
are
gonna
so
beat
many
you up.
motives with you.
Other than the doing my keycap customization.
Too many.
For like the whole day, actually. Wow. Hold on.
Jody continues to give random details about the fictional assailants for a further 8 minutes without being asked. The detective
I don't
then
know where she
ends the
went.
interrogation.
One was male, one was female. They were taller than me. Not by a whole lot.
Sun came out. Nice.
Are you ready to go back?
Yeah, I guess I'd still like to say something to his family, but I don't think I have anything that could bring them comfort.
Okay.
Maybe I could write them a letter.
Even as the detective is leaving the room, Jody attempts to add further credibility to the new narrative and gives more details of the two attackers.
I could give you the
So
best
many
description.
inconsistencies that I don't even want to deal with right now.
Okay, I just don't want my family to get hurt.
Okay. They won't get hurt. You're hurting them right now by not telling me the truth. That's what you're doing. Okay?
She was like
Detective
inconceivable.
Blaney comes back with a pen and paper 3 minutes later. She was
She's like,
curious
not
to see what
according to
Jody would write to
Keikaku.
Travis's family. It ended up being a self-serving and whimsical paragraph about how sorry she was that she couldn't save Travis. The family were never given the letter. Jody completely dissects and carefully examines the ham and cheese sandwich before she eats any of it, and as you've probably guessed by now, continues to behave in a rather unusual manner.
What's she putting in the trash? What? What does she keep doing with the trash? What the fuck? Yeah, Is she playing with her food?
Okay. You ready to go? I think so.
I guess that's really all I needed. Sorry. Don't roll the tape yet.
Why was he a good traveling companion?
Oh, he was a great traveling companion for many reasons. Traveling with Travis was kind of like traveling with your own personal comedian or serenader.
Jody not only stuck with her story about the assassination squad, she doubled down and agreed to every media request that came her way. She also stuck with a soft-spoken, sweet-natured, Jesus-loving character that wouldn't hurt spiders, let alone human beings. But she once again fails to realize this fake disposition doesn't match the situation whatsoever. If you were sitting in a squalid jail, wrongfully accused of murder, and as a result facing life in prison or even the death penalty, you wouldn't be acting like this. She's trying to come across as the innocent girl next door, but she just looks like a terrifying lunatic.
To know that he was stabbed some 27 times and shot once in the left cheek, who could have done this to him?
I don't know.
Who do you think killed him?
I have no idea.
Jody, you're pretty calm sitting here. How are you managing to stay so calm?
Through my faith and through the knowledge of my own innocence. That's the only thing. I would be shaking in my boots right now if I had to answer to God. for such a heinous
There
crime.
is enough of this girl. I know, you're right.
Killed Travis Alexander. There is no question about it.
This is Jody's defense team, and what you just saw was the very beginning of their opening statement on the first day of her trial. The date is January
Wait.
2nd, 2013.
Wait.
Exactly 4 years, 6 months, and 2 days after Travis was murdered. 2000. And what?
I don't know.
Who do you think killed him?
I have no idea.
Jody, you're pretty calm sitting here. How are you managing to stay so calm?
Wait.
Through my faith and through the knowledge of my own innocence. That's the only thing. I would be shaking in my boots right now if I had to answer to God for such a heinous crime.
Jody Arias killed Travis Alexander. There is no question about it.
This is Jody's defense
Oh.
team, and what you just saw was the very beginning of her opening statement
Oh
on
my
the first day
gosh.
of her trial. The date is January 2nd,
That's really funny.
2013. Exactly 4 years, 6 months, and 2 days after Travis was murdered.
The million-dollar question is what would have forced her to do it?
They must have figured the assassination story wouldn't go down well with a jury, especially when confronted with the many steps Jody took to get away with the murder. So the narrative has now changed for a third time, and the defense have to come up with a plausible explanation for Jody's trail of deception. The hole she had dug herself into
Why
was
did it take 5
exceptionally
years to
deep,
convict
and
her?
her
I don't
attorneys are
know.
now crafting the rope to pull her out.
Jody did not always tell the truth about what happened that night. She was scared. Scared about what had happened and scared about what she had done. She had absolutely no experience with police interrogation before.
You don't say.
And so when we talked to her,
Don't say.
she wasn't always truthful. Her fear and her panic about what had happened led her to tell different stories. Throughout this trial, you will learn more about Jodi Arias.
Although not everyone in Travis's family were devout Mormons, all of them were close. He in particular had a very strong relationship with his sister Tanisha, and as you can probably tell, a picture can say 1,000 words.
Much more about Jodi. You will find that she's an articulate, bright young woman who's a very talented artist and photographer. And so what would have forced her to have to take Travis's life on that awful day? In order to answer that question, we have to go back to the beginning.
The bulk of the defense's opening was to paint Jody as the naive victim and Travis as the calculated villain.
Being a Temple member and an executive director of prepaid legal, outward appearances would be very important to Travis. And so while he continued this facade of being a good and virginal Mormon man, he was inwardly dealing with his own sexual issues. And in Jodi, he found somebody who was easily manipulated and controlled. Someone who would provide him with that secretive sexual relationship that he needed.
They also mentioned that Travis was violent with Jody on several occasions, that he would fly into these sudden rages for almost no reason, and that Jody was terrified of him. They end their statement with Jody's latest account of how Travis was killed, which is now a case of justifiable self-defense. The attorney gets to the moment Jody was
What
taking
about
pictures of
the
Travis in the shower.
assassins?
Jodi accidentally drops Travis's camera. And as that camera was falling, that was enough for Travis, because he lunged at Jodi in anger, knocking her to the ground in the bathroom where there was a struggle. Jodi's life was in danger. In just a minute from this picture, we go to the next picture, where it's
Hi,
Travis's
Rye.
body.
Hello,
He's
hello.
clearly injured already. In a minute.
Hi, Jacob August.
Now that very
Welcome to
brief
the stream.
moment of
Welcome,
time, a
Rye-Face.
minute, is not the result
We're
of
doing
premeditation.
good. Better than
In that
Miss
1
Jody,
minute,
who
had
is on
Jodi
trial for
not
murder.
been
That's
forced
sure.
to defend herself,
Did Jody fuck him
none
up
of
or
us
what? Yeah,
would
Jody
be
stabbed
here.
him like 27
in
times.
that 1 minute, had
Because
Jodi
you
not
can see her
chosen
hand.
to defend herself,
Peace.
she
It was the
would
assassin.
not
I
be
know. I'm sorry. You're right.
This is
She's
not
right. It was the
a case
assassins.
of who done it. The person who done it, the person who committed this killing, sits in court today. It's the defendant.
I really want to
Jodi
know how
Arias.
much
And the person
Jody's
that
family is
done it to
paying
is an individual by
their
the name of
her
Travis
lawyers.
Victor Alexander, a former boyfriend of hers.
Are you gonna
An
put my face
individual
on one of your
that
keycaps?
she was in love
No.
with. An individual that was a good man. An individual that was one of the greatest blessings in her life. And this love, well, she rewarded that love for Travis Victor Alexander by sticking a knife in his chest. And you know, he was a good man, according to her. And with regard to being a good man, well, she slit his throat as a reward for being a good man. And in terms of these blessings, well, she knocked the blessings out of him by putting a bullet in his head. She took the knife and began to stab him when he was in that defenseless sitting position.
This is very important to take note of. The prosecution just referred to this, the last photograph of Travis alive. Their argument is that Jody either asked him to sit down or at least waited for him to sit down before she began her attack. She knew Travis had to be in a disadvantaged position before she commenced her assault, and the prosecution's argument is that it was at this moment when Travis received a stab wound to the heart. He would have then began to rapidly lose consciousness from that point forward. He attempted to protect himself and escape, but he was soon overwhelmed by his attacker due to the rapid blood loss. The pool of blood outside his bathroom reinforces the argument that his throat was cut after the stabbings, and a coroner's report, which will be revealed in more detail later on, concludes that Travis was in all likelihood shot in the head last. Jody's
If
version,
it wasn't
on
such
the
a
other hand,
gruesome
has to be
event,
that
these people
Travis
could
was
be
shot
comedians.
first. The reason
If she
for
been
this
shot him
will
in the
also be
head, sis
explained
really went
later
for it. I
on.
know, she really did.
And stuck the knife in his
All
chest.
because he didn't like her back.
He struggled.
Cannot believe.
Grabbed the knife. And when he grabbed the knife, of course that resulted in more blood. I pushed the girl who was there, and I was able to get the better of her, and I was about to run out. Get out and go get some help. Except that I was then confronted by the guy. This guy started looking through my purse.
Damn.
And lo and behold, in my purse,
She's
believe it or
kind of pretty
not,
though. If only she wasn't
I happen to have
psychotic.
my car registration that shows my address, because that's what I carry around. So they knew, they being this guy, knew exactly where I lived. And he said to me, well, if you tell what happened here, the same thing's going to happen to your family. There's a different story now. Now, it's not that she wasn't there. Now, it's not that it's two people with whatever variation she may have provided to these national shows. Now, she admits it. It was her. She's the person who actually did this. And even though she says that, she still has a view as to the evidence. This is exhibit number 248.
No jury is going to convict me
Why not?
because I'm innocent, and you can mark my words on that one. No jury will convict me.
I also ask that you mark her words while you're marking the guilty verdict for her premeditated killing of Travis Alexander.
Jody spent 18 days on the stand. When she knew what questions were coming, and when completely uncontested, she was very much in her element. She was able to respond to the questions instinctively, and her dialogue came out in a confident and natural manner. You could tell she had each and every one of her responses planned to a T, and had considerable faith that her manipulative prowess would ultimately save her.
I don't know why, but
No, Jen,
they
bad.
were and
At this point of the trial,
thank you for the
defense
follow,
had already
Jacob
detailed
Vargas.
how Travis
How come
was
I can't
physically
hear the
abusive,
alert?
sexually overbearing,
It's okay.
and a deep-seated
Thanks for
pedophile.
joining the Zoom call.
Jody stated that she caught him on his
And they were
computer looking at
Spider-Man.
images of children, and that Travis had even asked her to wear Spider-Man underwear during sex. The next segment is Jody's
heard it.
supposed
Oh.
theory as to why Travis had such a
I can't hear
request.
shit.
I do know, however, that the year prior, there's a child he was close with that really liked Spider-Man. I don't know if that had anything to do with it.
Oh my
but
god, this is making me cringe. This is making me
he was
cringe
very
really
into
bad.
Spider-Man.
Who is that? Who is that? Who,
This is the
who shook
reason
his
why
head?
she
Who is
never
that?
left Travis after finding out about his pedophilic urges.
I was under the impression that when he was able to sleep with a woman as opposed to fantasizing about a child, he felt like more normal as a man. So also I had seen prior to this incident many beautiful qualities about him and good qualities about him and things that were attractive about him. And I believed that this incident was a negative part of himself that he didn't want to foster or that he was fighting or struggling against, and that he ultimately wanted to eradicate.
So just to clarify what she actually said, her understanding and support of nature was the reason she stayed in a relationship with an unashamed pedophile. She kept it a complete secret, hoping he would change, all the while he was being physically and emotionally abusive on a regular basis. She's tearing down his character, but trying to do so in a subtle manner. She gives off the impression that she's holding back on his detraction to preserve some of his reputation,
Jacob's
when
fine.
she's actually trying
We
to
love an
destroy
intro
it as
to
much as she
queer,
possibly
prefer
can.
they, them.
This
Oh,
is
nice.
Jody's
Pro
version of
ballet
events that led
dancer.
up to the killing in her
Wow.
own words. It's important to
Her
note
Australian
that when you
reason
rehearse
hungry as a
something in
teen
your
likes
head
to weave all
repeatedly, it
wall
can be as though
hangings.
it
Your
actually
ankles
happened.
hate you.
And as
Oh,
we know,
no.
Jody
I
had
have
nothing
weak
but
ankles
time on
too,
her
though.
hands for the last 4.5 years. The clip
This
will
character's
begin at the
already
moment
pretty
she
bad.
dropped Travis's
Was he
camera.
actually bad? Like,
It was kind of
I'm
like the
pretty
best
sure
I
he
can
was
describe
just
it,
like, you know, like a playboy, right? Like, he's not like all these sexual deviants, right?
Because it It didn't slip and just drop. It slipped.
Well, anyway,
and I tried
great
to
to
catch
have
it,
you here,
and
Jacob.
Kind of bounced
Welcome,
a little, and then
welcome.
fell on the ground and bounced and rolled onto the tile. It fell first on the mat, then it rolled right onto the tile. The mat isn't very big. It's just kind of right outside the shower. At that point, he got very
He
angry.
cheated on his wife? He has a wife?
And he stepped out of the shower.
With
He
this
lifted me
lady?
up from
He
the
had a
crouch
wife?
Position,
But what about
with enough
Mimi? He
force
was
that my
trying to
feet
get with
came off the
Mimi
ground
too?
momentarily, and he body slammed
Okay,
me
obviously I wasn't paying
on the
attention, so.
tile. At that point, I rolled, and I ran down the hallway. I ran into the closet. I slammed the door. I start running. If you are looking at the diagram, it would be on the left side of the
But that's
seat.
honest
I'd
that
began
you're a
running that way
pro
with
ballet
my
dancer.
initial
I did
intent
ballet
to
a little
probably
bit
run
when
out
I
this
was
door.
younger. I didn't keep up with
I would
it,
instead went for the gun.
unfortunately.
According to Jody, a gun was hidden above the shelves in Travis's closet. She had discovered it a month earlier while cleaning.
Grabbed the gun.
He has Spider-Man key?
Right as
Apparently.
Travis was opening the door.
Apparently.
I grabbed it. I ran out into the bathroom. He ran, I believe, straight toward the door as well. At that point, I had run out of the bathroom, and I turned, and I just wanted him to stop, so I pointed the gun at him, hoping that that would just make him halt.
Maybe the
And he
assassin
didn't.
was the
Instead,
wife
he
and a friend of
lunged at
hers.
me right around the time that the gun went off, and I didn't mean for it to go off.
This is why her version has to be that Travis was shot first. According to her, it was all an accident. There was no intention to actually kill, and Travis's death was the unintended
Maybe the
result
real
of his own
assassins were the
senseless
friends we made
aggression.
along the
So
way.
you might be wondering how she can explain the 27 stab wounds and the laceration to his throat.
We fell with a pretty good force down in the corner, near 15, but not quite at that close. It was kind of near the
I'm
seat,
hungry.
kind of, sort of that area. And he fell kind of on top of me, but to my right. I didn't want him to get on top of me.
Hold on.
He was grabbing
Hold
my
on,
clothes.
hold on. Okay, Jody, we will. Give me a minute, Miss Jody. I want to hear the rest of your story. I'm coming. Okay, hold on. Perfect timing. Leave me alone. I swear. Okay, hold on. Let me put you guys on the VRB screen real quick. I'll be right back. Then we can watch the rest of Miss Jody's story together. It's not Jenner time. Oh, oops. Wrong screen. It is Miss Jody time. You start ballet when you're 4? Or like, it's Jacob Gay, we know ballet. And then it turns out you're pretty good at it. Oh, nice! Wow, you moved to Hungary and trained at 13 out of scholarships. That's insane. Good job. I've always like ballet related things because of like my experience like doing it like for like I think I didn't even last like a year. I think it was maybe like half a year when I was in elementary school. But yeah, I've always liked watching ballet and classical dance. The only reason why I started doing, I remember when I was younger, the only reason why I started doing ballet was because I wanted to wear pretty tutus. Mushu, no, please don't get on. Mushu, please. Mushu, please. Mushu, please. You. Go away. She likes to walk on my desk. Mushu, paw. What was it say? But yeah. I want to do ballet because I want to wear the pretty tutus, but then when I got there, I was disillusioned because we didn't get to wear pretty tutus. They were like, "Yeah, that's for the advanced level. You gotta wait." And I was just like, "No, pretty tutus
Hi,
now."
welcome to Chili's.
Why are we redeeming Chili's? Okay. But I see Mr. Nogios went to D&D. Fantastic. Yes, Mushu Paw. Mushu Paw. Miss Mushu wanted to sit on my desk at the head of my desk as usual. The alert didn't play. Oh, Chili's for Jenner time. Nope, not Jenner time yet. Not yet. Not yet. But once this COVID shit is over, you'll hook me up with free tickets. You dance in Sydney, Seoul, and NYC. Wow! Oh my gosh. I was scammed out of my point. Anyway, let's go back to watching Miss
He was
Jody.
trying to get on top of me. I don't know where the gun went at that point. It was not in my hands anymore.
And back
It
to
got
working
knocked
on
out of my hands,
keycaps.
or if I dropped it, what? I broke away from
You
him.
did.
And as soon as the moment I broke away, that's when he threatened my life.
Just to be clear on what Jody is talking about, after she accidentally
So
shot
yeah, just in
Travis
case
in
you
the
get
head, he
confused.
wrestled her to the
Do you
floor.
get
But she
reimbursed?
then managed to break away, at which point
Wait,
he
for
screamed
Jenner
the
time?
words,
No,
"I'll
because you
fucking
didn't
kill
read
bitch."
the fine print.
I'd have
It clearly
no
says
clear
that
rooms
does not
after
work if you use it outside of the hours of
Things began
7
to get really
p.m.
foggy
to
after
8
the gun
p.m.
went off.
EST.
So there it is, her explanation as to why
It
she
says
slit
around
the throat
7.
and
No, it doesn't.
continued
It says, like,
stabbing a
at
man she
7.
had no intention of killing.
It was
is that
6:30.
she
That's
can't
not-
remember.
6:30
The
is
trauma of
not
the situation
7.
caused complete memory loss, but she's able to detail how terrified she was right
Huh,
before
where's
her
dinner
recollection
time?
goes blank.
I have too
It's hard to
many
describe the fear.
thingies.
It was like mortal terror.
Hydration.
It really
Where
was.
is dinner
He was
time?
trying to get on top of me. I thought he was, and then he threatened my life. I really thought he had intentions to kill me. So I don't remember any specifics of what happened right after that
Scammer,
point.
it's okay.
This is her
It's too
explanation
bad.
as to why she never called the
Boo-hoo.
police once she came to her senses, and also why she went to such lengths in order
When
to cover
aren't I
up her
lying? I'm a
involvement.
compulsive liar. I can't help it.
I didn't want people to know the kinds of things that were going on in our relationship. I felt that if I told police Travis attacked me, I would have to give explanation as to why he attacked me. And if I gave explanation as to why, I would have to go back through the different incidents that we'd gone through and how those things didn't really begin until after I walked in on him. I believe they were related, and I didn't ever want to go there. So it was all convoluted, and I thought that by saying that would open the door to that, to that, to that. And I didn't want to de-edify him.
So just to abbreviate what she said, it was all to protect Travis's reputation.
refund your
She
dinner
asserts
points,
that
right?
she was so upset by the event that she became suicidal,
It's
and
okay.
would detail 4 different
Don't
occurrences
worry, I'm not.
in which she tried,
I may have
but
a
ultimately
responsible
failed to kill
mod, but
herself. The
you
first attempt
tuned
was
into an
intended to be by
irresponsible
self-inflicted
streamer.
gunshot, and Jody connects it to the registered gun police found in her bedroom after the arrest.
I was going to wait until I left Wairika and got to the Salinas or Monterey area so that it didn't happen right in my family's own backyard, so to speak. And I was leaving for that area the morning I was arrested, actually.
Her other attempts supposedly happened when she was in jail.
I had written out all my suicide letters. I sent my note I sent them all in an envelope to my grandmother's. Do not open until November 10th, 2008. I was hoping to be dead by then. I was like giving myself a little time to get my affairs in order. I had asked for extra laundry so I could stuff it around my body because there was somebody sleeping below me and I didn't want anything to I didn't want anything to get on her. So I stuffed it around my body and got under my blankets with my razor. I never did it, obviously. I'm still here, but I was getting comfortable.
You tried
and
it. You
I was
tried
really pissed at myself
and I
because
told you it
wanted
wasn't
to
you.
just-
Yeah. I don't think
I just
stabbing
wanted to
somebody
be done.
The
instantly
final
through shooting
strategy
someone in
from
the
the
head counts as
defense is to portray
self-defense.
self-blame from the defendant. It's a subtle ploy to
Story
make
they're
it seem as
trying
though
to
she's not even
paint.
trying to appear innocent, and thus give credibility to everything she had stated up to this
But
point.
that's it.
Have you forgiven yourself for not finding another way out of the situation you found yourself in on June 4th?
No, I think that if I had just left before any of that happened, I have a million regrets. I mean, I was scared of him and I reacted, but I still, I will
Make
always
me
regret
say
everything.
something. Is
about
this
that.
what you do after your points get
Do you
refunded?
blame yourself
Jen is a poo-poo head.
for not taking some other alternative measures?
Jen is
Yes.
a poo-poo
I think maybe if I'd
head.
handled the gun properly.
Can't
and
say I didn't say it.
I meant to just point it at him. I thought it would stop him. And maybe he wouldn't
Thank you,
have
sugar.
gotten as angry as he did. Maybe he wouldn't have threatened to kill me. I don't know.
Ma'am, do you remember having a
Wow, she
conversation
even
with
said
Detective
twice some
Flores
real
of the Mesa
value.
Police Department back on July 15th?
You're
of
welcome.
2008?
Yes.
And this was the day that you were arrested, right?
Yes.
What's fascinating about this prosecutor's approach is that the vast majority of his cross-examination doesn't even challenge Jody's new storyline. He simply asks specific questions within it. He puts a microscope under certain elements and lets the absurdity of it all speak for itself.
And during that time, you told him something, and let's take a look at it right now.
And I think you can help us.
I would love to help you in any way that I can.
Okay.
That's not true, is it?
I don't know. I guess it depends on what help means.
Yes or no? Were you there to help him?
I don't know.
Were you there to tell the truth?
No.
That wasn't the truth, was it? That you were there to help him, was it?
No, that was not the truth.
You'll notice that Jody has a hard time agreeing to details that actually conform to her own narrative. The tone of the prosecutor puts her on the defensive, and she tries her best to avoid agreeing with what he's saying, even though the actual context of his dialogue correlates with her own defense.
And in fact, you were there for a different purpose. You were there so that he wouldn't get the truth, right?
No, I was there against my will.
There's nothing that the detective ever did to get you to say whatever it was that you said at the first interview, right?
Not that I recall.
Well, again, we're with the memory issue. Ma'am, are you having problems remembering what happened back on July 15th of 2008?
No.
So he didn't do anything then, right?
Anything what?
What are we talking about, ma'am? Are you again having problems understanding what's going on?
Your Honor, if she can't understand his questions, that's...
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't understand his question.
Ma'am, the detective didn't do anything during the interview to cause you to lie, right?
No.
So with this interview, you then started to talk about whether or not you had been in Arizona, right?
Yes.
You said no, you hadn't been in Arizona, right?
That's right.
That's an absolute lie, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you didn't want to admit to being in Arizona is because you knew that you had killed Travis Alexander, right?
Yes.
Ma'am, after that interview, you then had another chance to have a conversation with Detective Flores the next day, right?
Yes.
And again, it was a voluntary conversation, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was the same situation as the day before, right? He sat down, he asked you questions, right?
Yes.
That's when you changed your story, didn't you?
Yes.
Because you did not want any consequences with regard to the killing of Travis Alexander, right?
I wasn't concerned about consequences at that point. That wasn't my goal. So.
Well, was your goal to go to prison?
Not a physical prison on Earth, no. I was trying to kill myself, I think.
Ma'am, you've said that many times, that you tried to kill yourself, right? In court.
I don't know that many, but I've recounted a time that I did.
You've said it more than 3, 4, 5 times, right?
Perhaps.
It's very interesting to see which questions she tries to avoid, or which statements she outright refuses to concur with. Her suicidal tendencies were such a huge part of her own testimony, yet she just can't bring herself to agree with what was a very straightforward question from the prosecutor. The amount of times she spoke about suicide should be of no concern, unless, of course, she had an agenda behind it. When a specific topic such as this gets brought up, she all of a sudden becomes highly cautious in how she responds.
No.
Cross-examination
Stop it,
on the
Mushu.
actual
Don't come
killing
over here,
started on day
please.
39. At this moment, Jody has already explained that she dropped the camera, was body slammed by Travis, rolled away, and had just ran into the closet to get the gun.
So then you just said that you were going over to the closet area to get the gun, right?
The corner.
The corner, right? And as you are in that corner, he's coming in through the door, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Miss Mercy.
But man, this is a very small closet, isn't it?
No, it's bigger than the cell that I live in.
Thank you,
Bigger than
sugar.
what?
It's bigger than the cell that I live in. It's not a small closet.
Ma'am, we don't want to know where you live in. Do you understand that?
I'm just using that as reference. It's
Ma'am,
not small.
Do you understand? Did I ask you where you were living?
No.
We're clear, right? We do not want to know where you're living right now. You understand that?
Okay, sorry.
You run into the bathroom, don't you?
Yes.
You're in a hurry, right?
Yes.
You want to get away, right?
I want him to not get close to me.
Well, you want to get away. That's what's going on, right?
I want him to not get near me. That's what's going
Right.
on.
And so what you do then is, according to you, is you then go in here and then you pivot,
me.
right? Or turn around.
Yes.
You have the gun. Which hand do you have the gun in?
Both.
So you have it out like this with both hands outstretched?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And so you have the gun outstretched and he's still not there yet, right? He's still in the closet.
He's coming out the door as I turn.
So he's at the door now, right? And according to you, he is on you when you shoot him, right?
Not quite on me. I think the gun went off and then he impacted me right shortly after that.
And in fact, according to your testimony on direct, he falls on top of you, right?
He lunges at me like a linebacker.
Jody used this linebacker analogy a number of times throughout the trial. The prosecutor now asks her to give a visual example. It appeared to have no real tactical purpose, but it was certainly a welcome and somewhat comical distraction for the viewers at home amid the graphic testimony.
As he was
No,
running...
just show me. That's what I'm asking you to do, not talk. Show me. Show me the linebacker pose.
He got down and...
Well, show me the linebacker pose. That's what I'm asking for you to do.
Okay. He went like that, and he turned his head and grabbed my waist. And
Just like that, correct?
pretty much.
And he grabbed your waist, right?
I can't say it's just like that, but that's what I
Well,
remember.
no, just, I want, without talking, just show me the pose.
He got down like that.
Like that?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and have a seat then. After he came at you, ma'am, and that happened, did you go down?
We both went down.
And he's still not dead, right?
Definitely not. He's very angry.
He's very angry, and this is seconds afterwards, right?
Yes.
Is he on all fours now?
He's on the side of me, grabbing at my clothes and grabbing at me.
What happens then?
I break away from him, and he screams out, "Fucking kill you, bitch."
And then what do you do?
I don't really remember. I just remember... I don't remember anything at that point, so I would be speculating.
So you don't remember a single solitary thing after that, right?
The prosecutor for the next several hours would argue the improbability of that being the case. The memory loss caused by trauma would put Jody's mind in a state of disorganized chaos. Yet her next steps were highly calculated, as we all know. Even going by her own narrative, she knew exactly where to strike Travis with a knife in order to kill him. She also cleaned down the crime scene and deleted the photos from Travis's camera. This argument took over 3 hours to conduct and had to be explained through the scope of mathematics and science. On paper, it was perhaps the most damning part of cross-examination, yet it was so complicated that much of the testimony could have been lost with a jury. It was in fact the start of day 44 that had the most impact. It involved the time span between the two photographs taken on Travis's camera by accident. The prosecutor's argument is that Jody would not have enough time to carry out her version of events. He will first get her to recount all of these events in detail, and as she is doing so, will be oblivious to the prosecutor's closing argument. She will begin digging her own grave without realizing it, and it's important to note that all of what she is about to recount occurred in just 62 seconds.
This Exhibit 161 is when the camera, according to you, actually hit the ground, right?
I don't know if it's hitting the ground as that photo was taken or not.
So you don't know how this photograph was taken then, right?
It could have been when I was trying to catch it. I don't know.
At some point, the camera hits the ground, right?
Yes.
That's what you told the jury, right?
It hits the mat, yes, and rolls to the top.
Ma'am, yes or no? Didn't you tell the jury that the camera hit the ground near the shower? Yes or no?
No. I said it landed on the mat.
Is that near the shower?
Yes.
Is the mat on the floor near the shower?
Yes.
And the camera hitting the mat, would that be near the shower?
Yes.
And you then said that Mr. Alexander became very upset, right?
Yes.
The prosecutor just sounds so
That's
mad.
what started this whole thing out because
You think her
sort of
lawyers would
stepped
tell
out
her
of
to
the
come up with a
shower
better
and then
story? I
came
think it's the
after
best
you,
story
right?
she can come up with.
He picked
The
me up.
self-defense story.
That's coming after you, isn't it? And according to you, those movements culminated or continued when he grabbed you and put you down on the ground, right?
Yes.
And as a result of that, you said that you bumped your head or hit your head, right?
Yes.
And that maybe it knocked the wind out of you, right?
Yes.
And that you were in fear at that point, right?
Yes, very much.
And that you were able to fight him off so that you could get away, right?
I rolled.
You roll away and you begin to run down the hallway, right?
Yes.
And then you went into the closet, right?
Correct.
According to you, that's where you went and obtained the gun, right?
Yes.
When you went into the bathroom, you were able to turn around, if you will, and now you had the gun in your hands, right? That's what you told us, right?
Yes.
And that's when he was coming at you in this linebacker pose, right?
Around that time, yes.
And that's when you shot him in the face, right?
Yeah, that's when the gun went off.
So then, according to you, he fell on top of you, right?
It was kind of on top, but maybe more to the right. I don't know. It wasn't directly on top of me. I was trying to prevent him from getting on top of me.
And that's when the memory issues started, correct? Right?
I'd say that.
Actually, ma'am, the way you describe that, it's impossible for the killing to have happened in that manner, isn't it?
No, that's just according to you.
You'll notice that Jody evades the majority of the questions in this next segment. She starts to realize the argument put forward is making complete sense, and will at all costs avoid saying yes to most of the points laid out for her. It's as though she knows a fundamental part of her storyline is about to be exposed.
We know that there's some action that is going on at 5:31:14, right? Something's going on, right?
Yes.
We also know that Exhibit 162 is 5:32:16, which is a minute and 2 seconds later, correct?
Correct.
So you've now shot him. You've told us that the fog is rolling in and that you have no memory. You still don't know where the knife is, do you?
I don't remember a lot from that period. It could be.
Right, but you told us before that period even that you didn't know where the knife was. Do you remember just telling me that?
Today, as I sit here, I don't remember where the knife was. On June 4th, I might have remembered where it was.
Do you remember on cross-examination that I asked you if you knew where the knife was on June 4th? And you said, no, I don't remember where the knife was. And so as you shot Mr. Alexander, you, by necessity, then have to go look for the knife, don't you?
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, you didn't have the knife in your hand when you shot him. Did you?
Sustained.
Did you have the knife in your hand when you shot him?
He's so aggressive. See, this kind of behavior is what I thought the detectives would be acting like, but he's like,
you needed to go get it from somewhere, right?
I guess. I don't know.
and talking to her and trying to question her is probably super frustrating. Yeah, that's
if
true.
you didn't have it in your hand and you just shot him and you're rolling.
But this is kind of like, I kind of thought that the detective would react in this kind of frustration, but when she started going off about like she'd be a church girl and would be X, Y, Z. Yeah, he's so angry.
Time for you to go find that knife, wouldn't it?
He's taking out all the anger that Detective
I don't know where the
Sanchez
knife
had
was.
when talking to her.
Right. Since you didn't know where the knife was, it would take time to go find it, irrespective of where it was, wouldn't it?
I guess under that theory.
Sure, under that theory. It would take time, right?
Yeah, I guess.
And what you're telling us, under your scenario, is that in 62 seconds, you get body slammed.
So, oop, I'm busted.
Do whatever you do, but you get away. You run down the hallway. You go in the closet. You grab a gun. You back up. You shoot Mr. Alexander. He goes down. He's still pawing at you and saying, "Fucking kill you, bitch." And then, after you're able to get away, you go get the knife. And he ends up at the end of the hallway, all in 62 seconds. That's what you're telling us?
No, that's not what I'm saying. And he didn't say fucking kill you, bitch, till I got away. And
pardon?
He didn't say fucking kill you, bitch, until after I got away. You said he said it before I broke away, but he said it right as I broke away.
She just created a non-argument for the purpose of deflecting from the primary contention. Whether or not Travis said those words before or after she broke away has no bearing whatsoever on the prosecutor's assertion, which he now reiterates.
And then you had to go get the knife for everything to occur so that we got here.
I don't know all the particulars of what's going on in that picture, so I can't even say if that's true or not.
You might be thinking Jody has an argument here, that perhaps Travis was only shot and not stabbed. This would have given reason for the blood, and contend that Jody wouldn't have had to go looking for the knife. But the medical examiner found little to no bleeding at the site of the bullet track. The probable reason for this is that Travis was already dead. But there are also medical phenomena that could still prove Jody's narrative to be true. What she can't prove, however, is that this blood came from the gunshot.
You say that he gets shot, right?
That's correct.
Goes down, and you describe for us that he's pawing at you, and then you're able to sort of stand up, fucking kill you, bitch. And then the
Wait,
fog
so
goes,
she shot
right?
him first in the head, then stabbed?
No, then I have
That's
no
the
memory.
new
The fog was
story
already
that
there.
she's
The fog
trying
was
to
already
create
there.
right now, but he
And
was actually stabbed first and then
Did
shot.
you not have the knife with you?
I did not.
And you obtained it at some other point when you can't tell us, right?
It would appear that way, yes.
You say it would appear that way. Let's be clear, there wasn't anybody else there, right?
That's correct.
And you did stand up at some point. You remember telling us that, right?
I believe I did.
And when you stood up, he was still on the ground, right?
I don't recall looking back.
Pardon?
I don't recall looking back.
So you were, even though he's still a threat to you, according to you, and he's just threatened your life, you turn your back on the threat?
Yeah, I'm trying to get away.
This was the time she stated verbatim, the fog was already there. Yet when she feels threatened by a question, she all of a sudden has a vivid recollection. The element of the time
Fog?
span
What
between the two
fog?
photographs goes on for another 45 minutes, yet the full context of the argument had already been asserted by this point, and perhaps strengthened by Jody's defensive posture throughout the entire exchange.
I think Jody
When a
might be
battered
fibbing.
woman is attacked,
This is why America scares me. No guns allowed here
defending
in
their life,
in
they
Australia.
don't know when to stop.
Hey, I mean, y'all don't have guns, but you have plenty of other scary things. I've
Travis
seen
Alexander's
your
body was
huntsman
stabbed
spiders that
27
come
times.
into your houses and take over.
It may be that Jody Arias didn't know when to stop.
This individual, the defendant, Jody Ann Arias, killed Travis Alexander. And even after stabbing him over again, and even after slashing his throat from ear to ear, and then even after taking a gun and shooting him in the face, she will not let him rest in peace. But now, instead of a gun, instead of a knife, she uses lies. This is an individual who is manipulative. This is an individual who will stop at nothing and will continue to be manipulative and will lie at every turn and at every occasion that she has. Everything in this case points to the fact that it did not happen. There are no medical reports, there are no friends, there is no one that can come in and say anything about that. There are no medical records, there is absolutely nothing. There is a direct strike to his neck, which is an indication of somebody who is thinking, this person's not going to live. He may get away from me in the shower. He may get away from me all the way to the sink. And he may stumble his way.
Is that his family? Yeah, I think that's his family.
But, you know,
Poor family.
I caught him. And now,
Huntsmans
rather
are
than
fine. They're
stabbing
big,
him
but they don't bite.
anywhere
Your
else,
kangaroos are bloodthirsty.
right here. So it's a very well orchestrated kill.
It's okay,
The
I
other
don't
thing
like
that she did is
spiders.
that she created a lie that really involves
I'd rather have the
behavior
kangaroos
that
than the
is a
spiders.
hot button kind of topic. How horrific it is to be accused falsely of being a pedophile. He's not here. He's not here to say, no, that's not true. And so Snake goes to the computer and doesn't find anything there. Oh, no, I changed my mind. It was actually images. First of all, her journal indicates that there wasn't such an event. Second of all, the text messages also indicate
The kangaroo.
the same thing.
Surprise was
And
the
what
kangaroos.
human
Kangaroos
being,
when they know how to choke.
if that is the
Oh
allegation,
wow, kangaroos are talented
if they
too.
really are caring, what human being doesn't go to the police and say, or somebody else, this person is a pedophile? What she does, well, it's the new approach. It's the new approach to pedophilia. What does she do? Well, let's jump in the sack. That's what we're going to do.
The State of Arizona versus Jodi Ann Arias, verdict, count 1. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn, in the above entitled action, upon our oaths, do find the defendant as to count 1, first-degree murder, guilty. 5 jurors find premeditated, 0 find felony murder, 7 find both premeditated and felony.
Just a couple of minutes ago, you heard the verdict from the jury. What are your thoughts?
I think I just went blank. Just, I don't know. I just feel overwhelmed. I think I just need to
Process that
take
you're
it a day
going
at a
to
time.
jail.
Did you avoid eye contact with Travis's family while you were in there, or did you make eye contact, and what are your thoughts on that?
I typically avoided eye contact. Travis comes from a family where they all sort of look a lot alike. So when I see their faces, I see Travis, and I see the man that abused me, and I don't want to look at that. Well, the worst outcome for me would be natural life. I would much rather die a lot sooner than later. Longevity runs in my family, and I don't want to spend the rest of my natural life in one place.
So you're saying you actually prefer getting the death penalty to being in prison for life?
Yes.
Jodi changed her mind about wanting to die. Again,
Only red
during her plea to save
kangaroos
her
will
life,
fuck
she
you
was
up?
sure to mention all the charitable work she
Eastern
decided
gray
to take part in
kangaroos?
after being charged
Oh.
with first-degree murder.
A few months before trial,
Tied your
and
tie
the
for
jury
tomorrow.
selection,
Nice.
my hair was past my waist, and I donated it. Additionally, I've designed a t-shirt.
What is she doing now?
This is the t-shirt, of which 100% of the proceeds go to support nonprofit organizations which also assist other victims of domestic violence.
I don't think they want your money.
We can never get him back.
We are so grateful for our wonderful brother, and we feel so lucky and blessed for the time we had with Travis.
Oh my gosh, is ever to the
However,
bruh? I know, right?
We would give anything to have him back. Anything. Thank you.
The right thing, the difficult thing, in this case, because it's never easy. Her duty, the difficult thing to do under these circumstances, the only thing that you can do based on the mitigating circumstances and their lack of, is to return a verdict of death.
The simple question that's before you is, do you kill her? That's the question. She has done something very bad. She did. And you have convicted her for that. You have told her that she is guilty of first-degree murder for that. But the question is now, do you kill her?
I kind of wished we could have seen some more of the defense, whatever the fuck they said, other than like the opening statement.
Considered all of the facts and circumstances that the defendant should be sentenced, no unanimous agreement, signed for person. Is this your true verdict, so say you want to know?
It is ordered. The defendant shall be incarcerated in the Department of Corrections for the rest of her natural life with no possibility of parole.
Jodi Arias is currently housed at the Arizona State Prison Complex. She maintains her innocence to this day.
Oh. I see.
And then, uncomfortable with her handcuff situation, she then gets up off the chair, which I don't know if any of the people that I've done yet have done anything like this. She gets off the chair and then sits on the floor. And at one point on the floor, she's like this, and then she like whips her hair way back. And when she did that, I was like, ha! She just is a horrifying, just the way she moves. I think I said that in the other one. So she's sitting there, and then this woman, I don't know, detective or something comes in. It kind of like is like, what are you doing on the floor?
Psycho. You want to go on jury duty PME day? Oh my god, I was on a jury. I remember the first time I was on a jury, I was in college, and I had just started spring break, and I got the call, and they were just like, yeah, like, can you come in? I should have told them no, I was still in school. But I was just like, well, you know, I don't know, I think I thought, like, maybe they would find out that I was lying or something, and so I was just like, yeah, and I spent, like, first 3 days of my spring break doing jury duty. I got actually chosen to be on the jury. The case was about like financial manipulation of a vulnerable adult. So the victim was a guy. He had like a mental illness, and these guys like took advantage of him, stole his debit card and his PIN, and they also like forged like checks and cashed it under the other guy's name, knowing that it would bring his account into the negative, and then also max out his debit card, and he was found guilty. He did go to jail. I don't remember what his sentencing was, because you were supposed to like look it up like a couple days after they made the verdict, and I just never looked it up. But yeah. School wasn't a valid excuse? Damn. I was like about to, like, as they were it was during the jury selection, I was like sitting there, I was like contemplating, what if I tell them, like, today is my last day of summer spring break, and I need to go back to school, which is like in fucking Oklahoma or something. Like, obviously they're not gonna like make me like fly back and forth for school, and I don't know. You got called in once for jury duty but wasn't selected, but you had to spend so long waiting. Yeah, I spent like the whole day waiting, and I was like, it'll be okay. They'll never pick me, and then they fucking picked me. And then it was so funny because when we got to deliberating, and like, you know, everyone in the jury like went like one by one introducing each other, when I told them that I was on spring break, because I was the only young person there, everybody else was like full-fledged adults, whatever, that I told them I was on spring break, and everyone just did like a collective, aw, like, that's so sad. I was just like, Yeah, it really is, bruh. So can we make this trial like end like as soon as possible, please? Anyway, VTuber sends the whole world to jail for not subscribing. Baby's first jury duty. Convict him. Chop chop. Can we convict him quick? No, it took too long. Took like 3 days. I was like so sad. My spring break was only a week. Bruh, that's like more than half. Anyway, Mr. Michael Rafferty, let's see what you're up to. I've like watched most of all like the kill counts, and now I've gone on to Found Flicks. If you like horror, this is another very good horror channel that talks about like horror movies, and I like to watch him too. You love horror? Ah, nice. There are like a bunch of horror movies coming out in the next coming months that I'm excited for, especially
on April 8th
I said it earlier, but like Candyman,
bell rang at Oliver Stevens School
the
in
next
Woodstock, Ontario,
addition
and
to
hundreds of
the
grade schoolers were seen leaving the premises. Yet one 8-year-old was captured on surveillance, leaving 2 minutes later than the rest, as she had to run back inside to get her mother's butterfly earrings that were left.
Sometimes like I like sit in bed, like, cause I've watched so many like endings explained. I'm just like it would be terrible if like fucking like Kayoko from The Grudge like came out of nowhere and just like choked me out. But I was just like, no, if anybody's going to kill me, I want it to either be Bubba or Mr. Michael Myers.
On her desk. Her name was Tori Stafford, and on that Wednesday afternoon,
if she choked me out, I'd say thank you.
She was reported missing by her grandmother at exactly 6:04 p.m., and a missing persons investigation was launched immediately. Roughly 7 hours later, surveillance footage from a local high school was discovered, capturing what police say was the missing child, walking side by side an unidentified woman. Tori did not appear to be struggling in the video, and the woman was described as between 19 to 25 years of age, white, 5'2", and about 125 pounds with a black ponytail. The local police made a public appeal for the woman in the video to come forward, and Tori's grandparents offered a $10,000 reward for her return. A Facebook group dedicated to finding her gained over 20,000 followers in under 24 hours. On April 12th, 4 days after her disappearance, hundreds gather in Woodstock at 8 p.m. to hold a vigil for Tori, and her mother makes a tearful televised appeal for the return of her missing daughter. Over the following week, Tori's parents are interviewed by investigators, and each of them pass a polygraph test. Police call off ground searches 6 days after the child's disappearance after finding no clues nor leads. The day after, America's Most Wanted features Tori's case as its top story. On April 17th, the Ontario Provincial Police take the lead in the investigation, and the ground searches recommence. The case was then officially classed as an abduction, not just a missing person. They step up a media campaign by releasing a composite sketch of the woman in the video, and then circulate the image on social media and local news outlets. On May 19th, police attain information that the woman is 18-year-old Terry Lynn McClintock, who is already in custody for breaching a probation order for a previous drug violation. She was transferred to the Ontario Police Headquarters and interviewed at roughly 5:30 p.m. by Detective Sergeant Jim Smith. She initially denied being the woman in the video and claimed to know nothing about the missing girl, but roughly 45 minutes into the interrogation, she breaks.
I think it goes right back to what you said a few times.
You want to get asked if I'm a twin, and my brother got asked, but they were like, nope, don't like your vibe.
Okay, and that's what you need to be truthful about. And I know it's hard to talk about. I know it's even harder to talk about than the sexual part of it, okay? But you saw it, okay?
Wait, you want to get asked what?
And we need to talk about that.
When I seen Mike with Tori on his lap, like I turned my head because I didn't want to see it. I could hear her calling my name.
So tell me what happened.
She describes in disturbing detail the abduction and killing of Tori Stafford, stating that she lured the girl into a secluded parking space with the promise of showing her a puppy. She was then forced into the back seat of a vehicle that immediately drove away. In the driver's seat was 28-year-old Michael Rafferty, who then drove to a secluded
asked to
area
join
about
the
100
jury.
miles north of Woodstock.
Okay.
He then proceeded to sexually assault and then murder the 8-year-old, with the fatal injuries being 4 strikes to the head with a claw hammer. McClintock drew a rough sketch of the area where Tori was killed, which eventually led police to discover the girl's remains. She was found with lacerations to her liver and 16 broken ribs, but her eventual cause of death correlated with Terry's testimony, as was confirmed to be the result of repeated blows to the head with a blunt object. At 7:55 p.m. that evening, Michael Rafferty is arrested
Hello?
and informed that he is being
Oh,
charged
hi,
with kidnapping
Ari.
and first-degree
Hello,
murder.
hello.
He
Thank
is
you
read
for
his
the
rights and then
raid.
brought to the police
How are
headquarters for
you?
immediate interrogation.
What have you been up to? What were you streaming? Kate, can you do a shout out if you're still here? Can you do a shout out for
Grab a
Ari?
chair. Oh, that'll unfold, so that's a blanket for you there. Okay. Tea. I think they might have only put one sugar in. I think they got it mixed up. And there's a plain donut there for you. I had a cereal bar, but if you get
Dark
hungry, anything else,
Souls.
just let me know. Okay?
Ooh,
If you have any, you have eaten
that's
since
a
noon?
frustrating game.
Okay. Are you hungry now? I can get you a full meal if you want.
I like watching other people
Bacon,
play
eggs, or
Dark
you want
Souls
something else?
and watching people rage quit
Okay.
when playing it, but I don't
That's
think I
okay.
would ever want to play Dark Souls myself.
If you have any questions as we go
It just
along,
seems so frustrating.
no issues there at all. Okay. I got a few things I'll talk to you about. As I told you, my name is Chris. My last name is Lone. I understand your name is Michael. Now, do you go by Mike or Michael? What's your preference? Doesn't matter. Okay. I'll probably call you Mike. So unless that really offends you, just leave it with me. I'm gonna go over a few things here today. Okay, Mike. Like I say, don't be shy. You'll find I'm
You're
pretty
late
relaxed.
to your
pretty
own
laid
raid,
back
no
because I've
problem.
dealt with these types of issues
How are
before.
you?
The Ontario Provincial Police
How
have
was
a
Dark
highly trained
Souls?
behavioral sciences unit, and their subdivision of forensic psychiatry is recognized as one of the best in the world. At first, you will see the familiar strategy of rapport development. The investigator will retain a friendly and almost nonchalant disposition throughout the opening phase of the interrogation. The perception of solidarity and respect will make the suspect more likely to cooperate and take things into consideration, while the detective's easygoing disposition will
Pretty
also
chill.
downplay the severity
Wow,
of the crime,
I
thus
would
making
never
the gravity of
expect
admission
someone to
far less
describe
intimidating.
Dark Souls
You have
in that way.
question? All right. Don't be shy. Now, I have no issues getting you any food there. So if there's something that you want, okay, I'll get you some food. There's no
Good, good.
Set
Just
that for
been
you about 5 minutes.
customizing keycaps all
My
day.
job is, as I mentioned to you earlier, I'm from what's called the behavioral sciences section, and we're talking about the missing person one, Tori Stafford went missing. I know you were following a little bit in the media, and you'd follow some little bits and pieces that there was behavioral sciences people involved, right? And sometimes they were criminal profilers. There's been other members in there as well. Threat assessment, and that's what one of my roles is as well. In threat assessment, what my job is to determine the risk. Okay, what's the risk of a certain situation? Now, the situation that we're talking about is you're going to find here that there's nothing you're going to tell me to surprise me. Okay, for 2 reasons. One, I've heard a lot of this stuff before. The second reason is I'm fortunate enough to know what all the case facts are. Okay, so what I have to do is assess what I perceive is a threat. So are you going to go out and kill more people after this situation's done? Okay, that's what my job is, to assess,
Is he crying?
assess threat level.
Why are you
Okay,
making
know
custom
your
keyboard? Because I want to make custom keyboard.
Okay.
Making custom keyboard
So
fun.
that's what my job is to determine, okay, what's happened here. All right.
Staff Sergeant Chris
Yeah.
Loam had been a police
Noise.
officer for over 21 years and was a member of the Behavioral Sciences Unit for the last 17. At the time this interrogation took place, he was the head of the analysis section. This meant he was in charge of criminal profiling, threat assessment, and forensic psychiatry.
Damn,
He
you know what? It
indicates
sounds
that
like
his
he's
only
not getting
purpose
paid
is to
enough.
assess the suspect's
He
threat
crying.
level. Yet this variety of threat assessment is only applied to less severe infractions. With relation to rape and murder, the
Okay,
serious
got to
nature
go
of the
eat.
crime
All
means that
right,
the threat
thanks
level
for
is
the
already
raid.
assessed long
Bye-bye,
before any form
Ari.
of psychoanalysis takes place. In reality, the investigator's primary purpose is to gain an understanding of the suspect's character and then use this knowledge to try and influence both his reasoning and decision-making.
Before we go through all that, though, my people just don't wake up one day and decide this is going to happen, and I know that. All right. So there's a lot of ideas that go in people's heads at the time, and if I go through, and I go through your history and your background, there's not a whole hell of a lot you've been involved in in life, is there? Right? You're completely under the radar. Anyways, I'm going to go through a few things with you here. All right. Obviously, you're upset by what's going on. You're here for a reason. And right back at the beginning, the investigators and the case manager, the officer in charge, said that I'm going to follow the evidence and go where the evidence leads me. okay? And now you're here because the evidence has led the investigators to you, all right? And then I get involved after that. There's been people that I work with in behavioral sciences that have been here from the outset of the investigation. But really, at this point in time, I mean, when I go in and look at your history, there's very little on there. Like I say, you've flown under the radar. You haven't had any major problems with the police, okay? But now all of a sudden you're involved in this situation, and it's a serious situation, and it's a scary situation. I'm sure you're quite upset and quite concerned about what's going on here. All right. Now the last one I was involved with like this, I don't know if you're aware of it, was a girl named Holly Jones in Toronto. She went missing, and the guy that had abducted her, his name was Michael Briere. What he was doing is he was watching on his computer for hours and hours and hours. He was looking at child porn to the point that he decides, I want to go try this. And he goes and he grabs Holly and he does some things to her, and then he realizes, what am I going to do? Okay? And he panics. He doesn't know what to do because she's a witness now. And he says, if I just let her go, she's going to tell on me. So he decides that he's not going to let her go. All right? And all that was from something as simple as watching child pornography for hours on end. These things happen. Okay? And we can't say
I don't think watching child pornography for hours on end is a simple thing, my dude, but okay.
These things happen all the time, all right? So what I need to do is sit with you. I already know how. I know the who's, right? Why? I mean, why is up to you, but I can actually probably fill in that blank for you.
I'm like curious, would Shota and Lolita type content, would you consider that child pornography? Chat, please let me know.
Do this again because he really doesn't care about it the first time it's happened. Okay, I'm not at all upset with you. I'm not mad at you. I don't mind sitting here talking with you. You'll know if I don't want to talk to you because I'll just simply leave. Right? From reading about you, this to me seems like it's out of character. No, I could be wrong. Right? You may have been playing.
If you're being investigated, then yeah,
probably. You may have thoroughly enjoyed this, and if I'm wrong, then you tell me that. All right? But I also know that we all make mistakes. Okay? And that's why pencils have erasers. Okay? Because we all make mistakes. It's that simple. Spending time with you here, and if I'm wrong,
I'm curious about what other people's perception of the genre is.
Maybe there's a few decisions in life you'd made a little bit different. All right? If I could turn back time for you, Mike, I would. But it's not that simple, okay? So now you and I have to sit here and face what's happened, okay? I can sit and tell you what happened. I can
even if they're 300 years old, they're still coded as children?
I mean, I've seen
if they're still coded as children? Okay.
And I know that you didn't do this alone, and but at the end of the day, we got to deal with this situation, okay? Because it's a young girl that we got to talk about, and if you and I don't sit and talk about your side, then people will only think the worst. Right? It's human nature. Right? You've done it and I've done it. We always think the worst until we know the facts. Okay? So that's what you and I need to sit here and work and discuss and work through. Again, if I'm wrong, you tell me. Okay? But I really believe if you could turn back time, you would deal with this a little bit different. Okay? And there may have been a rush. It may have been exciting for a period of time. But then reality sets in. You have to sit and live with the fact of what's happened here. Okay? And that's what we're doing here. We have to sit and deal with what's happened. Really, at this point, what you have left is your word and your credibility. And people always think the worst, okay, until they know the truth. You do it and I do it. It's human nature. So we're all going to think the worst until we know why this has happened in your mind. And again, if it's something where you're like Michael Briere, where you looked at a lot of child porn and then decided you were going to try it, then that's fine. If it wasn't your idea, then that's fine too. But we can't change what the case facts are. All right? You know deep down that this is your chance to get it off your chest. You're not sitting there the rest of your life saying, I guess I should have said something. All right? I guess I should have got it off my chest and said my side. Because this is your last chance to do it. The fact that you're here and the fact that they've already, they know where the victim is, okay, and they know your steps, this is it. You have to take the steps now to live the rest of your life, okay? This is what you have to do. You and I need to talk about this, okay?
It's always interesting to examine a suspect's demeanor while being interrogated, especially compared to how they most likely were while committing their violation. The suspect here is a quivering mess, acting like a helpless
I
victim,
feel like it's
wallowing in his
a
own
gray area
self-pity
since
while
it's
vying
fiction,
for
but to
sympathy.
each their
Essentially
own,
the opposite
honestly.
of how he was while attacking Tori Stafford. It's ironic that the powerless and vulnerable complexion he is trying to portray here is exactly what his victim would have felt at the time she was attacked. The sympathy he is trying to garner for himself is clearly what he lacked for the 8-year-old child he raped and murdered.
So I've got to determine, as part of my job, when all is said and done here, do I think Mike's done? This is it, he's made his mistake, he realizes how wrong the mistake that he made, and he's willing to look past it? Or do I have to sit here and say, all right, my report's going to say very simple, I think this guy's going to reoffend? And that's what our job is. We deal with these types of situations and the reasons why people do this stuff, okay? Like I say, this may have been a thing that you just snapped and did something. That stuff happens. Or it may have been something you planned for many months and got some enjoyment out of the plan.
I didn't do anything.
Well, that's not entirely true.
That is entirely true. I didn't do anything.
No, you can try and cement yourself into that, okay? But at the same time, you're not doing yourself any good by not being truthful here, okay?
The investigator wants to come across as empathetic and understanding, yet still needs to keep the suspect's confidence low. He watches for denials and stops them immediately. Letting the suspect deny his guilt will only increase his morale, thus increase his psychological endurance and constancy for self-preservation. This needs to be stripped away as much as possible, as early as possible.
Because by not being truthful, all you have left is your credibility, Mike. That's all you have left, okay? You're not the only person who's been arrested and charged, okay? And there's no surprises left anymore, okay? It's not even a surprise, it's why this happened.
I'm also not the only innocent person who's ever been arrested and charged.
Well, and that's true. There's been people that have been arrested for things where there's no evidence, but unfortunately,
I'm working on tying different types of ties. That's your hobby now? Wow.
Okay. The girl who's on the video who walks away with Tori has been identified. And she's been identified as her and Tori being in your car. And the three of you and her and Tori,
Karma's real and all. He did bad. It come back.
And
I mean, obviously he didn't think it was
Tori
gonna get caught.
was a planned
He's
event
not
that
sorry
you
that
were
he did it. He's
grab a
only
girl.
sorry that he got caught.
This other person
A
was
shame.
going to do it, and the other person got the girl, put her in your car, all right? And then there's other steps that are taken from there, okay? There's things that happen at Home Depot, there's things that happen outside at Guelph, and there's things that happen to Tori, all right? Before she's gone, and you're involved in that, and you can't mask that, you can't change it, okay?
I'm just laughing. That's scary.
Because what's happened has happened. I can't turn back the hands of time, and neither can you, okay? There's nothing I can do to turn back the hands of time and say, I wish Mike would have reacted to this situation a little bit differently, okay? There's no doubt in my mind, okay? There's no doubt in my mind that you're involved in the abduction, okay, of Tori. No doubt in my mind at all. I followed the evidence, I've read the file, okay? There's no doubt in my mind. We're past that, okay? And the only concern or the issue that I have
yeah.
is what caused you to do this? Was it something you, like I say, is this something you've done before and you've been involved in the death of other people and you enjoyed this? Am I sitting across the desk from Paul Bernardo here? Am I sitting across from someone who's made a mistake? Okay? And that's going to be the question.
Man, this detective never shuts up.
Walk it there just a second. If you gotta get sick, blow your boots there. Okay? I've seen it before. You're not gonna offend me or bother me. So if you gotta be sick, Mike, go right ahead. Okay? I'll get you some paper towels or something. If you feel like you're gonna be sick, just grab the. I'll have the bucket there handy for you. Okay? Just leave it right there. You and I need to have a discussion. This isn't a parking ticket. Okay? This is reality. Okay? And people are. I've already told you. You know this. People assume the worst until they know the truth. Okay? And people are going to assume the worst of you unless you and I sit here and clarify it. Okay? Something's pushed you to do this. Okay? You can't just fly under the radar your entire life. Okay, Mike? It doesn't happen. It's not realistic. Okay? I'm not going to sit and tell you that it happens. Something brings this on. When you sit and talk to someone who had a troubled life like Michael Briere and just gets pushed into doing this and panics and thinks, what would it be like to take a kid and touch and rub a kid and then wish you could stop, okay? And people can't, and that's the whole issue here, all right?
The detective seems to be almost rambling here, but this is a common strategy used to keep the suspect's mind racing. When Rafferty is concentrating on what the detective is saying, it doesn't give him a chance to conjure up his own thoughts, making it very hard for him to either think up a lie or disassociate from the situation altogether. It's a methodical process of breaking a suspect down through mental exhaustion and slowly chipping away at his psychological stamina
Thank
piece
you,
by
narrator
piece.
and chat.
We can't control every emotion, all right? We can't control some of our urges, some of our thoughts. None of us can, okay? And I can't look you in the face and say I haven't made a mistake or made a bad decision in life, because I have. But the reality of it is, you and I have to accept that and move on, okay? Because I can walk out there and never see you again. Like, I can do that, right? My job here is done. The job here is done, as you'll find out tomorrow, as things start to be released. There is no more questions. There is no more long drawn-out investigations. They're already sending people home to spend time with their families, okay? They're scaling back what's happened because it's been cleared and they know what's happened and the pieces of evidence have been gathered. So that's reality. I can't downplay that. But you and I need to walk out of here together, okay, with what happened here. You and I have to sit and say, this is what pushed Mike over the top. This is what pushed Mike to get involved in something like this. Because if I don't, then you sit here on your own and you have to take it. Okay, and is that necessarily fair? All right?
I have to sit here on my own anyways and take this.
To an extent you do, yes. You have to sit there and decide, am I going to get rid of this and get this off my chest so people understand my side, or am I going to sit there curled up and keep it in for the rest of my life? All right? You need to be realistic about this, okay? You have no battle plan to deal with this, right? It's happened, it's spun out of control, and you're thinking, okay, if I ever get caught for it, what am I going to do? Well, your plan isn't going to work, okay? Because you're not built for this shit. This isn't what you're about, okay? You're not some sick bastard, right? That sits there and gets enjoyment out of hurting people, all right? So now you have to live with this, okay? And to live with it, one of the first ways, right, is like if someone's an alcoholic, what's the first thing they have to do? Acknowledge they got the issue, all right? You have an issue here in that there's overwhelming evidence, compelling evidence that indicates you're involved in what's happened to Tori, okay? And I can't change that and you can't change that at this stage. But you need to be honest and you need to understand your credibility, Mike, is all you have left. All you have left from here on in is your credibility. And you sitting here saying nothing doesn't do you a bit of good because no one's gonna know. And then all of a sudden, 10 years from now or 5 years from now, you decide to say something, who's gonna listen? Nobody, okay? This is your chance to say your piece, all right? Like I say, if you want, and you can see probably I'm trying not to out of respect actually for you, but I can sit and get as graphic as I want, okay? Because none of this stuff bothers me because I've seen it hundreds of times, okay? But if I sit and
That's so sad
over
to say that he's
what-
seen it
what's
hundreds of
happened with
times.
Tori, you may not be real happy about it because it's going to cause you to relive all this crap, okay? And maybe you want to, because I can tell you, I've sat with guys that wanted me to say it again so they could hear what they've accomplished. And I've had that, where they want me to say it 2 and 3 times because they get a rush out of that. I don't think that's you, okay? You're not some sick guy, okay? I'm not sitting across from Paul Bernardo, okay? I know that, and I know people that have sat across from him, okay? And I know 2 officers that have in different stages of their lives, okay? And I know what he's all about. You're not that guy, all right? But at the same time, you can't just sit here and say, well, I hope this all goes away, right? This isn't like a list your girlfriend gives you to say, here's a list of things to do. Can you go pick up a few things at the grocery store for me and get some gas? This isn't what that is, okay? This is a lot more serious than a to-do list. We need to deal with reality. And the reality of it is your credibility is all you have left at this point. If you sit there and say nothing, everybody's going to assume the worst, okay? And you may be painted with a picture that you're not real happy with, okay? And I'm the only
You have
one that feels
marshmallows?
like
Mike
sitting
isn't
here with
allowed
you,
any?
no investigator, I'm sitting here sitting with you. Why do you think that
I don't
is?
think Mike's allowed anything at this point.
Right? Because they've been working at this for weeks, okay? They're tired, and they've been away from their families, and none of them want to come in here and talk to you, okay? I have no issue with it. I'm neutral. I don't have these issues. I haven't been away from my family. I don't mind talking to you. Like, I've talked to people that have been involved in things far worse than what they're saying you did here. Far worse, okay? And I can sit and list the things that I've been involved in. People have done things that have been a threat to our national security, terrorism in Canada. Or I've dealt with people that have been involved in murdering more than 3 people, all right? I've been involved with people who have abducted and taken the life of children. I've I've been involved in it. I've dealt with many
I'm
people.
talking to one right
who are
now.
Sex offenders that habitually and repeatedly touch and molest children. I've dealt with that. That stuff doesn't bother me, okay? But what's going on here is that you're just in there, you're just a big bundle of nerves, and you don't know what to do. You don't know whether to sit here, shake, shit, puke, you don't know what to do. But the reality of it is, at the end of the day, the evidence is the evidence, okay? And the evidence clearly shows you're responsible for the abduction of Tori, okay? And I also know that she's no longer with us, okay? And you're responsible for that too, okay? And there's a sexual component to this as well. So you might want to sit and get this off your chest and go through your side with me, all right? Because if I just walk away, at minimum, that's what people are going to think, at minimum. But you have some explaining to do, okay? That's
You
reality.
have some explaining to do.
Okay? If this is something that got out of control, that you just planned on taking her and you thought you were going to put her back, or just take her for a ride, that's fine. If it got out of hand, then we need to talk about that, okay? You need to sit and explain that and say why, okay? If not, then I say people think the worst until they know. There is no other way. You don't have any other options. There's nothing else that you can do to change what's happened to her. We can't turn back. However, we can explain how things got off
Keep
the
saying that. It's like annoying. We can't turn back time. We can't. Yeah, no
Why do you
shit,
think
Sherlock.
The OPP has a behavioral sciences section. This is all the stuff that we deal with, okay? We deal with occurrences that are unusual. We deal with situations that aren't regular situations, and that's not what this is. This isn't a regular situation. This is a couple of people that made a series of decisions that hopefully they understand aren't quite right.
Oh, hold on. 5 minutes. Okay, less than 5 minutes. Maybe just a couple of seconds. Huh. There.
And that they feel
Oh my god, has this just been 30 minutes of the fucking detective just doing this technique? This is a lot.
I'll come right up and fight, Mike, okay? I don't think that, okay? I think this got out of control. I think it got out of hand, okay? Are you some kind of monster? Or did you make a mistake here? You made a mistake, right? This is a mistake, right, Mike? You'd take it back if you could. This is a mistake, right, Mike? You'd take it back. If you could turn back the hands of time, Mike, would you do this a little bit different? Mike, talking to you. If you turn back the hands of time, you're not some monster. You made a mistake, right? You'd take this back if you could. This is a mistake, Mike. You need to deal with this.
Okay.
I'm a monster,
I know
but I did not do what you think I did.
I know
hold on.
past that. Okay?
Mike, say something, Mike. I know, right? Say
I know
something.
you're not a monster. If you did, if I thought
Okay,
you were a
so as
monster,
you
I
can
would tell
see,
you. I'm
this
not
is
gonna
kind
say-
of
I'm gonna be honest with you, I
basically
wouldn't just walk out. I would
what
spend
I
some time
was
with you.
trying to
But that you're a
achieve,
monster, just because I wanna see
having
what
the
makes you
edges
tick.
outlined
You're not a
in
monster,
gold.
right? This thing has consumed you. Look at you, right?
It's kind of hard to see because
You
of
can
the
barely
light,
eat or
but
drink.
yeah.
You touched your donut, right?
Yeah,
Why
and
is
then
it?
I'm gonna
Because your
print out
guts
some
are
stickers
eating
and
yourself up
then
inside,
attach them
okay?
so that they have
You
like the
can't sit
numbers
and
and
say,
stuff, and then seal
that
it.
you're innocent and did all, what's the first
And
thing you did when
then,
you
yeah.
got in here? You just laid down and
I'm going
curled
for a
up,
rustic
right?
look.
It's all over. You know it's over.
Because I cannot control
Okay?
how
You know it's
shaky
done,
my hand
okay?
is.
You don't have to be an expert in body language. All you've done is lay around in the fetal position since you've been
Yeah,
here.
those are
That's
all-
not how innocent people act. That's not how people that are falsely accused of something act. It's the
Couldn't be
last
that
thing
it's
they do.
possibly that it's
It's the last
freezing. I
thing.
haven't eaten since noon. It couldn't be that this is all just a huge shock to me. No, it couldn't have been any of that at all.
It's probably all of that, but it's also the fact that you're involved in it. It's probably all of that, Mike, okay? The fact that maybe you haven't eaten that much, and maybe you are cold, there's no question. The first thing you said to me was you're cold and hungry, so that's why I grabbed you that stuff, okay? And I'm willing to accept that. Maybe that is part of the issue, okay? There is a larger issue here, okay? It's the issue of the evidence, the issue that you're involved in this, okay? We can't change that. I have no ill will, anger towards you. I have none. You don't make me mad. You don't upset me, nothing like that, okay? The only issue I have
Time
is
to bring back the lamp. Ah.
I volunteered here to come here and shoot the shit with you and talk to people in worse situations than you, okay? And like I say, you've been pretty respectful with me. You're not giving me a hard time. You're not being rude to me. So I'll sit with you because but, the reality of it is,
You're not being rude to me. He's literally had not said a word.
you're a smart guy. You're nobody's
You're
fool.
moving
You
into
know
the
the
other one?
situation. You know you're
No,
in
there's
a
just
tough
some
spot.
parts of the paint
Again,
that
this
I
is
need to
your
touch up on some
opportunity to,
caps, so
say
I'm
your
going
piece.
to
But
do
you guys
that.
look
I've
pretty
spent 8
serious
hours
explaining
working
to
on
me,
these
okay?
caps,
In the
so I
big
don't think I'm
picture,
going to work on the other
if
ones
I just
tonight.
leave you here, you got some stuff that you need to explain. I've acknowledged already what my thoughts are of you, okay? I've told you that from the beginning, that this is out of character for you, okay? But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's why you don't want to talk, because maybe you're thinking, oh, you know what, Chris, you're wrong. You know, maybe I've done this before. Maybe I plan on doing it again, all right? I don't think that, but I mean, you could be sitting here playing me, right? Well, how would I know, okay? I can tell you that I don't think that's the case, because I've sat across from a lot of people, again, that have been through stuff a lot worse than you. You made a mistake, man. Deal with it and we move on.
Don't forget about dinner. I don't want to forget about dinner. Come on. What do you take me for?
Well past that, Mike. This is not going to work itself out, okay?
Where
We're
is
past that. You
the
need to
cord?
acknowledge what's caused you to do this. And I never said for a second that you went and took that kid from the school, because you didn't. That kid was taken from that school, all right, by Terry, and put in your car, okay? And you were there, and you were part of when the kid was driven to Guelph, okay, in the Home Depot. And then from there, the kid, into the demise of the kid. This is the stuff we need to explain. Nobody can control your destiny now but you, okay? I can. I mean, I've already told you. I've already put my cards on the table.
Damn, this guy talking like so.
This is your chance, man.
His throat is not
feel
just
feel
like
better,
raw as shit.
getting some of this off your chest as opposed to keeping it there forever. You know what I mean?
He would be a very effective
I'll sit
politician.
with you and do this. There's no issues with it at all. Like I say, I have no
He just
problem.
keeps going. He's like motorboating
Just
him.
Find a starting point and we'll do it. Because you're going to sit and stew forever. Say, no, I should have said this or shouldn't I have said that, right? It's up to you. I mean, I've got situations where I wish I'd have told somebody.
Man,
something
sometimes
and I
you
didn't.
gotta
I've read it my whole
press him
life.
for an hour.
Situations with family members where you should have said your piece or you should have kept your mouth shut. But we all have those experiences. But this is your chance to say your piece. All right? And I think you and I should take that chance. I think you and I should just sit and have that discussion. How is it going to get worse? Right? It can't.
Perfect.
And obviously, to an extent, someone's put you in this position, right? We need to deal with that.
You want me to tell you things I didn't do so I can get locked up for the rest of my life for this?
No, that's not. No, I'm not. I don't want you to tell me things you did not do. No, I'm going to ask you a question.
Why has to do that?
What's your biggest fear or your biggest concern now that you've been?
This is what I get for buying a cheap lamp off of Amazon.
Losing my life.
All right.
I want to know what this girl Terry said.
Okay. She acknowledges that she grabbed Tori and brought her to your car. That it was your wishes. That you sent her there with certain things that you were looking for in a victim. And she took her. And you guys drove on the highway and did the Home Depot thing, which you talked about. Home Depot. Went to a secluded area. You had sexual relations with Tori. And Tori was killed.
Stupid lamp.
This is your time, man. This is as
I don't
good
think
as
it was
gets.
cured for long enough.
All right, this is it. And, I mean, I can get into more detail if you want, but in a nutshell, that's a polite way of saying what the allegations are. But if there's stuff, if there's other people here.
Okay, you're gonna sit there. You go think about what you did, stupid lamp.
What's happening, man?
Man, this guy's not as interesting as the other girl.
What's this process? What happens?
What happens next? After you and I are done talking, you go back to your cells. Tomorrow morning, you'll have what's called you'll be brought into court, and the charges will be read to you again. And there'll be a discussion if you get out of custody for bail, and then they may schedule a bail hearing to determine that. And then from there, it's a matter of where it goes from the courts. The investigation will go on for a little while yet. There's a couple things that, as I told you, that need to be done. And then in the big picture, you're facing these charges.
Well, Joey had the whole assassination subplot. This guy's just sad. Sometimes innocent people will incriminate themselves in an investigation because of these techniques.
The suspect
Yeah, you're right.
remains unyielding after 95 minutes of psychological pressure, so the
The one thing lawyers
investigators
always
commence the
recommend is
next
keep your
stage of
mouth
the
shut in
interrogation. They initiate
interrogations
the
unless
Mutt
you
and
have a
Jeff
lawyer
technique,
present.
most commonly known in pop culture as good cop, bad cop.
Hey, staff, how are you? Fine, right here for a sec. I understand Mike here wanted to see what Terry Lynn had to say. Mike, Terry Lynn's still speaking to my partner, okay? This is the girl you killed, all right? She's not missing anymore. She's dead. Terry Lynn was asked today if she wanted to call a lawyer 4 times. She said no, all 4 times. She went through 2 boxes of Kleenex, all right? She says on the 8th of April, Wednesday the 8th of April, 2009, at 3:30 in the afternoon, you drop her off at Pavey, south of Fife, south of the public school, where Tori walks out of. You tell her to get a girl, and you want her young. She walks up the street, you drive up to the old age home where you park your car. She walks up to Tori. Tori's nice to her. She trusts her. She holds her hand for a little bit. She walks up the street with her. Terry Lynn tells her about her little dog, gets her across the street to your car, opens the back door. Tori doesn't like it anymore. She pushes her in the car. You start driving. She says she's freaking out. She says she's worried about you. She's scared about what you're going to do. She says you guys hit the 401. You start driving the 12. You park outside a house. You go in for a little while. You come out with some drugs, she thinks. And you drive to the Home Depot. You park at the end of the parking lot. You tell her it's her turn to get out of the car. You tell her to go in there, you give her some cash because you don't want to use your debit card so you don't track it. She
Is
goes
this
in there,
guy
she gets
going
garbage
to
bags like she's told to do, and she comes back out.
Give us a whole other spiel.
Then you go driving. And you pull into a farmer's field, right across from a house, to the point where you're even asking her if anybody can see you. And what does she do? She says she goes for a walk because she doesn't want to see what happens. And then she comes back. And you're not sitting in the front seat anymore, Mike. You're sitting in the back seat. And she's not liking what she sees. So she walks away again. Then she comes back, and you make her hold one of those garbage bags while you put some of your clothes and her jacket and a hammer in the garbage bag. Then you drive to a gas station. She never sees Tori again. You drive to that gas station, you get out, you wash up, you dump the bag. You drive back to Woodstock. That's Terry Lynn's story, Mike. That's Terry Lynn's story while she bawls her eyes out through 2 boxes of Kleenex. And I ask her 4 times, hey, you want to call a lawyer? She says, I don't need to call a lawyer. I feel so bad about what happened. I just want to tell you all about it. That's what you're up against.
Terry Lynn's a liar.
Well, you're the only person who can tell us that, Dad.
I just did.
You gotta be careful, though, Mike, because some of the shit she said is backed by not just video but other evidence, but also some of the explanations that she gave as well are verified. That's a little more graphic than I said it.
Are they gonna be in this room this entire time?
Stuff that she says that is true. There's no question. I'm not gonna say
Okay, I don't want to watch the rest of this guy. This guy takes too long. There's something about Casey. Well, I guess fine. Let's just keep watching him get grilled.
28 years old. You want to tell us?
I don't want to like start another one because I'm pretty close to being
Start being a man.
done with my work.
Because it's not going to be her semen. that we find on her body. When we look at the areas underneath the parts of the seat that you cut out, we're gonna find her blood. Do you know how blood works? Do you know about red blood cells, white blood cells? White blood cells are thinner. They look like spit when they're separated from red blood cells. They're the ones that seep through into the foam. That's what we get the DNA from. Skin cells from her rubbing up and down against your seats in your car. Tori Stafford is all over your car. All over it. And Terry Lynn explains everything that she knows we're going to find. You're explaining nothing. So I don't give a fuck if you say one more word to tell you the truth.
All right, we're done then.
Well, I'm done with you anyway.
Okay.
This officer here is trying to understand what the hell you're going through. I don't care.
Who are you?
I'm the lead investigator here. Okay?
Terry Lynn's full of shit.
Well, that's going to be a funny thing for you to say in court, isn't it? Because
If you want to get a laugh,
shit,
watch
right?
Stephen McDaniel. You're going to go now? Okay, no
How's the
problem.
biologist
Thanks for
from the Center
dropping
for
by,
Forensic Sciences gonna
Unicornia.
be full of shit?
Bye-bye.
How's the pathologist that examines her body going to be full of shit? Explain that to me.
I'll be careful, Mike, that's a dangerous road to go. If there's something you and I can clarify with what she said, then let's clarify it, but we can't just sit here with a blanket statement that she's full of shit, because there is some things that's truthful, and by you saying that takes away your credibility, so we gotta be very careful with that.
I'm done with him.
Yeah.
This officer's got his job to do, Mike. He's got a different job than I do. For my investigation, you keeping your mouth shut is the best thing can happen. So keep on keeping it shut.
Okay.
The theory behind good cop, bad cop is known as the fear, then relief response. It's believed that when the immediate shift from one emotion to the next is so extreme, a suspect can become disoriented, and their ability to think critically can be affected. This specific state of disorientation makes compliance more likely, as the rapid change of emotion can evoke the feeling of uncertainty, and a suspect's positive response to an oncoming request is a form of coping with this uncertainty. This is of course not a guaranteed system, and a suspect will not always respond in the desired manner.
Well, you know more than I told you anyway.
Didn't tell him anything.
As I would have put it, but anyways, at the same time, what he's saying.
Oh, my
is
trash
right.
can is full now.
She was saying, and she was very emotional, there's no question. And she did go through Kleenex, there's no question about it. She was upset, and there's stuff that she said that, I mean, was clearly known ahead of time by the investigators. There's stuff that was said that by her saying it later proved out to be confirmed other ways. So can't say don't, you can do whatever you want, but just be careful going up that road. Anyways, but like I say, I have no issues on that. That doesn't change my opinion from our discussions, to be quite honest. I mean, they've got their opinions, and obviously they're getting sick of listening to me, so they come in and said their piece, but like I say, I've got
Okay, cool. So for now, I am done with these keycaps. And just to be clear, the only keycaps I'm using from this set are the mint ones with the gold borderings that I just did. Everything else is just like blank keycaps that I bought in the set to experiment with. But yeah, very exciting, very exciting. Oh. Cool, glad we did that. Able to achieve that. Nice.
Because of the officer, because of what the lawyer said, now it's everything else is gone.
TMS? What does TMS stand for? You know I'm bad with acronyms.
I'm not sure. I don't know. Someone comes in here and starts barking. I just want you to say whatever. You say things. So.
Tokyo Mirage sessions? Oh.
Over that's it. This happens. Nothing more to talk about.
Let me see. Let me see.
Actually, that's fair. That's a very fair statement, actually. But But I gotta tell you, in this case, it doesn't matter. So yeah, I'm compelled and I'm interested to listen to what you have to say. But does it open and shut this case? No.
No, I lied. No, I lied. No Tokyo Mirage sessions. Sorry. Oh, I've been streaming for like almost 9 hours now. I can't believe I was just working on the keycaps this whole time, and watching true crime. But it do be like that. I'm going to go to dinner. Now. You actually, Universal Brother actually went to a used game store today and bought 2 months. Gonna see my man Crom soon. Ah, nice. That's exciting. Hold on. Where's Twitch? Twitch. Let's see who's streaming right now. Let's see who we can raid. Nobody is online. Well, then that sucks, I guess. Hold on, let's see. Thanks for the stream. Oh, no problem. Thanks for watching True Crime with me and watching me work on my keycaps. Okay, well. Well, I can't help it. There's nobody online to read that I really know. No problem. Okay, well, you know, let's yeah, we just get in the stream here. Oops. Be quiet. Let's. All right. Anyway, good night, guys, or good time zone wherever you are. Thanks for tuning into my stream. I will probably be doing a lot more like makers and crafting streams as I continue to work on my keyboards. But yeah, thank you guys for coming. I really appreciate chatting with you guys and talking about psychopaths and sociopaths. Very interesting. Well, anyway, I'm gonna go eat dinner now. And I'll see you guys at the next stream. Alrighty. Wait. Bye-bye. See you guys.